So when I'd be saddling her up, she would move. So I go to saddle her. The saddle is a big saddle. You got to put it up on her back. You put the saddle pads on, and you put the saddle on, and then she would move into me and kind of push me. And I didn't really know how to prevent that because she's 1,400 pounds. So I'd have to kind of lead her around, try to get her back in position. It became this weird sort of dance of me running around, trying to get the saddle on, and eventually get it on. But what happens is she ends up losing all respect for me because I'm letting her sort of be the leader, right? And so Mule really wants me to be the leader, and it's hard for me to be the leader at first because I'm uncertain. So they sense uncertainty. So when I'm riding her,
the argument that some might use
there's
for
wolves
evolution, saying, look at all the similarities.
Yeah, and it's really good. I got a story about that too. And there's wolves there. I was showing JB before the show. There's video of them on my trail cams. But she sees them coming out of the woods, and she doesn't necessarily want to go into the woods. She thinks it's unsafe. It's not because obviously we're not going to attack her and be giant mule, but she thinks that. So over time, she started to not want to go in that direction. She started wanting to turn left. And so what would happen is I started to realize she didn't want to go there. So every time I wanted to go there, I would get nervous. I would feel uncertain. Oh, she's not going to want to go there. She would sense that I was nervous and would double down, and then she wouldn't go with her. So I did kind of get into this real sort of a psychological retraining, kind of a mule intervention from the people that raised her.
Absolute guidance.
It's really wild. It's really interesting to see how you figure this out.
Now, did you have any training before you got mule?
She was owned by a single owner in northern Canada, in a place called Thunder Bay, which is about 18 hours drive north of me. Way colder up there. She's like in Club Med now in southern Canada. She's probably loving it. But and her owners were Kaya and Lisa, who they breed mules, and they're called Twister mules. They drove her down, and we spent about 3 days. Okay, and they showed me how to saddle up, and they taught me about it, and I learned as much as one can learn in 3 days. There's the basics, right? There's the basics. Like,
Did you do a lot of it when they were there by yourself, but they just told you how to do it, you walked over and did it?
They spent time with me for about 3 days. This is kind of, they're telling me I'm doing quite well, because I actually am able to handle this animal now, but it's been an interesting journey the last, since June, I got her June, because at first it's the very first sort of on the surface way that you ride a mule is you look where you want to go.
I'm very proud of you, Kathy. I think that sounds
Lightly
like a wonderful book
the
for me
rein.
to factor into. And
If you want to go left, you hold the left rein lightly.
that's engaging.
If that doesn't work, you might not even have to pull the rein. You just look where you want to go, and they feel your body shifting. They sense your intent, and you have to look in that direction. It's like telepathy for sure. It really is. You feel it, and it's such a really cool feeling when you really get into the pocket with it. So then you pull, and then you do a little push with your foot. And so that's all sort of very, physical stuff. And it worked fine for a while, but then, I didn't quite understand the overall psychological sort of hierarchy that gets created and a trust level that's created between the mule and myself. The more I screwed up, just even in the barnyard, the more I let her get in my space. You ever want to let a mule get in your space? Very sort of
it's contradictory to
easy way to control that is you just put your hands up to her eyes like that. You really have to touch her. Jesus Christ, and then they back off. I didn't know that, right? So I was kind of pushing it. I realized how small I am, and realizes I don't know what I'm doing, and it loses all respect. And so you start to once you start to learn a little bit deeper on how to handle those
fall in love,
just on the
or to do
ground
intentional
with her,
dating
then once
and
you
intentional love.
get up on her, she has a little bit more respect and is more apt to listen to you. But it was really interesting because they came back, they're really great. They're trying to bring more music to Canada because they love Beatles. There is something very different, special about Beatles because of their intelligence. And so it's really interesting. They came back and spent some more time with me, and we would go out. We went out on the trail, and there's Fanny doesn't like ATVs. Okay? So I've got this Polaris side by side that I drive around property. It's a noisy, ATV, four-wheel vehicle thing. And they were driving ahead of me and to kind of instruct me, and I'm following along. And we're coming up the trail, and they stopped. And as we approached, the ATV is parked on the trail. There's a space on the side of it right around the trail. But in my head, I'm thinking, oh, I just want to go around this ATV. And we get up there, and I try to turn around the ATV by looking, pull on the rein, push my leg, she just stops. And when she stops, when she decides she doesn't want to go, this isn't like a little trail riding, carnival horse. She gets going and will turn and really kind of get quite, aggressive in a way. And which is kind of exciting, though, I got to tell you. And I was a skateboarder. I had pretty good balance, so it was kind of interesting. But the thing that was wild about it, so I go, well, she's not going to want to go around the ATV. I say to Kaya and Lisa, and they say, no, well, it's not that she doesn't want to go around the ATV, it's she knows that you think she doesn't want to go around the ATV. You have that thing in your head that she wants to go around the ATV. Yeah. Because when you're subconsciously, whether we know it or not, as human beings, we didn't always have language, right? Someone invented language at some point before that. We were just kind of results non-verbal communication and energy, right? So you get up to the ATV, and if I'm thinking, around the ATV, look, my whole body just went like that. I sighed. I felt like a sense of defeat, right? She feels that just through her saddle. It's not total like voodoo. She feels like it might be a little bit of possibly as well. I mean, there's a magic that she feels it. She feels it, and she's so smart. So a horse doesn't necessarily sense that as easily as a mule could, like quite a bit less easily. So that's why people say mules are stubborn, because they're sensing all of these little nonverbal cues that a horse might just be apt to say, oh, he pulled on the rein, so I'm going to go that way. He pushed this foot, so I'm going to go that way. So, and that's why also mules are also extremely, they're used in war, and they're used in Grand Canyon trail riding and things like this, because, if a horse is walking along the edge of a cliff and a snake jumps out, the horse might be apt to just jump the other way, off the cliff, and shove. Whereas a mule will instantly identify cliff that way, snake that way, danger both ways, mule will kill the snake. It'll stop the snake. So, or at least won't jump off the cliff. So that's way better. Yeah, better. We should just all mules. You should get a mule. You should get a mule. I definitely would not. Not have the time to be trained mules. Here's my question. Here's the other question I don't think I've ever remembered. Why would you think that the wolves would not attack the mule? Well, it's not. First of all, just like if she's scared. Donkeys should be scared. Donkeys and mules, especially donkeys, mules have donkeys, so they're actually used a lot as livestock protection animals, because they'll stomp out a coyote or a wolf. So a lot of farmers get them and put them in with their sheep, and they'll actually protect the herd. So that's awesome. So it's not impossible, but it is pretty uncommon that coyotes, in my area, the wolves are not gray wolves, they're timber wolves, so they're not That's big. That's big, but they're big enough, so they're both size of
So the
huskies.
situation in the center on the Foothill Freeway crashing
Bigger
in lane
and smaller stuff we don't
to
talk about.
also the second freeway
The big ring
down
ones
here,
are
right?
Yeah, I'm sure they, you know, I think, yeah, absolutely.
Can't find stuff that's in there faster.
for a potato moves. That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah. These are my trail cams at my place.
Drop a deuce right there on your trail cam, stare you in the eye. That's an alpha move right there, son. I guarantee that's the alpha.
Yeah,
He knows you got that trail cam. And say, Tom, bring jump this out pitch.
So it's the only way to know 100% for certain that they're wolves and not a hybrid. I know you know all about this, Joe, but like the coy wolves is to do a DNA test. But
wolf is kind of a misnomer because the coyote is a wolf. Yeah. The reason why the coyote spread so far across the country is because they have like a built-in mechanism to protect them from gray wolves. Because gray wolves would kill the coyotes, whereas the red wolves in the East Coast would breed with the coyotes. And that's where you get the coy wolf. I think they're viable. I think when they breed, they can breed.
oh yeah,
I don't think they're like a donkey or like a mule, rather.
I mean a coyote and a wolf.
I think the coy wolves, whatever they call the coy wolves, I think they're viable.
Yeah.
I think they have babies.
Yeah, absolutely. No, they are for sure.
Yeah, and it's not really, it's not different.
Kind of like two different kind of dogs or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I've been getting some information about this from a wolf researcher who lives near me, and he
Well, it's interesting. There's a lot of
sort of,
theory on both. I don't know that we'll get
put
to
up some
all
trail
of them.
cams, and
Go to the
we've
scripture
actually
first.
laid out some
That's the best place to start.
fur traps
You see
that
the
get a little of their fur and we send it for DNA sample, find out exactly the percentage of DNA that wolf to coyote that we have here. Because it's kind of,
that
I
type
don't-
of description is
you live out in the wilderness, you find these kinds of
what
things.
is in scripture
I
is
find it quite
hierarchy,
interesting to just
almost
kind
like
of
a
really kind of
military.
dive into it deep
Oh,
and
it's
figure
fascinating.
it out.
You're out of there
specifically
in the wild.
beings by
In the
God.
wild where there's packs of predators in your neighborhood.
And I wish I had bear footage right now, but it's not online. But this year I put out my trail cams and I got like
verse 2 and 6.
I'd say a little more than a half dozen distinct different bears on that exact trail
In this case, said that each
just,
one had 6 wings.
on my property
Two cover
right
face,
by my house.
two
Brown bear,
cover feet, and two
black bear, yeah. We don't have grizzlies out east, so it's just in Canada even. It's all they're all
Yeah, liberals will try to reach you.
You
need more things to be scared of.
Well,
Talking about bringing grizzlies back to California.
yeah.
only has
Yeah.
body form.
I want you to come to Canada, Joe. I know you haven't come to Canada lately, but you gotta come to Canada because here's the thing. I watch the show all the time, so I know you feel about Canada, but here's the thing. Like,
doesn't mean that they can't possess.
everybody loves you in Canada, so it's you guys. I'm coming down here. Everybody's so stoked that I'm here, and
I love Canadians. I just hate their government. And so here, how do you say his last name?
yeah, well, it's French, so well, I don't think he's French, but the name's French. Pierre Polyev. That's from a weird R, silent R.
Yeah, it's strange. This is here written down. It's very different.
Polyev, yeah.
That guy makes so much more sense.
It's kind of a
He's so common sense and just calling out all that nonsense that's been
is
done
anthropomorphic.
under this
It's one
administration.
very
It's just so sad to watch.
So this is the thing that I kind of, I guess, just wanted to throw out there, which is it's not unlike here in the U.S., right? You've got Biden as president now, right? You've got essentially a Democrat. What do we actually call our Democrats? The liberals, right? That's how unabashed we are liberal out there. We actually call the party the Liberal Party. It's not a bad word out there, right? They actually call them the liberals. The other ones are conservatives, liberals, conservatives. But it's the same thing, like half the country hates the party in power right now, just like as much as anybody, and it's just a constant thing, and they want to get him out, and so, I just want to, as a proud Canadian, want to throw up the distinction that, Canada's, it's like here, it's the same bullshit that's here. arguing
try to
about
find anything else to work
issues,
with,
important issues.
that isn't
It's
actually
being
being counted.
reinforced,
An
you
angel's
know,
gonna fall
through
on
these
the ground.
algorithms. People get mad about it, and then they start arguing. But so,
Don't worship
you know, like I sometimes kind of go, oh, wouldn't it be interesting if Pierre Poilievre won the next election,
But
right?
there's
Because then all of a sudden we have a conservative government up there, and let's say Biden won down here, you got a conservative government up there, and then Tucker Carlson might be going up to Canada talking about how great we are all of a sudden, you know. It just can switch at a time, you know.
It could go
And it
back.
has before. I've had, you know, there's been
biblical references.
my lifetime. Joe Clark was the first conservative prime minister. Then there was Brian Mulroney and Stephen Harper was pretty recent. So,
Movies,
but anyways, I don't like talking politics, but I did bring something about Canada that I
almost
love. I
every
wanted
single
to
physical
It's a good thing.
was in a masculine form. With the
I
exception
try not
of
to talk politics too much because it's like
some
it's gross.
scholars.
But yeah, everybody gets so mad, you know.
But
I kind of think like,
actually,
wouldn't it be cool if the new thing became
Hollywood has found
people
sexier,
start to realize that the division is almost worse than what we're arguing about?
Well, the division is absolutely worse than what we're arguing about. Most people want good things.
Angels.
Oh, this is for you and your family, a huge, this and I brought one for us too, just to try. This is the freshest, best Canadian maple syrup made by my friends, the Convoys, Ryan and Jason. Shout out to Ryan and Jason, George and Darlene, and they make this on their property. They have thousands of maple trees tapped, and this is a family-run business. They've been doing this for hundreds of years, but that is a lot of work. Yeah, it's a whole
maple syrup, like baking. I've watched people make maple syrup on YouTube, and I think it's a lot of work.
Yeah,
It's crazy how much work is involved.
and it's really kind of incredible to go see how they do it because they built these, like, I can't describe it probably, but reverse osmosis machines where they have tubes coming, with the sap from all in the spring, the sap starts flowing, comes through these tubes from all through their woods and their property. It runs up to their barn where they have these machines that do something called reverse osmosis. I don't know what it is doing exactly, but they have to do it. And then it goes to this giant vat with fires, with burnt fires, and they boil the sap down until it becomes thicker and there's more sugar content, and then you have this delicious syrup that a couple of
The blood of trees, you can go on pancakes.
it is, and you know what?
You're gonna drink it like it's shot.
I just thought, as opposed to drinking whiskey till we're on the floor this time.
I never been to the floor, sir. I maintain.
I don't remember what happened.
Oh shit. Ability to conversate.
Oh my gosh, okay. Well,
That's diabetes in a shot.
we'll just do a shot, but I want you to see what's this real maple syrup, Canadian maple syrup. It's Convoy maple syrup. They're my friends, the best friends that you'd ever want. And it's not your manufacturer, it's your processed shit. Cheers. Just do a shot. Yeah, you can.
Garden Grove Police Sergeant
Oh my
Nick
God.
Jensen says officers immediately went to the
Yeah.
baby's home to do
It's
a
really good
welfare
though.
check on
We're on
his
some
twin.
pancakes.
This makes you think, like, how much sugar are you getting from pancakes with a pile of maple syrup? Like, it's a fuck ton of sugar.
Yeah.
How much
The baby
sugar
was first taken to
is
the
in?
hospital in early January.
What is the shot
after
glass?
a fracture in his skull. Both parents
Should
pleaded
know this
guilty
one
to
out.
child abuse
Let's just see
and
how much
sentenced to
sugar
4
is
years
in
in
1
prison. In
ounce
Garden Grove, Chris
of
Adler,
maple syrup.
KFI News.
They're sponsored by a local
Yeah.
assembly member.
God, how could you drink that?
Yeah, no, you don't really drink maple syrup, right? We're just doing it for pancakes. Or on your pancakes,
It's
or
amazing how good it tastes in your
you know,
pancakes.
this is good with coffee. Put in your coffee in one. So I keep a big jug of it.
17 grams in a shot glass.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, it will not have pancakes. I have 12 of those per chance.
Absolutely. So eventually, I'll get you more of it whenever you need some. It's the best. It's different than waffles.
With that on,
Oh yeah.
and a box of butter.
Oh yeah.
Up to 20. Okay, 20. So,
So
if I'm having pancakes, I'm having 100.
During her speech yesterday, she focused on what
Yeah,
the
I'm
Biden
for a
administration
bunch of
will
maple
achieve,
syrup on that
such
shit.
as one,
Yeah,
healthcare costs, funding
It
infrastructure
sounds
improvements,
like a
and
glass
cutting
of it.
personal freedom.
I'm getting in between the snack and pouring a little in there.
It's just a nice little boost, a little energy boost, you know.
And
For like
understand,
5 minutes.
Yeah.
in our
Go
fight,
for the rest of
as
the
we
day.
Yeah.
it
This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This month it's all about St. Patrick's Day. So, to help get into the spirit of things, I want to share a fact. Did you know that the odds of finding a lucky voice clover are 1 in 10,000? That's pretty difficult. Fortunately, if you're looking to hire, you don't need a voice clover. You don't need any luck. You just need ZipRecruiter. And you can try for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/broken. They don't need any gimmicks or leprechauns to lead you to pot gold, or in this case, top talent, because they have powerful matching technology that shows you qualified candidates as soon as you post a job. And once you review those candidates, you can find your top choices to apply, which encourages them to apply sooner. If you're curious to see how much ZipRecruiter can help you, today's your lucky day, because remember, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/broken. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter can get a quality candidate within the first day. Once again, to try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/broken. That's ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. This episode is brought to you by MeUndies, my all-time favorite underwear. I'm wearing them right now. I don't even have to check. They're all I'm wearing. They're the shit. Guys, we're pretty much stuck with what we've got when it comes to appearances. And there are things that can help you feel more confident, though, like makeup. That's what you're into. Or another thing that can help, I think everyone can get behind, is wearing the right clothes. And for the men out there, that means getting contoured pouch and ball caddy from MeUndies. What? The contoured patch and ball caddy, you say? This underwear makes you look good and feel good with a micro-modal sling that gives you the support you need down your nether regions. You never want to take them off. They're awesome. That's not the only great thing you can get from MeUndies either. They have a lot of different apparel, including loungewear. And everything comes in different prints, styles, and sizes, all made to be flattering and very comfortable. Seriously, the fabric they use, it's breathable, stretchy, and soft. But don't just take my word for it. Try them out yourself. And if you don't love your first pair of underwear from them, it is on MeUndies. How about that? How about that deal? Good things come in big packages. Get 20% off your first order plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/broken. That's MeUndies.com/broken for 20% off plus free shipping. MeUndies, comfort from the outside in. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Absolutely.
Getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code iHeart. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Southside weather from KFI. Partly cloudy early today, mostly cloudy later on. The high temps today, mid-60s to around 70 in Metro LA and OC, and in the valleys. Mid to upper 60s at the beaches and low 70s in the IE. Cloudy tonight, low clouds and fog in the morning to start, then turning sunny, but it's going to be a little bit cooler. 47 degrees now in Fullerton, 49 in Garden Grove, and 49 in Rancho Cucamonga, and 50 in Inglewood, that's Garden Grove. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Wells.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Over 2,000 years ago,
I walked this earth, teaching, healing, inspiring, and preparing to make the ultimate sacrifice. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. What if today you and I could talk, voice to voice, and you could ask me anything? You are listening to the Jesus Christ Show. It is the Jesus Christ Show. I am your holy host. Happy to be with you this Sunday, as I'm with you every single Sunday right here, answering your questions and talking about the things that truly matter in life. And of course, the afterlife. I encourage you to be bold and brave and go to that phone with your theology question or life situation question anywhere in the U.S. of A. Dial 800-520-1534. That's 800-520-1534. You can also follow us on Twitter at Jesus Show. At Jesus Show. Chip, welcome to the Jesus Christ Show.
Hello, Jesus.
Hi, brother. What's going on?
Roughly, I don't know, 10 years ago, I was heavily involved in a cell church, and things were going great, and then all of a sudden, my prayer life became, I don't know, for lack of a better description, putting my prayer in a bucket that disappeared into the black distance. And when it started to happen, I recognized it immediately because I was so used to feeling the presence of God just in, I driving to work, I'd talk to him, and, going on, I'd talk to him, and he was always there, and whatever, and then this started, so I recognized it changed immediately, and I prayed with even more vigor, and, I said, what am I doing wrong? I know it's me because it's not him. It had to be me. What have I done? What did I do? What am I doing? I asked my friends to do the same. My friends prayed with me and for me. I was, drop a bus on me, whatever it takes to open my mind or my eyes or my heart or whatever I've done. And finally, after about 5 years of doing this, I just kind of, I don't know, I'm wondering if I'm just full of baloney. I'm wondering, is this what it's, do most Christians not feel the presence of God? Was it my imagination?
Well, it depends how you're feeling, Chip. Are you saying that you felt God when it was attached to certain things that you got that you wanted?
No, just mowing the lawn. He was just there.
Yeah, and how has that changed?
I don't know. The cell church I was a part of fell apart. But we joined another one, and that didn't go real well either. But
then sometimes when I hear those things, here's the rule, Chip, straight out. If you are standing in front of a building and you see it in front of your face and it's right there, and then all of a sudden, a couple years later, you don't see that building, the likelihood of that building getting up and moving is slim.
Right.
It's you that's moved.
Exactly.
So you're the one, the pillar of God stands firm. If you're not seeing God, usually it's because you've moved away for some reason. And if you get caught up And the movement of a church, or the movement of a body, or a particular teacher, or anything, you get caught up just in that.
Yeah.
But I guess if you're out there on your farm,
and it doesn't mean
fucking throwing hay around all day, we're exhausted.
I did this summer in August. I have some fields with hay. We cut the fields, and I have some local farmers help me cut the fields, the square bales.
So you're really farming.
Yeah, farming for real. Farming hay for my animals. Yeah, I had 580 bales of hay off the property this year, and we had to lift it all, carry it all onto a hay wagon. See, because I'm going to try it a little, figure out a way to do it a little differently next year. But normally they would farmers that have done my property for years, they've been doing these big circle round bales. But I wanted to get square bales this year because it's easier to handle for the horses every day. The mules, every day. So every day I go to the barn, pick up a bale, feed about a bale and a half of hay a day. It's cool because from May, June till about the end of September, you don't even have to feed them. They're just out in the pasture eating grass. Which I have to think about, when you think about vegetarians, how do you put on, muscle, and you look at this giant animal all the time is eating grass all day, it's massive, but yeah, so that I got to figure out a better way to get it in the barn this year, because some of my friends
because people didn't want to let him go.
Grass, predators eat them, they sleep all day.
It's to spend time with his family, himself, and people are just like at his door thinking,
and have to eat all day long.
That becomes, people losing the truth of who God is, thinking that God is only seen, only felt.
Digestive tract.
So Fanny and Kia come from a pasture that had 20 other animals in it to my place where they're just there by themselves, with a whole field to themselves. So Fanny was putting on some weight last summer. I have to now kind of monitor how much she's out of pasture. I should correct myself about choice or cows.
You're not seeing him.
Cows, right? The weird stomachs and stuff. I'm not exactly sure how the stomachs work in these.
I don't know how the rules are equines, but I know that to think that you can get that jacket in the vegetables is ridiculous.
Right, that's what I was kind of thinking. Because
it's always like the big comparison. Gorillas, they eat the vegetables. They are totally different body.
They're also not humans. Yeah, they're not human.
It doesn't mean if you ate what a fucking horse eats, you look like a horsey dumbass. You're not a horse. And also, do you know how annoying that would be? You have to eat grass all day.
It doesn't sound like a blast. Not a lot of variety there. Yeah, I think about that. I have cookies for them. I have a vitamin, sort of a vitamin mix of I give them every day.
Is variation to their diet good though? But for some animals,
you got it. For instance, apples. Okay, I have apple trees on the property, and that's one of the places she loves to walk towards the apple tree. There's apples on the ground, so she always, you can feel her pulling towards the apple tree. So, but you don't want her to eat,
you have to
a bunch of apples, because that can create acid in her stomach and make it sick.
I was wondering that. What happens in the wild though? They fuck a bunch of apples.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Fucked up.
Oh, this guy.
I'm not sure if they. I don't know the answer to that. But maybe they kind of somehow self-regulate when they're left on their own. But you can feed them carrots, and one thing I haven't done this yet, but I understand that they really like. I was just told, because I'm actually thinking what kind of variety can I give the ladies. So they really like a frozen watermelon to be tossed into them. So I know the bears like that too. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I went to a grizzly bear. I guess it's just like a conservation center where they have these enormous places. It's in Montana, but they're like captive, but it's really an enormous construction thing. And the bears have like swimming pools and shit, and they would roll them out, these frozen watermelons. And watch them bite through a frozen watermelon will scare the living fuck out of you.
Right.
Because they go through it like it's nothing.
And the grizzly does that. I've seen hippopotamus do it on YouTube, but a grizzly does that too.
I think most of the time the hippos are doing it. It's not with a frozen one. But they were saying this bear's favorite treat is frozen watermelons. And Jesus, frozen watermelon, you just go through like it's great.
See, grizzlies are terrifying. Although I admit that I am also actually it's probably not really warranted or fear, but I am nervous about these black bears. You know, they do attack people occasionally.
They will attack you. And if black bears attack you, they're attacking you. It's a little bit different.
Statistically, the odds are in my favor. I think it's not as like grizzlies. They've attacked a lot of people. I think black bears maybe only attack like one person a year or something like that.
They attack you.
Yeah.
There's a guy who killed a bear over by Rutgers in New Jersey. And he killed by a black bear. There's a friend of a buddy of mine's went hunting for his very first trip. He was in his tent at night, and a 500-pound predatory black bear tried to remove him from the tent. And his friend shot the bear and accidentally shot his friend in the wrist. So he got shot in the wrist with a rifle. The bear gets shot. The bear runs off after it gets shot, and then they don't. I think they recovered it. I think it's dead. But imagine your first night ever camping in a tent and a black bear tries to pull you out and eat you.
So I think sometimes people bring food in their tent. That's one common mistake. So
your food, bitch.
Your food in a tent.
Your pigs in a blanket.
You bring in you should really. That is one thing that is why they go in the tent. So they smell something about their sandwich in the tent or whatever. But yeah, no. I mean, look, I'm right there with you. There's something about it though that.
Miss your first shot,
you
get another chance.
You know when you're out there
get a bonus bet
in nature and you kind of your sort of natural
the DraftKings Sportsbook app now.
instincts kicking. You feel it, and the fact that there is something unpredictable or that you don't understand out there is kind of exciting. Like the fact that there is. I'm not really truly expecting to get attacked by a bear, but your senses are alert. You're listening into the woods. You know they're there. You know they know you're there, and they probably left. But maybe this is the one time where they're walking along with their cub, and we get in the wrong position at the wrong time. And so often when I go for a walk, I have bear spray on me. I sometimes, have a rifle on me. I don't carry it with me every time I leave the house, but I've got a few rifles that I might. I've not really been a hunter, in my life, but I kind of, so many people around me, in the country, everybody hunts, and I think I'm going to hunt
This message was sponsored by
150 acres. So it's kind of certainly out there. There's deer, and it's quite something that I never really expected to live like that, but it's really kind of interesting. And then it backs onto lots of thousands and thousands of acres of protected wilderness. So they,
you're allowed to hunt back there.
And on my property too. So,
what is the tag allocation like? Do you get landowner tags? Do you get tags because you're a resident of the area?
You still have to get a hunting license. So in Canada, if you want to get a rifle, first of all, it's completely different than in Texas, right? You can't just go buy one. You have to go take. It's like getting your driver's license. Essentially, you have to go take. You have to write a test, and you have to pass it, and you have to do a course, a safety course, and then you have to send that into the RCMP, the Canadian, the Mounties, right? They review it, and then a couple months later, you get your non-restricted firearms license, which allows you to go buy a rifle. I've been collecting lever action rifles, so I'm just, that's cool. Relatively new to this, but when I was up the desert, I had a shotgun with me. I had a hunting license when I was in New Mexico. I was trying to hunt some quail. Never saw a bird though, so I was hunting, but I never saw anything, so I didn't really do. It's hard to hunt. I'm still hunting, but I never saw anything. So, so that's why I'm trying to think of what I want to tell you here, Joe. That's why I think I'd really love you to come up to Canada sometime and visit maybe and come up and do some shows up there. People love to see you. And there's just such a huge outdoors hunting, fishing culture. That's what being Canadian is. Once you get out of the city, right, people are just people love to hunt. times. People have to fish. I go ice fishing with my friends. We go set up a.
But new restrictions on firearms up there.
They just banned handguns, absolutely, but not rifles. Yeah, which is pretty extreme from an American standpoint. Certainly, I mean, to think that.
So you know, handguns, you have to get rid of them.
No, you're not allowed to sell them to anybody, and you're stuck with them. So that's probably the biggest change that's happened. You know, there is also no automatic weapons up there, so you can't get an AR-15, for example. It's or there's that caliber or whatever. Yeah, you can't get those weapons. But you can get a rifle, a shotgun. I have a 308, I have a 243, I have a 22, I have a shotgun. You know, I'm 20 gauge, 12 gauge, all the normal hunting rifles are fine. So
what was the thought process behind banning firearms from banning pistols?
Well, I wasn't really kind of. I think it was just an attempt to curb voting. Well, they voted for the government. The government did it. So you know, obviously, some people aren't too happy about it. One thing about Canada is like the gun culture is different up there. It's more people are. I'm going to get trouble with the people that are handgun enthusiasts in Canada, but it's just not as common up there. It's more about hunting and hunting rifles. But there are probably a lot of people that are pretty upset about it for sure. You know, it's they're not actually taking away people's rifles or anything like that. So, but
one of the exemptions is individuals who train, compete, or coach in a handgun shooting discipline that is on the program of the International Olympic Committee or the International Paralympic Committee. Looks like someone's going to have to become a shooter.
I'm personally not
competing shooting. That's why I'm doing this now.
I'm not really like. I don't really. You know, I like my lever action rifle. I like my shotgun. I think I might hunt turkeys this year. I'd like to do that. There's a lot of turkeys on the property. I'm not really. I don't necessarily feel like I need a handgun. It's a different kind of.
I don't necessarily feel that anybody should tell me that I can't have a handgun.
Yeah, especially not the government.
Yeah, especially not the government that's already done some really shady shit.
Yeah,
got to do with the truck drivers.
Right. Well, I'm from Ottawa too, so the trucker rally was interesting.
They fucking took away their bank accounts. They seized people's, they closed people's and froze people's bank accounts that just don't need it.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? I was first of all, the trucker rally was interesting because I'm from Ottawa, so I grew up. You know, the Parliament Hill. I'm sure you saw in the news, like the Parliament buildings is our basically our Congress and our Senate combined, essentially, the House of Commons and Senate.
This is implying that their eyes are sick because their
downtown Ottawa is like Washington D.C. Right? That's our Washington D.C. I grew up there. I grew up skateboarding on the Parliament buildings from steps. And I did a radio show. This is something about the freedoms of Canada that I think is interesting. Okay, when I was a kid, I did a college radio show, and it was midnight till 2 a.m. And I would say during the show, okay. After the show, everybody show up on Parliament Hill, bring a soccer ball. Let's go play soccer. And then we'd show up there with pizzas and we'd play soccer on the front lawn of the Canadian government till 4 a.m. Every half hour, the bell would go bang. The RCMP cops would come and shine their lights out on the field. It was super positive, right? I love Ottawa. It's an amazing city. And I understand that everybody has the right to express their dissent, right? And I think Trudeau probably did overstep with some of his reaction to that, some things he said specifically. But there was also this element of
okay. I think it's fair, and I'll address it.
Not only was the city shut down, there's people who live downtown, so those horns were these air horns. It was really kind of babies sleeping. It's like really like a neighborhood, right? So
aspects of what's going on.
It's kind of funny in a way.
However,
the difference between Canadians and Americans sometimes. I vote for them a dual citizen. I love
That's right.
not laws.
No, I just love both countries. I've lived here for 20 years.
So it's easy to change the law than it is to change the heart of man. So a lot of times churches focus on the political and they lose. However, you mentioned some specific.
What is sort of a comparable thing, I think, was in the United States, on January 6th,
any of those things.
they did more than freeze those people's bank accounts. Right? They threw them all in jail. So
They threw a lot of them in jail.
yeah, so it's sort of like it's like a comparable thing. It's like I guess that's the thing. I just kind of that's different. Feel it's like there's sort of hold on. First of all, it's different because they entered into the Capitol. Right. You're not supposed to do that.
Political and politicizing very
A lot of people broke glass, smashed windows, and did a lot of shit. It was also, it's not comparable because it seems like they were instigated in some way, at least partially, by people in the audience that wanted them to go in there. Now, whether those people were federal agents, whether those people are Antifa, whether those people were Democratic operatives that wanted to turn this into chaos because it's a great way to attack Donald Trump. Whatever it was. It definitely was people that were instigating people to get into this video recording. There's also weird instances of cops opening gates, letting people in. In fact, it was severely underpoliced. When they had the George Floyd protest, the Black Lives Matter protest, they had way more cops there for that than they did for this crazy thing where the dude is denying the election and his rabid fans are going to show up, and you're not prepared for this. The whole thing seems like if I was going to make a playbook, if I was going to instigate a bunch of dumbasses to go do something really stupid because it'll make their leader look like a fascist and Hitler, that's how I would do it. So you have that too. It's not as simple as the Trump protest was a legitimate protest where a bunch of people were like, why are you telling me that I have to take this experimental medication or I can't work? Like, where is the fucking information? Where is it at? Over time, we've seen now that the studies that they did do, they don't have to release them for like 75 years. You know about all that? All of the paperwork involved in the vaccines? What is the exact ruling of like what information they're withholding for 75 years? Let's be real clear on that. But then it's also how many people we know that got injured by it. You're smart to be reluctant to do something that's new, given the history and track record of pharmaceutical drugs in this country. Especially when you have a novel, new thing. The idea that this is going to be the one that's absolutely innocuous.
You should have, anyone should be able to consider not doing it, talk about not doing it.
Listen, man, there's no drugs like that. There's no drugs that have a gigantic effect on anything that don't have some people that have horrible adverse reactions to them. Even normal shit. Some people die from Tylenol all the time, man. They overdose on it. People die from all kinds of medication that turns out they have an allergy to. It's like weird shit happens to people. We start people right to be reluctant. But you might be right and you might be wrong, but you're right to express that you don't think the government should be able to tell you what you can and can't do, specifically about putting something in your body where you can't work. That's crazy. So that's that protest. It's a different protest.
Yeah, for sure.
It's different.
Absolutely. It is a different subject for sure.
It's a response to tyranny. FOIA requests. The FDA had previously said that it takes approximately 8 minutes per page to process records for the FOIA request, and that it can only review and release 500 pages a month, which is 6,000 pages a year. At that rate, it would take 75 years to release all the data. That's crazy. That's so crazy.
I guess the point I'm trying to make, which is outside of the weeds of it, is when I'm hanging out in Canada, half the people I talk to are so excited for me to come down here, and they're all like, they were supporting Trump. This was not some fringe thing in Canada. Maybe the people actually got in their truck and drove there and camped out there. Maybe that was a little bit more of a dedicated
And we got some
protester than the average citizen. But there's, it's just like here, you get people
There's a new
up Joe Biden.
on the freeway in downtown.
You know what you would probably be amazed to see. I don't know. This is so common in Canada that we just don't even think to mention it.
Let's go to Malibu.
Driving around everywhere in the country, in the city, everywhere. People pick up trucks, fuck Trudeau flags. It says fuck Trudeau. Black flag, white letters, Canada flag on it. People are mad. And so it's not just like everybody in Canada is just down with it now. Enough people are down with it that he got elected, but he may not get elected next time, and that'll be, I hope he does. I just look at it, if he gets elected again, he gets what? It's gonna be the same as here. Like, get elected again, Trump is get elected. It's sort of like, I was thinking the other day, I was kind of wondering, this is obviously a stupid idea, but I'm wondering, like, maybe it would almost be better if we just got rid of the elections and just let the Conservatives run it for 4 years, and then automatically the Liberals run it 4 years. I don't know if I can fit a million holes in that would work, and just let it go back and forth, and then people can just be like, okay, let's just all get along. Let them have 4 years of running the country, do what they do, let the other side run for 4 years. It's kind of a pendulum that goes back and forth anyways, and then we can kind of get back to, just all getting along. And,
even if that did happen, the same problem would take place. It's just that the people that are embedded, that are running the government, the real people behind the curtain, they're always there. They don't get elected. They're always there. Those are the people that are actually running the government. So it would be the same horse shit that we're dealing with now. Every 4 years, some new spokesperson comes in play, and they do a bunch of shit that pisses off half the country. And they did the same thing behind the scenes. The same people are running things.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. And I got to the point where I started to
new customers can get a no sweat bet up to $1,000.
Try to disconnect from the conversation, which sounds sometimes I feel bad about it because you want to have a social contribution awareness, but then you go, I just don't feel like talking about the same thing over and over again. It's like,
what I was going to say though is that
Tanya here, and there are many
the whole
ways
system is set up so that one person can't be in control for too long. That's all I get about term limits. You got 4 years and then you get elected again, you get another 4 years and then you're fucking done. I don't, I'm just saying this is not something that I fully support, but
if you're living with HIV,
there's something to be said for someone staying in there for a long time and getting a life for that. Right?
This message was sponsored by Gilead.
If I was in any other job with backfire with power and control, the problem is we were terrified of having someone like Putin who's in control of Russia for decades, right? But if you had someone who was good at the job, you would want them to stay on the job. Like if you're the best CEO of your company, you're making record money and everything's doing great, the margins are incredible. You want to keep that guy as a CEO. He's obviously killing it. When Steve Jobs was running Apple, he's killing it. You don't want to remove him as a CEO.
Because you know how long it takes to build anything, right?
Right. And how long it takes to get into your job. Right. And to figure out who the right people, who's backstabbing, who's fucking, what are the issues? Who's trying to climb the political ladder and they're just thinking about themselves only, they're sociopaths. Figure it out. It takes a long time to fucking work your cabinet now. If you had a president that was a young president that gets in at like 38, 40 years old and done 20 years of running the country correctly, that's our most institutions have. It's horrible for people, but it's the benefit of having one guy run things. So just keep it locked up, and this is the right way to do it. We've been doing it this way forever. This is correct.
Yeah, it's interesting that, you got a couple.
The most important job ever, if a guy gets in, or a woman, whatever, but so every 4 years.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
And often trying to undo everything that was done 4 years before. Yeah, so that's what term limits brought in. But then on the flip side, we don't have term limits in Canada because either. If you're not a fan of Trudeau, I wish we had term limits, because he's been there over 8 years now, right? So,
right.
But that's because you get elected.
It seems like the Canadians are leaning
towards getting rid of them. You know, it's one of those things where it's kind of feels like it's almost like 50-50 ultimately, but who knows? I think it definitely feels like it could happen.
Doesn't want.
So they did a survey, and 1 in 3 people say they've snooped through their partner's phones, and that's just the ones who admit it. Look, it's only natural to be curious. Who hasn't snuck a little peek at their partner's phone? But that's why you have to use ExpressVPN. Sure, you can put a passcode on your phone or clear your history after all your late-night sessions, but it doesn't matter. Your browsing history is still 100% exposed. Just think about it. Who owns all the Wi-Fi networks you use daily? Your friends, your boss, your parents? Well, if you're using their Wi-Fi, they can see everything. To truly protect your privacy, you need to use ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, all I have to do is tap once and boom. Everything I do online gets sent through an encrypted server. No one has access to my browsing history but me. End of story. I've said this for years. ExpressVPN is hands down the best privacy tool on the market. It's easy. It just works. Whether I'm on my phone, tablet, laptop, literally everything. When the app turns green, I'm clean. So, use my special link to get the best possible deal on the VPN that I trust to protect my family online. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's get 3 extra months for free. It's expressvpn.com/ROGAN. expressvpn.com/Rogan.
It's just a shell. It's where those used to move you.
A lot of it's regional. I guess it's you know what, I knew we were going to talk about this. I wanted to kind of sort of make this point because I want Americans to understand what Canada is. It's exactly like here. It's the same people the same type of people that like Biden are the people that like Trudeau. Like the people in Canada that vote for Trudeau are the exact same people that they like Biden too. Right? There's nobody in Canada that likes Trudeau that also likes Trump. There's also nobody in Canada that likes Pierre Poilievre that likes Biden. It's exactly the same. It's the same division. Even on social media, it's the same. You know, on social media, you know, on TikTok, you got angry conservatives in Canada saying fuck Trudeau and we're turning into a communist country and all this stuff. Like completely the exact same thing as here. So it's just if I'm not here like to be a spokesperson for Canada or anything, but they would not want that. Well, I think that's what scares us the most about Canada is that Canada is so similar to the United States. So we're seeing your rights erode. There's also weird bills that keep getting passed. You know, the C-16 bill. Mandatory pronouns, mandatory use someone's pronouns. And then there was the fact that you guys don't really have freedom of speech, but you have hate laws. And you also have some weird shit going on with Canada trying to regulate the internet. And with the government trying to regulate podcasts and make podcasts subject to their... They didn't try. They did a little research on this. They tried, and they haven't put into effect that regulation of the internet as far as regulating disinformation. That has not been put into effect. And Trudeau actually said he would not put that into effect. It was sort of a subset, or it's sort of like you've got your extreme left wing here, and that's how political events, and they did not have that. This is still on the table. Trudeau has said that he would never put that into effect. I think he's saying that now because he knows it's fucked. And so the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, okay, that's kind of like our constitution, I guess. They say freedom of expression, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly. So we do have elements of your government trying to consider that. But it's like here, and that's the same. It's just the same. It's the same thing. Like if you don't agree with it, then it's the same thing.
replacement of the soul
very good. The same thing. Because it's interesting. Like I just really want to make Americans who is not never been to Canada. There's no like understanding the Canadian history altogether. I would consider it something. You know what I'm saying? It's like
it's understood or actualized
in Canada. You don't have to be born in Canada to run for prime minister.
in the Book of Acts.
You can run for prime minister of Canada
And there's
come
some
up and
language in
it's all this stuff. I mean, you have to live up there, but it's a nice place. You come on up to Canada, you would win too. That's the thing. It would be amazing. You would win. And you could just imagine. I was just thinking.
Do you think it's crazy Donald Trump being president of the United States? That would be the next craziest thing.
That would be the next craziest thing.
More crazy. And almost more crazy because at least he was like hinting about running for president forever.
Yeah.
But I just on a whim.
Just decided to go run for the prime minister of Canada and win because you would win. Because you have so many fans up there. You really do. And that's why I'm so scared. That is so unqualified. I mean, you've got a lot of valid concerns, and you feel strongly about things. I think you should run. I would support you. I think that would be amazing.
All things that can be understood should be understood. But how they're
See, in Canada, by the way, guns are basically legal in Canada. Weed is legal. Here's something Trudeau. Again, he didn't legalize weed. That is one thing that he did. So, congratulations.
It's just he's a weasel. That's the problem. He's what I don't like. Here's this fake bullshit fucking nonsense about gaslighting. That shit drives me nuts. It's so creepy and using all the inclusive terms to make it seem like everybody else is a piece of shit and you're an amazing human being and you're on the right side of progressive movement. It's all just a bullshit act to stay in power. And when you see politicians do it, really just fucking wet their finger trying to figure out which way the thing is blowing and say those things and then act in the interests of whatever you got into that position in the first place. Whatever machine is behind it, whatever support they get, that's all they're doing. And those types of politicians, that's not the only kind you can have.
I mean, it's kind of like you have real leaders. They do exist. It's such a huge sort of thing to wrap your head around. You know, it's capitalism, it's money, it controls everything. I mean, I kind of feel just leaving Los Angeles, leaving Hollywood, right, kind of has sort of reset a little bit. This more than anybody else, of course, but because we even talked about this, whatever it was, 20 years ago on my podcast about how we democratize
As a matter of fact, there was
all this money control a simple life. And so it's sort of micro or it's a similar thing to just politics in general. Money comes in, controls everything. It's so frustrating, especially now you can see that you don't necessarily have to play that game anymore. So, it's also the hive mind. There's a thing that happens in that town, in that area, where the people that think outside of the norm say it in like whispered, hushed tones. There's a certain ideology that's attached to that city, and it's not logical. It's a kooky, wacky, completely insulated left-wing view of the world, and they enforce it with an iron fist. If you're not on that team, you don't get booked for things, you don't get picked for things. If you're someone who has conservative leanings, talking about there's some projects you're never going to get. You're never going to be involved. People will they'll lie on you and without knowing you at all, openly prejudiced about you. And so no one does it. So everyone who goes over there who's just like desperately trying to make it, they're desperately trying to get movies, they're desperately trying to get a recording deal, whatever it is they're desperately trying to do. The last thing they want to do is do something and talk about something that's going to politically get them at odds with the people who run the studios. So no one does. Everybody just follows the same sort of wacky ideology these people
take from the universities. They go straight into working as a PA and straight into working for executives and producers, and all of those people are indoctrinated. They're all in this wild ass cult of weirdness. And then you have people that move there to try to make it, and these people are just always going on auditions. They're always like, please choose me, please choose me. And they're all going to choose my friends. So you're trying to be friends with people who choose people. You're trying to get them into parties, trying to introduce them, trying to be around other famous people. So that this person's been chosen. I can be around the chosen person. We go to the chosen person's party. So I get chosen. And so you get this like overwhelming anxiety that fills the fucking city. And then now you have TikTokers and influencers and all these people that are just trying to do anything to get famous. And then the reality stars and all that started all off. The fucking Real Housewives and all that wacky shit. You can't wait for that. It's like, oh, there's real people out there. There's real people. That's a storm of anxiety. Just a hurricane of confusion so loft and fucking wow. And everyone's losing their mind. Everyone's in therapy. Everyone's fucking nuts. Everyone's trans. It's out of touch. It's just a crazed cult.
Yeah, it's like you start out as a stand-up comedian and you're trying to poke holes in the absurdity of the world, and you're saying things that are not being said on stage, and as all of a sudden you get brought into that sort of thing. Every stand-up comedian, every outlier, every person is doing something different rather than in order my goofy show was so out there when I was making it. I was selling in Canada, my little public access show. It's kind of trying to rebel against what obviously seems a formulaic mainstream way of thinking to create art, right? And then you move to Los Angeles, and this showing on MTV, after moving to Los Angeles, now you're talking about myself now, all of a sudden being asked to go on, the show, sounding like you're on these shows, and, I was sort of a little bit of a naive moron, basically, like purposefully self-taught, go on these shows, trying to go nuts, right? Some crazy things, sort of almost disrupt the whole format of it, right? In those first couple of years, as a naive person who didn't understand how Hollywood worked, and I was just, I had a similar thing to our last appearance here on Jay Leno. I went on Jay Leno when I had a film coming out. I went on Jay Leno, and I was great. It's been let people over the bar, remember at the bar, J-Bar, I'll roll it out on stage during the show, and I'll do a shot of Jaeger. Jay, Jay doesn't. This is a great story. I've posted this before, but I do a shot of Jaeger with Jay, and Jay doesn't drink, so he said, okay, well, I'll throw it natural, right? So we go there, and I'm with my buddy, who's, that's a buddy who, like, pushes you further into the darkness, right? Like, you got a bad idea, and he pushes you further, and makes it even worse. So, yeah. So we're in the green room, I'm in the green room with my buddy, getting ready to go on the show, and he goes, shut down before you go on. Okay, so you shut down. Get ready to go on. They did the bits all approved, but it was a night show. I said, yeah, get on the good one. Yeah, you're right. But it wasn't planned that I would do a shot before I go. So now I walk out, I'm 3 shots in before even the show even starts. Yeah. Well, quickly. And then I got out there and I did a shot, and the audience goes crazy cheers, right? So then I do another shot, so I have to go way too many shots. Kind of ended up very similar to our last conversation here. And it was actually pretty hilarious. It was one of those things where, it did get out of control. The next day, the New York Post had my picture and said, Dan Trump. It was just like one of those things. And Jay called me at home the next day, okay, man, but then, that was sort of the beginning of me realizing, you can't just shit that Tom Reed went on, he's still liberally, And in hindsight, I go, well, that was, kind of the outrageous kind of young version of me that I was doing the show that made perfect sense to do that for a gag. But then, the naive kid in me didn't understand, a lot of people in Hollywood did not understand that. And that had in the movie studios, like the movie studios, promoting the movie, and they were going more about shows for the movie. And like, what? I said it was a joke. That was obviously a joke. And they're not interpreting it as a joke. They're interpreting it as me being kind of out of control. But yeah, exactly. But it was a manufactured out of control. It wasn't control, but it was planned. It was planned confusion, right? So, but that kind of subtlety didn't really kind of pass the smell test. So then you start to go, oh, geez, I better tone it down a little bit. I better tone it down a little bit, because you sort of end up falling into that feeling where all of a sudden you're, like you said, going to an audition or driving out to a meeting or trying to tell somebody not. Yeah, exactly.
If you're hosting a late night talk show and all of a sudden you're this sort of wearing a tie and odd buttoned down,
trying to make something that they like and fit into their mold, and try to get your own little creative shots up within that mold. But no longer are you actually being purely yourself, right? And so you end up living there for 20 years, and it becomes normal pretty quickly, right? And then you sort of slowly forget, this is just the way it works, I guess now. And then eventually, one day you go, I get down to here, and I gotta say, when you moved here, it was a bit of a light bulb, I think, for me too. It's inspiring for me, because I sort of realized over that, you always have comedy store, all the clubs, it was the scene in LA, wow, Joker was just gonna go do it on his own and just turn his back on infrastructure here. So you can't do that, you don't have to be here. And it was really inspiring, and it inspired a lot of people. And I can tell you, again, it's now living in the woods, not far from where I grew up. We had a cottage when I was a kid, pretty close to where I grew up. We've got these birds, they're called whippoorwills. They make this sound, a really unique sounding bird, right?
Answering your question.
And of course, I grew up as a kid here in nice woods. Just a dusty phone. And now, like, when I figure I feel like the sounds of my childhood, the smells of my childhood, even the things like the mosquitoes, the horseflies, the largemouth bass in the lake, the red-winged blackbirds, and all those sounds and smells and everything, and you feel like yourself again. And it's like, and there was sort of, it was for 20 years, I could be driving up Laurel Canyon, looking at palm trees, and 20 years, I could be 20 years, so in the same house. I never felt like I was actually at home, and I felt like I was off on some business trip, and I remember saying, even just, after living there for 20 years, this is crazy. This is a weird place. It's a weird place. And, you feel almost like you have to be there. Now, it's changing the internet, and COVID did that for a lot of people too, because all of a sudden everybody's locked in their house, and you're dealing with people on these Zoom calls, and the internet's changed. You don't have to be anywhere anymore. We realize we can be wherever we want.
To understand the difference between, well, there's something
took your entire organization away, and it's bigger than ever, and it's light bulbs start going off, and you're like, wow, you know what, that's really cool. I'm going to go home.
Well, when we were living in LA, you're always thinking of yourself as someone who wants to work with the system. You're always thinking that. Always. I mean, I was on television shows and all that stuff. did a couple of movies. You're always working with the system. So no matter what you do, you're working. Even when you put out specials, you're putting out specials. You're meeting with these people. You're working with the system. And you start to think that that's what you do. That's the business leader, but it's not. What you do is what you do. That's what you do. What you do is what you do. You can do what you do wherever you want to do. Especially once you get good enough out of the audience, like you're supposed to take a chance. You're not supposed to like keep living your life by these like bizarre tyrants and their rules and regulations about the way and the way they behave, the way they fucking. It's so ridiculous. It's such a bizarre place to be. And when you realize that you don't need that anymore, comedians today realize they don't need that anymore. All they need is a TikTok account or a YouTube account, an Instagram account, or a Twitter account, and some good content. And if you get on podcasts, people will check you out. They'll try you out. And there's a gigantic organic network of comedians. We're all friends with each other, and we all get on each other's podcasts, and we all trust each other. If I tell you this guy's really funny, go see him. Like, I'm telling you the truth. I'm not ever lie. And I wouldn't have them on if I didn't think they're funny. They're nice people. I'm not interested. So there's this beautiful organic thing, and that's the real network now. That's the real network. It's an organic network. There's no contracts. So every comic that I know that has contracts with other comics, they start doing things together. It always goes south. I mean, maybe it can not go south once or twice. I mean, maybe there's some great people that have figured out Tom Spurs. It seems like he's figured out how to do it with your mom's house, but that's like almost it. Everybody else that I know that gets involved, deals, and stuff, just fucking just help each other. Just help each other organically.
That was what I really loved about hanging at the mothership the last 2 nights is the energy there is different. For the comedy clubs, he felt it. You can tell that you've created an energy there that is supportive. All the comics are just hanging out in the green room, smoking cigarettes, and just talking, just super chill. And I did, sometimes find that, it wasn't always like that, in a comedy club, other comedians are sometimes feel a little more competitive with each other. There's a little bit.
So stupid. It's so stupid. Any competition that you have with other comedians is inspiration. That's all you should look at it. If someone's doing really well, and you're like, wow, I'm doing that well. Great, that's inspirational. That's inspirational. That's great. Have some life experience. I think you translate it.
Your discussion has started over.
Go work
I
hard.
heard a trial of the
It's like that was just inspired. That person's inspired. That's what we can all do. This idea that we're on a competition with each other is it's not good for anybody. I was stoked to get to see your work in progress, your new hour that you're working on. That was funny. You got such a great place to watch the show there. First of all, Fat Man, room, little Fat Man, little boy, awesome. I just love the way they set up the comics where you can go and sit on that balcony and just watch the show. I just really and I enjoyed our conversation because I've watched a lot of your
those balloons through their opponent's hole before time runs out.
here. I saw your
Is one of the 5 female students on Team Metro
there's
specific day for what?
comics
3.5 years. Instructor for the engineering design laboratory course, Michael Wallow says the students don't just build mechanical skills for the program, but also
I kind of do a mixture of things.
Core values and prepare them for time in industry.
I've always found it hard to like.
It's been months in the making
This is a
during
question
the
I
coveted
have for you
trophy, and of course,
when you go right,
I
you work it out on stage.
KFI
And
News.
The U.S. is working to get more U.S. military logistics vessels have set sail from their base in Virginia. Less than 26 hours after President Biden announced his emergency military plan to build a temporary floating pier off the coast of Gaza.
First of all, I love the way it works.
Take to the streets of Hollywood to push for a end to the fighting in Gaza. At 10:30 this morning, the protest is scheduled at the intersection of Sunset Boulevard and Highland Avenue. One of the most competitive and entertaining categories at the Academy Awards this year is going to be Best
You
Original
come back
Song.
in and you see that adrenaline rush, and it was, and then everyone's just relax. And it's just that release, right?
Yeah.
And then we were just talking about right age. He said, go home and actually.
Yeah.
I don't want people to know too far into the behind it. No, I think you're going to go home and write after I just think it's so cool. I will especially go home and actually write some stuff. That's what I do in some of my best writing. It's like a 2-hour window and a half where I'm still jazzed. Like, and you're still kind of thinking in that mindset. You gotta just kind of don't let yourself relax too much. Kind of stay in that mindset, right? And as long as I'm not up too late where I get tired and I'm forcing it, so that if I get home at a reasonable time and I've got a lot of energy, so I get my best writing. It's on my best writing. It's already keeping my comedy. Just had it. Have an exact word in your head. That's that. Like even hit the light bulb for me. It's inspiring because I often find it. You write something down. You have to go into the set. You write it down after, and you don't go into it, and you never remember what it was later. Right. Way funnier than what I'm writing right now. So that's our recording. Just to get a reference. I was talking to Lucy Kay had a conversation about this, and it's pretty interesting because I've kind of, I like to drink, but I really have cut back drinking in the last 4 years. I quit drinking like 3 days ago. No, but stand up, I wasn't doing stand up when I was doing my TV show. I stopped it and my TV show started again 13, 14 years ago. Drinking a lot, like I like to drink like everyone likes to drink. I go on the road and I started realizing, man, even if I go drinking Friday night after the show, my Saturday night shows aren't as good as they could have been because I'm kind of like carrying a little bit of this alcohol around in me from the night before my night over. I quickly realized we're going to be games and I'll have a beer on stage, right? And I go, I better not have a beer on stage. I'll wait till after the show to have a drink. So then after the show Friday night, they're like, it's fun, you're in Cleveland, let's go, let's party, we're in Cleveland. So you have a few too many drinks after the show Friday night. And of course I was, younger too, right? I was in my 30s, so you can handle it a little more too than when you're 52. So, but then every year that went by, it's like, those Saturday night shows are getting a little harder to get through, and it's just one too many Saturdays just lying in my hotel room, just waiting for the show to start going over. And dreading and being on stage. So then I decided I was going to quit drinking when I do a stand-up, so I'm not drinking this weekend, until Sunday night. Sunday night. Maybe even Saturday night. Have a little fun. But I got a solution for you. Buy me trips. Because it's game changing. So you bring it up on stage. The next day, the next day, get a high dose of vitamin IV. Well, the thing that I've been enjoying about kind of scheduling it where it's like I don't drink for a couple of days before, a weekend like this with flat shows, it's like I find, and this is what I was talking about Louis about, we're not close friends, but I had an opportunity to have a conversation with him about this once, and it was really cool because the way his mind thinks is so
miss your first shot and you get another
chance to score. That's right. Everything comedy, right? And I was yelling about it. Like, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code Ironheart. I didn't have a drink for a couple weeks. And I was doing crowd work. I was coming out with stuff that never, you get great at crowd work when you get up there. You know, your story that I told, it was clear my mind was operating in a different level than it would have been had I just had a few beers that I was already drinking. And he said something that never really encouraged me before, which is, when you work on a set, you have a system, when I work, and we were there working on a set, you don't remember the stuff that happened on stage as well either, so you know, all the unbelievable calls, that's the biggest thing that I've ever sense over and over again, I remember
days ahead.
build on it, you're retaining that information.
Sunny with high temperatures in the 60s in metro LA.
So, it's really laying off the sauce. And I was excited to hear that we were going to do this show on video. Do two shows tonight on the mothership, right? That I was kind of excited because I knew I wasn't going to bring the show. Yeah, I knew I was not going to do what I did last time. And so I kind of came out trying to encourage you.
Yeah, I am trying to encourage you that if you do wind up drinking too much and you feel hungover, you don't have to just tolerate that.
I like that too.
Yeah, get an IV drip.
IV drip.
Yeah, if you're in town.
It just seems like such an extreme. It's like, you're drinking too well. You're drinking too much when you're like, you're in the hospital bed with an IV drip.
Maybe it's smart by your partner.
Yeah. It's not a hospital. Just sitting down, he takes some. The reason I told you about the reason why I wanted to come down here sooner and just kind of come check out and hang at the club, I was super stoked that I'm actually getting to headline the club this weekend. That was even more than I was expecting. I was just wanted to come down to see you and congratulate you on the club. And the reason it's taken me so long is I had a fucked up thing that happened after I moved to the farm. Basically, immediately after I moved to the farm and everything was going great, I had a major injury that I told you about. I won't get into too much detail about it, but I had a major injury in Costa Rica. I went down there for a vacation, and there was this big bonfire on the beach, and everyone was having fun. I went to bed in the hotel. I wake up, I decide to go back to the bonfire a few hours later. It's like 2 in the morning. The fire's gotten a lot smaller. I pick up a piece of driftwood off this beach, at this remote beach, right? I go up and throw the driftwood on the fire. And the reason the fire got smaller is the people that had been at the fire put out the fire by burying it in sand. And they buried this huge bonfire that was about the size of this room in sand. And so now it's just a little fire with sand covering hot coals about 4 feet leading up to it. And I'm walking up to the thing, barefoot, like in a bathing suit and a t-shirt, with a piece of driftwood, and my foot goes into the sand, into these hot coals. Immediate realization, I fall back, so if I fall forward, my face would be burned. I immediately realized what had happened. Third-degree burns on both feet, the top and bottom of my right foot, and strangely the top of my left foot, not the bottom, thankfully. And the nerves were completely burned off my feet, so after the initial shock of it, I wasn't in pain. Which is the weirdest thing. And I looked down, and a couple people came to my sort of assistance and were putting water on it. I'm not feeling anything. Okay, graphic because it's crazy, but the skin is just falling off my feet. I get helped back to my room. I'm not wanting this to be, it was the first day I got there, this really ruined my vacation. I'm not feeling pain as it burns. The nerves are not, so I'm trying to clean it up. It was like some nail clippers, chopped the line, burn flesh off, and two photos. I do not unlike, so no, I have not. I need to say, I haven't even talked about it here online. I talked about it online. Yeah, I never knew that you were. I didn't want to talk about it. I just didn't.
There's all kinds of arguments about quality of life, and I want this point to.
I ended up spending 2 weeks in the hospital because of and there was medevac on an air ambulance with Charlie.
Because it's
with Charlie, yeah. And the nurses took Charlie no problem. So I had some friends who came down.
It's so ugly that the world has become
Charlie. They looked after Charlie.
That it's okay
for
people
2 weeks.
And that's not always true.
So I got treatment to the San Jose hospital.
And to say that
she was worried.
is to force the fact that life inherently has quality into itself. Otherwise, you couldn't say that if it was less intrinsically, the quality was changed. For instance, if something, you wouldn't say something is that is weaker by nature, has lost its quality if it's weaker because it's just weaker by nature. It's something that is not going to go and go and say, well, the quality is changed. But it doesn't have value in the so life precedes the quality of life because life is more and people they dance around and say, well,
then I come out
if
of surgery,
really sucks
and the doctor says to me,
it's of no value.
I think he was trying to
The life
make me
to
feel better, but he said,
well,
well, the good news is you'll probably be able to live a normal life.
biggest one, hey, people have to
He
see
says to me, it's the first thing he says to me,
me.
and I can't move. I had my arm in my back, couldn't feel anything below my waist, and I was paralyzed. He told me I would be
It's the same with
and then I spent 2 weeks in the hospital bed, and I was not able to get out of the hospital bed for 2 weeks.
And pace and time is necessary for growth and understanding. So
This is debatably too much information, but it's interesting. You get
well,
very constipated from all the medicine that's going into you, and you end up not being able to, go to the bathroom for about a week, but then you ultimately have to know, and you can't get out of bed because your foot has to remain elevated. Oh boy! So this is where you got to drop them up in a diaper. Oh, Jesus! Someone's got to clean your butts, and then these Costa Rican nurses come in and clean your butt, and it was just a really interesting moment of clarity for me, where you realize you're humbled as a human being. You realize, oh, this is I've lost all ability to look after myself, and you just kind of end up having to just kind of go with that. And it was, when I still think about that sometimes, it wasn't the worst thing in the whole country, but they were very nice. There's a lot of very nice and you can't put any weight on your foot because the bottom of your foot is that skin graft as well. For the next exam, it's very delicate skin graft for the first. So is the bottom skin graft as well. All around very the bottom of your foot, the sole of your foot. That's crazy. How they skin graft that. Your footprint coming back. So it's the ridges. Yeah, but it's not perfect though. It's interesting. World War II doctor invented another way of taking his graft. Actually, they did it for birth victims in the war. So micro, I believe that's it's almost like less than weight for the bears. So again, they take them off strips like this, and they staple your foot to hold it on there, and then that's left on there for about, I think it was just about 2 weeks actually, and then at the end of the 2 weeks in Costa Rica, I had to go under 3 general anesthetic surgeries in Costa Rica in the Central American Hospital by myself. My mom was up there and wanted to fly down. My dad wanted to fly down. I was like, I'm sitting here, like, it's a notion. So I spent 2 weeks in there, and they go. There's a second surgery where they go in and they check it. You have to go in and check it. And so I had to go under general just to take the bandages off because it's painful. And then the third general one was to go into the staples and then back to Toronto this summer, Bird Center, Hospital Bird Center. I spent another 10 days, and then for the next essentially 6 months, I would have to go to the doctor 3 times a week to have my bandages changed because it's like
is so destructive.
6 months. It was about 3 times a week for the first 2 months, and it was like twice a week, and then it was once a week. And they're also monitoring for infection, right? Because if you get an infection, then they have to amputate your foot. So it's basically 6 months of me just worried about losing my foot. And you said, I'm going to have like 1 testicle and 1 foot. This is what's going on. So So they didn't have to activate this, but fortunately, it was very smart shit. And anyways, and then and then it was kind of like limping for the next year. Kind of still a little wobbly, but it's pretty good. I actually found some photos of this. Yeah,
look at something and go, gosh,
that's what about this course. Now, the thing about this is, what's crazy is this is like,
because is the
this is actually Bitcoin virtual machine. This is like actually when it had healed on it. So, I mean, that's after it healed. This is months. This is maybe 2 months after I was back in Canada at this point. I was in there once. Here's
he's talking about that too. He's talking about gas, but I send everything over to each other.
This is sort of unique. I visit my mom. My mom went out to the hospital. Yeah, it's could have been worse. Yeah. You're allowed to but you get this sense of almost ridiculous you go from there's this moment where both patients traumatized by what's happening.
In the NBA, the time is now to get on the action with
and then it demonstrates to reflex. Must be some sort of human self-preservation kind of thing that's built into the way our minds work, where you're now grateful that it's not worse.
Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet.
Still have my foot. This is a learning experience. I'm not going to do that again. That's why
New customers can get a no sweat $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. The crown is yours.
We all should. It's really hard to be. You get so accustomed to the way your life is that you can't imagine it's like after I cancer, sometimes it comes to my mind like a little bit of
here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV.
slightly
But
bad
maybe the
day.
most important is just talking about it openly and honestly.
I don't know what it
There's
is.
no
It's just something
but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you get healthy with HIV and get to it and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't prevent
In the hospital right now,
living with
dealing with some crazy, existential life and death thing,
Treat HIV
So,
today.
yeah, maybe it is a
This
weird
message
thing
is
because
sponsored
of
by
what I've
Gilead
been through with that, because the same thing happened after I hurt my foot. As soon as you go from, I can't believe this has happened, I'm angry, I just ruined my vacation, I might lose my foot, this is horrible too. Okay, how are we going to get better? How are we going to make sure that I do everything to change the bandages on top of you? Your whole life changes. I'm not thinking about all the things that I'm normally stressed about, whether it's work or relationships or whatever. Things that are just normal, standard things that you're pissed off about. Now all of a sudden you're just going, oh, I'm not thinking about that anymore. I'm just thinking about making sure I don't get an infection on my foot. And you're just treating it like a military operation, trying to save your foot or trying to make sure that you make the right choices in your cancer treatment. And then when you come out of it, this is true, it's possibly a learned thing. You come out of it and you realize, oh, all that shit that I'm normally worried about doesn't matter compared to
This is a
and then you can kind of maybe learn from that. And then as time passes, you slip back in the same routine. You start about the same things again, but then every once in a while it pops in your head.
the effects of it.
Yeah,
It helps you stay ahead of your eczema. It helps block a few sources of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema.
It's also people need to experience a certain amount of discomfort in order to appreciate not having that. That's just the way we're wired for whatever reason. I choose voluntary discomfort. I do shit like cold plunges and saunas and hard workouts, and I think it's a viable strategy. I think it really works. I think if you can force yourself to do difficult things, difficult workout, difficult yoga class, cold plunges, saunas, that kind of shit, your regular life will be less stressful. You'll be able to deal with these or seemingly high stress situations. They will seem less stressful because you're doing voluntary stress all the time. And you prepare yourself for difficult things. When you don't prepare yourself for difficult things, you get caught up in like just traffic being something that blows your mind. You can't handle it anymore.
Exactly. I see you doing those cold plunges, and I haven't done that yet, but really looking at legs and stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I want to do that.
I saw it, but right by your legs.
Yeah, I want to do that. I want to do that.
It's cold as fuck in the winter.
Yeah, I was playing hockey on it a few weeks ago. Yeah, just up there shooting some pucks in that. I saw you went skating, and I did the first year I did skating.
You saw the little powered songs.
Yeah.
Firewood, detonating electricity for dipped up there. Detonate fireworks.
Okay.
You can throw some wood in there, get that bitch out of stock, get a chainsaw, cut a hole in the ice, straight on ground.
I am going to do that because it's I'm not sure how, I mean, I haven't done a cold plunge, and I can tell you that I do like the cold, like we sort of touched on that earlier, like when you just go outside into, like sometimes it's, Canadians complain about the cold in the city, but when you're in the country, it's different. Cities, winter sucks because like there's salt on the roads, you're basically running from your house to your car, but in the country, when there's hillside and nature, walking into the woods, there's no bugs, there's no mud, everything's frozen. You can go places you can't go in the summer. When people walk across lakes, you can walk like across huge lakes to islands that are warm. When you bath in Canada Goose jacket on, walking across lakes that oh man, it's sort of like I was thinking to myself, I was going to say, it's sort of like a cold plunge, except it's just you just go outside. It's a cold plunge. Sometimes, it's like you do get a dopamine rush approaching outside. So you get like. I've actually noticed that in warmer climates, sometimes I'm a bit more lethargic, but when the winter comes, it's like, okay, go outside, it's like, you feel that.
Well, literally, you always have a season to be cold.
Yeah.
Want people to be
right. Yeah. Keeps the body fresh.
There's something about walking across a lake that is just like,
Welcome to the Jesus Christ.
Oh, no, because
I know you can't. I look how I ice fishing last year.
Yeah.
I get it.
Now, people make mistakes all the time. They wait too long, it's the spring, and they drive the truck out on it, and it goes through the ice. But if you're properly advised by people that know what they're doing, like people, that. So my friends out there do a lot of ice fishing, they tell you, okay. The other thing you can do is, when I was playing hockey on the lake this year, you just stay close to the shore. So you go, okay, well, if I fall through, it's 2 feet deep or 3 feet deep here, so we won't actually be sucked away under the ice, but walking across in the middle, you're a little bit more dangerous in the middle there. But sure, you see the video of the Russian woman who jumps into the river. Oh, yeah, it's so horrible. Oh my gosh, yeah. They cut a hole in the ice, and she doesn't realize it's a raging river. She's getting sucked up. And I heard that just happened recently in the States, too. A homeless dog or something like that. Oh, God. God damn it.
Practices under the deck.
Yeah, that's fucking terrifying.
This wasn't talking about that. Then
there's another one of a guy who's trying to cut 2 holes, and they try to swim from one to the other, and the ice is clear. You see him under there. You see him get disoriented, and then you see him trying to find his way back to the other hole, and then he does eventually find his way, but there's this sort of moment of panic where his friends are up on top, they're banging on the ice, and they're trying to say, no, this way. You can see his body panicking, you can see him like sort of feeling, and when you panic, you lose oxygen in your body, your heart rate goes up. So not good. Not easy. There's a guy there, right there. I want to see this, man. Stop it, Jamie. I remember the first time I saw the concept of falling through the ice in the winter was that. Remember that movie, Never Cry Wolf? You ever seen that movie? That was a good movie. Look at this. Yeah,
Norman,
this
welcome to the Jesus Christ
this is real.
Thank you for taking my call, Jesus.
And they're trying to say this way, and then he goes back all the way back. He goes all the way back.
They're gonna put that's weird.
No, the music even makes it.
And I give him
What is he doing?
Yeah, he had a rope. He found the rope.
Is he gonna make it?
Yeah, he ends up making it. But yeah, there you go. So I think you want a cold punch in the leg closer to shore.
Bro, fuck what that is. Whatever that is, fuck what that is. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he's barefoot away from the hole. And you can tell. That's bad.
You ever see that movie Never Cry Wolf from the 80s? It's about a guy that goes up in the Arctic to study wolves, and he ends up, befriending them. Brian Dennehy's plays the evil trapper, and it was a great movie. It was based on this Canadian novel, Farley Mowat novel. Never Cry Wolf.
Yeah, did the wolves really make friends with him in real life?
So he goes up
This novel. It's a novel.
It's a true story. He goes up to a scientist who goes up to study these wolves, and it's just a man versus nature kind of story. We ended up becoming a Disney movie, but he ends up running out of food. His food gets dropped off in the wrong place or something like that. So he ends up sort of seeing the wolves eating mice. So he ends up the big scene that probably inspired some of my work later in life. He starts eating mice off crackers and stuff like that. And it was a big overdose, so he eats the mice off the crackers. But then he ends up falling through the ice at one point, walking across a lake. And there's a scene like that, and it's one of those, back in the 80s, pre-CGI movies where you're just sort of remembering that to come up with actual scenes where something relatable and shocking happens, and you can actually really grips you, And Brian Dennehy shows up, and he kills the wolves, and it's very sad. So you don't have to watch it.
Well, at one point in time, people did have to become friends with wolves because that's where dogs came from. And so when wolves came around campfires, there must have been some curious wolves, and there must have been some generous hunters who threw a bone or threw them some meat. And that's how dogs got made. The bitch ass wolves.
We'll see Norman actually pointing out.
They're cooking some nice, mammoth steaks here. I think that smells better than that. It smells incredible. Yeah. Especially old.
So we made friends with them. That's where dogs. That's where Charles comes from. Charles comes from wolf.
Yeah. If I've watched some of your episodes where you talk about wolves, I really find myself interested in it because this is. I hear them at night. Like at night, like not every night, but I hear them howling, and she goes crazy. So in the house at night, you hear them. And so she'll hear them from in the house at night. I don't hear them, but all of a sudden this happens 3 times a week. She starts running around the house, barking, and then we go on the porch and you hear them howling. And so this summer, I know it's happened to you. I had chickens. I got chickens. I got chickens as well. 6 chickens. And eggs. I'm getting eggs for my chickens. I've eaten a lot of eggs. And they free range. So I'm not fenced in, right? The woods are there's a pond, and the woods are on the other side of the pond, and there's kind of a pasture on one side. So, debatably the wolves and the coyotes don't come right up to near the barns where the chickens are. Right? So I let them free range. So in the morning I get up and I let the chickens out, and they spend the day walking around on the lawn and the grass, and then closer to the house area. And this was great all summer. It was great. I named them. Loretta, Patsy, Shania, Dolly, June, and Anne. My girls, all country singer names. Bonded with them in a way. Like they're kind of sweet. After you take it, sometimes I bring one in the house and hang out with it, play piano, and it was like, it's getting weird, but you could tell it was interested in their music. Like there's an intelligence there that's, I don't know, chickens aren't the most intelligent thing in the world, but you would see their wheels turning, listening to the music. I kind of become attached to these chickens. And then, so I get a bit more comfortable cool with having them free range. They free range all summer.
Is good for best
They're great
original
because they're eating
song.
all the
They
bugs.
will be the youngest
Getting
artist
all
ever to
the,
win 2 Oscars
insects
before the
and
age of
stuff from
30. Christopher Nolan and
house,
Emma
and,
Thomas are the
So
powerhouse
I
couple behind
drive into
Oppenheimer.
town one
If it
day.
wins Best Picture,
So I'm
they will
gone
be the
for
second married couple to
2
ever win
hours.
the award after Richard and Lily Zanuck
And I
won for
come back
Dirty
and
Daisy.
I'm coming up the driveway.
Oppenheimer could also be collected for most wins since Slumdog Millionaire in 2008. It stars Cillian Murphy and Robert Downey Jr. for Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor. It would be the first time since
Funnily enough, there was one
1959's
chicken that didn't
Ben
hang out with
Hur
other chickens.
that the film has won both Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor categories.
Somewhere else, but this spot just got got killed by the coyotes, and I saw them on my security cameras. They were coming right up to the house. And so the thing is, like,
Washington Boulevard here.
you realize, and I realized this more after talking to
It's going to be
the
about
wolf
10
expert.
minutes away there.
They were watching the house from the woods, and they saw flames, and they knew that there was nobody there, and they chose their mom and the wolves, or the coyotes that did the chickens. They like waited for me. They knew my truck. They knew there was nobody there, and they said, you know, a good thing to do if you leave, you go play talk radio, you know, maybe they'll hear that. So they were watching, and they got 5 of them all at once, and there was chickens were gone just like it almost looked like a bomb. It hit the chicken. It was like this circle of feathers, and there's 5 circles of feathers. It's where you're going. And so then I have this one chicken. This is actually kind of sad too.
Mid-60s in the Inland Empire, and up to the 50s filling out the town on Monday. It's 60
and my so I was like so upset. And then my neighbors, you know, were farmers, you know, buddies of mine, came over.
This week on How to
Chicken
Make
feathers
It
everywhere.
Try to steal your taxable refund.
That's a 2 farmers garage. Not over there doing chickens, you know. I just didn't even get out of here crying over my dead chickens. But so then I got 2 more chickens to keep Loretta company. And this is kind of breaking news as of yesterday. These 2 new chickens came and hung out with Loretta for the next since August. And then well, this is a downer, but yesterday I got a call that the 2 chickens killed Loretta, the one that was from the different flock, you know, where they pecked her to death last night or 2 nights ago. So, yeah, that's a downer. But anyway, so they're like, okay, so I got these 2. So I got these 2 fucking murderer chickens, and I'm planning to get more chickens in the spring, so I could get rid of the 2 chickens. Yeah, you got to start from scratch. I can't keep these chickens around. Fucking murderers. Yeah, that's crazy. And they're like, hi, I'm your friend. Like, no, you're not. Yeah. You kill me as a friend. And they were exactly. And they were friends for the whole they were all together for the last time you're supposed to do. I know. Yeah. Yeah. It's not like I'm going to read home. Hey, when you like these 2 murderers, don't you want to rehabilitate me? They're just like, yeah. Yeah. Sure, you're like, that's real. Yeah, I was told you hang them upside down, just hold them upside down for a while, and kind of black out. I don't want to get revenge for Loretta. It's a strange. Well, you know, here's an interesting thing about revenge. Well, I was thinking about revenge. Coyotes. Yeah. So here's the thing. That's a very sort of many things. You know.
No matter what the day brings, Kevin Joseph is for a good start. Keep the details of being 100%
I've had many moments where
only written by the fruit.
the manager and so I kind of was really mad for a minute, and I thought, well, you know, I think I like the coyotes more than the chickens, to be honest with you. So I'm just going to kind of figure out a way to kind of control the situation. But also, you know, watching your show, I forget who it was, but it was like the expert in this area, and talking to people apparently like, if you try to, again, this is all theory, but if you try to completely control the population of coyotes, that's what you use when talking about whether the coyote actually, if you have So that's also talking about earlier, where they were persecuted by the gray wolves, because gray wolves and coyotes don't mix. So when the gray wolves would kill the coyotes would expand their range, and then they would repopulate the areas where the gray wolves weren't. they spread all across?
They're in the whole country. They're in every city in the United States of America.
In the cities now.
Yeah, we're everywhere. Every single state has coyotes. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. But I love them too. I think they're awesome. I definitely wanted to kill them. I'm gonna kill my chickens.
Yeah.
But that's also, it's like, I'm not in the country, you bitch. I'm in a fucking suburb.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous. Right, yeah, you don't want little small wolves in the suburbs.
Yeah.
You know, but they're everywhere in LA. Coyotes are downtown, they're everywhere. They're all over the place in Los Angeles. They're just little wolves.
Yeah, I remember they used to come over to my place, that place in LA that was, we did the web show. Coyotes, were a lot of coyotes around. Saw a bobcat on that street once. It was cool. Yeah, I was pretty stupid actually when I was there. Because I first saw the coyotes and I had this idea, I like the coyotes, and I would, when I go to the grocery shop, I'd buy some chicken gizzards and I'd throw them on the hillside. And then they really started coming around, so I stopped doing that.
Yeah, feed coyotes. I'm sure a lot of people in Hollywood do though. I'm sure they feed deer. I'm sure they feed coyotes.
Yeah, yeah.
I know people in my neighborhood feed deer.
These dogs
Yeah,
are.
people love having deer around.
Yeah, yeah.
I know a guy's got a,
When you
not in
call
my
on the
neighborhood,
phone, it turns out
he's
these
got
dogs have
like
also
20 pieces of, 20 acres of land, and he's got at
They were
least
bringing
2
these dogs
feeders.
to work, and they became
So like every day at 5 p.m. you can look out his window and see deer.
Yeah.
They're get fed.
Yeah, yeah, it's beautiful. You been hunting lately, or?
Not lately.
Planning on going out again, or come to Canada? Come hunt in Canada.
I've been there before.
I wanted to.
I read the government like seriously worries.
Yeah, you know, come up.
It really does. Run for prime minister. Let's change it.
Come up, run for prime minister. You can do it. You can do it. It'd be amazing. It'd be amazing.
I say it's like,
Oh yeah. But no, the people would love to have you up there. Not everybody, but a lot of people would love to have you up there. You know, it's like the blue hair. Yeah, no, but I mean, I think I want you to know that you are loved by so many up there, and it's people.
They're awesome. I always said Canada has 20% less douchebags.
It's just very similar to what it's like here with the division. It's the same division,
That's
same
why
issues,
you
same
can't
bullshit.
stop it. It's not just the same divisions and the same bullshit. That's true too, but it's also a ploy that's being used to separate ourselves while they enact more control, and that's what's scary. That's what's scary. It's like the underlying mechanism. What's actually happening behind the scenes? Well, they're trying to clamp down and control the population. That's scary. They're trying to clamp down and control the information the population gets. That's fucking scary.
Yeah, their house.
Yeah,
such a
as of
That doesn't ever
horrific
happen.
odor
Yeah.
that they
Once they get that power, they don't give it back to the people.
and there's
Never happens.
cats everywhere.
They're
And what's
fighting to
such a
stop
noble
that from
thing to
happening.
taking these
You
strays
can't
and
let
put
them
them
decide what you can't do. Because they're just people.
I mean, there would be outrage in Canada if your show got banned, if got canceled, got blocked, because people, everybody watches your show. I mean, it's like here, everybody watches your show, everybody loves your show. There would be outrage, it would be political suicide.
It could happen though. It could happen, especially if there's some new COVID type thing happens. And I have contrary experts on. I have people on that are like Robert Malone, the guy that they maligned and said was a conspiracy theorist, and that he wasn't a qualified expert to talk about the subject, even though he's vaccine injured himself, even though he owns 9 patents on the creation of mRNA vaccine technology. I mean, he's a legitimate scientist that worked on that technology.
I think the Canadian public values freedom of
Scripture,
expression and speech.
Right, but the Canadian government does. That's the problem.
Again, they haven't passed that law, and
the thing is, if they try to, and there's calls to do it right now in America. There's also calls to do it from the World Health Organization to try to put a kibosh on any information that doesn't jive with what they're saying in the case of another situation, another pandemic, or another. Google released that thing where they were saying that they had some new regulations that would be put in place in cases of a special event, or anything of extreme social or political, like some thing where they're going to be able to stop air quotes misinformation. That's fucking terrifying, because oftentimes that information turns out to be correct.
I love your approach to it, your stand-up, your new stand-up. It's hilarious. I don't say it obviously, but it's just hilarious. because it's very self-reflective too, and I just thought it was just amazing because you kind of, I won't say it, I don't want to say it because obviously that should get show coming out, but I thought it was,
I do not want to hear from anybody saying that
people that may think they disagree with you on some subjects probably are going to really find it quite pointed.
There's
the way you address the issue in your stand-up set, I thought was awesome. Hilarious, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's amazing. Well, it's obviously something on everybody's mind. It's just, we're in a weird pivotal moment where technology and our awareness of corruption is all meeting in this battleground in the middle of the fucking field, like Braveheart. That's what's scary. What's scary is these two things are colliding, and I don't know which one's going to win. Because we could turn into a dictatorship. We could turn into something that's closer to a dictatorship, and then something that's closer still, and continue to go down that line. Especially if there's some need to clamp down society because something happened. Whether it's a solar flare, or whether it's a terrorist attack, or whether it's just flat-out war, that's all they need. All they need is some reason why they need to completely clamp down on your ability to express yourself, platforms' ability to distribute information that's contrary to what they're saying. Any of those things, anything that they can do to stop that, to put a clamp down on people, like disrupting the narrative that they're trying to distribute. It's wild that COVID was essentially one of the catalysts that got me to leave the city. And, it started with the van. I got the van, and I'm out in the remote desert, and I'm loving it out there. And I was my bug out van. I mean, I probably could have survived in that van with a solar power battery system and my food and freeze-dried, meals ready to eat, camping food and boiling water and water in the bag and lasagna. This was amazing. I could have probably spent months out there without even having to go anywhere, And you start to go, hey, this is kind of cool, like I'm self-sufficient out here. I'm not, 26 young kid lonely. Well, I would drive up to a cool place for 3 or 4 days, and then I'd go to another location, and then
So you go and hang with people?
No, I wasn't. I was just doing this sort of isolation. I was really actually kind of getting into
a lot of times they'll read something.
Videography again. I got some
but it's lost.
I shot this video on Sony A7S III when I started getting back at cameras.
Were you around 8 people?
Well, I
went to cool places. Did you hang around?
No, I was just alone. Yeah, and it was making these. It was just Charlie and I. We made this sort of,
exact lines.
How long did you go without being around 80 people?
Well, because then I would go.
Because when you came here last time, I had the distinct impression of a man who just got rescued from an island.
Yeah.
It was Tom Hanks with the fucking volleyball.
Yeah. It was like that. Yeah. You seemed a little mad. It was somewhat of a creative experiment as mixed with real paranoia as well. Because I do sort of. I think sometimes, like I said, I got testicular cancer. How the fuck did that happen to me? So I was like, okay, this is everything bad. If this is happening, it's going to be bad. So it's going to be bad to me. So I'm just going to. And then,
so how long did you go without being in contact with any of the people?
Well, so I still had my house in LA, so I hadn't sold my house yet. So I had this van. So I would drive up the desert for a couple of weeks and basically go on a camping trip, and then I'd go back home, and then
you were around people when you were back home.
So it was still that. People would come over, we'd hang out outside. It was that kind of whole thing for the first few weeks or whatever, months, couple of months.
Cover your mouth and really run outside.
Kind of just hang outside for a couple of months, go to the dog park and see people there and stuff like that. It was that initial stage where, because you weren't in LA then, no, so it was wild. I was in LA. Were you in LA being COVID? Oh yeah, I first saw that's right, because I came on your show in LA when I was in COVID. Yeah, that's right. And the second time I came on your show was here. Yeah, okay. Because remember, you're avoiding the question. Remember, there were military helicopters going on.
You're avoiding my question. How long did you go without being around people?
Maybe a couple months or something like that. How many months? Couples too, a few was 3 or more of them. Maybe it was 3.
You sure it was more?
Yeah. Then I started doing the van thing thing, so there was nobody where I was going anyway, so I had an excuse. I was on the campus.
Still being with no people. How long were you with no people then?
You were listening.
Yeah, I mean, it was a few months for sure. I'm not, I mean, it was
How many months do you think you spent of that year without being around people?
well, first of all, one thing that's interesting about it is I happened to be single.
And you're a lawyer? The way you're answering these questions, the lawyer's goddamn lawyer.
Well, it is a bit embarrassing, I guess, to think that I was isolated, but I also found it kind of
Weekday mornings at 6.
fun.
Right, but how long?
With all
I guess like it was about 3 or 4 months or something like that.
But then the van.
The van
Around people then too.
No, but that
That was
was
isolation too.
yeah, that was more like I was enjoying going out to nature by myself. And
But you were still by yourself with no people for how
I
long?
go for a couple weeks and I go back to LA and I'd be in LA and
And you'd be around people.
I'd recharge a bit, be around people a little bit, and then I go back out again. And then as things died down, as they did, I started being around people like everybody else.
I couldn't imagine going months without being around people.
Well, the thing that was weird about it was I'm not married, I was single, I didn't have a girlfriend at the time, so like I actually,
That responsibility to freedom.
that's what made it weird was I could imagine if I had a girlfriend at the time, we said, okay, we're going to isolate together, and now you're just with your significant other. Here I was, okay, I'm going to isolate, and I don't have a significant other at the time, so it's like actually the first time where I've ever had this sort of self-imposed, whatever, maybe it was imposed on us, or I took it as an opportunity to be by myself and go and make videos in the desert, go to these really crazy remote places, and I would seek out places where there wasn't going to be other vans and other people. But when you were out in the desert, a lot of times you'd go to somewhere and there'd be other people out in their vans, and you'd hang out, and here's some people out in the desert, and hang out, and then you go think of a more remote place. I started discovering some amazing places like that, the rabbit hole you go down when you COVID aside, isolation aside, just going out to the American Southwest in a camper van that's self-sufficient is pretty wild stuff that's out there. I mean, I think I probably talked about Chaco Canyon the last time I was here, because I think I've just gone there in New Mexico, which is a Pueblo Native American ruins of it's essentially like a stone ruins of a city that was built in the year 875, and it's like Machu Picchu level type city that they didn't even discover until the 1950s because it was buried in and it's in this beautiful, it's on the Navajo Nation Reserve, Navajo land, and you feel this sort of, I felt sort of somewhat shocked, I guess, that there's all this stuff out there that I don't really hear talked about constantly. Like I hear about Machu Picchu, somebody brings that up once a week. Nobody's ever brought it up. It's kind of fun. It's probably you. I thought you're talking pyramids. I rarely talk about pyramids. You don't have a pyramids one, right? Like Machu Picchu. We're talking about ancient cultures that have built these incredible structures, right? And right here in New Mexico, just up the road from here. 11-hour drive from here, just inside Albuquerque, Navajo Nation. There's a huge canyon, completely empty, no one there. And so it's this realization that there was a civilization there that was, and they studied this place quite extensively. Mike Judge, from Beavis and Butthead, his father, Mike Judge, grew up in New Mexico. I found this out after the fact. So I started looking up information about Chaco Canyon to try to learn a bit more about it. And his father, James Judge, is his name, was one of the predominant researchers of this particular archaeological site, right? And he wrote this book about it, and he dived, he spent his life diving into details. Yeah, fucking cool. Yeah, so I spent a day there. I was there with Charlie, and just me and Charlie, and I shot video on my YouTube channel too. I was doing all this for my YouTube channel. I was really getting into the filmmaking side of it. I had my drone, I was going out filming stuff, and all these crazy. Yeah, it's wild. And see that the bottom left? See that sort of structure there? So that was a 5-story building at one point, and you could go walking through there. and there's wood that they use as beams that's still like within the petrified wood, or whatever, it's within the stone. And it's wood from the year 875 to 1100. It went like the people left there in 1100 because of a drought. Like they were gone before Columbus, right? See the wood there? That's from between 875 and 1175. Whenever that was particularly well. So, and this area, they've done all these studies of this area, so they know, like they found macaw feathers. Speaking of my old pal Rex, they found macaw feathers there. Now, macaws are from furthest north is Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico, so they knew that people were coming from Yucatan Peninsula, Mexico, up here to trade with them, and they found, evidence of all these different things that sort of indicated that people were coming from as far north as Canada, as far south as South America, to come to this area, and that whole Chaco Canyon area, once you get in there, is like this. Not to get all voodoo about it, but when people talk about Sedona, there's the energy there. You feel this sort of, and it may be just because it's so beautiful and it's so quiet, and it's this natural kind of amphitheater where it's silent and the wind is deadened and you're just all alone and you're walking through this structure. I share the fascination that you have for the pyramids. I want to go there someday. I think it would be if I could snap my fingers right now to be somewhere that would be a pyramid, I'd like to go to the pyramids someday. Jump in there. So here's me walking through it with my camera. So you're walking through this by yourself, and you're just going like, wow, like there was all this stuff going on here. And apparently they determined this was like a meeting place for people from all over North America that would kind of come here and share information. They actually believed that there was sort of almost like a festival type atmosphere that would happen there where people would come and trade and share information and all this stuff.
Are there similar Native American construction sites like this?
Yeah, so then you go down this rabbit hole and you realize that they're all over the place. So there's many of them. There's up in there's these ones called the cliff dwellings, which are that one there is actually this one here is actually later. That's post-Columbian. This was a Spanish. Probably I think this one's built around 1500s. This was construction. Yeah, exactly. It's amazing, right? When you look at it, they were building stuff in 800 before Europeans had come here using the same kind of building techniques as that. And it's weird when you're there and you're touching it and it's like solid and you go, wow, that's actually. So they've got these cliff dwellings. There's lots of them. Where they've built into the cliffs of Colorado. Yeah, those are the dwellings. I went to one of those ones. There's one that's called the Gila. It's Gila National Forest. It's right on the it's up the border. It's up in New Mexico, I think. Yeah, and that's a wild story there because it's a national park, And so you go walk around there. That one, there are a couple people walking around. They drive down. There's people walking around.
These caves always exist.
They're natural caves that they've kind of sort of utilized as they built the walls up around the bottom of it.
They've done something too, right?
And so this place is wild. And the stories you pick up when you go to these places, because then you go down the rabbit hole, you start reading about it. You go, wow, I never knew about this. American had ever been there until the mid-1800s because it was Apache territory. And if you went there, the Apache, would kill you before whatever it was. I forget the date, but it was like the 1700s, early 1800s. At this place, I haven't been to this place yet, but I want to go here. Yeah. And I talk about like when you start thinking about UFOs and stuff, you look at some of these petroglyphs, there's a lot of petroglyphs out there too. That's kind of like a spaceship or something, But so that's honestly the real reason I was out there in the van by myself so long is because I got addicted to it. I mean, and that's actually kind of why I ended up moving. I was like, I love being out there alone by myself with my van and my camera so much. I wanted to live in the country again and have a fun spot in Canada. I got kind of lucky. I just honestly just started working on the internet, just like looking at real estate listings. I started working for a farm here in my hometown, and I just kept looking and searching every day. And I was lucky that it just kind of fell in my lap right at the right place, right time. My house sold in LA immediately, and I drove back, and that place
I want to say something.
This comes up,
I got it's interesting. I usually mention this, and I didn't mention this one time.
And how long have you been out there now?
I leave something up due to
coming up with 3 years in July.
Right. So
well, listen, you're having fun.
and we get this a lot
Videos of you online are very interesting.
you sit there with their pad
I'm enjoying that.
I live in the woods by himself.
the show.
It's like there's a lot to do that is
garbage that still is out there.
stuff
like
that
people saying,
falls outside of
the Red Sea
anything that would
was translated. It
fall
wasn't,
under
it wasn't the Red Sea. It was the
category
Red
of
Sea.
what I
It
would
was
consider
only 6
to be
inches deep.
work. Right, but
So
it is
the Red
work,
Sea
but
didn't
it's
part.
different
It was the
work.
Red
It's
Sea
like
that parted, and
I gotta,
therefore
feed the chickens, or we built a fence this year for the mule and the donkey. So it's this packed rail fence, that is made out of cedar. That is literally these 100-year-old cedar rail fences that are on property that have fallen down in the woods and have gone by not used anymore. And we went back with a fence builder, and everybody out there is
when I was talking about the
in the country, his guy's family is traditional fence builders whose grandfather built these fences. We went and salvaged all this wood and then built new fences out of them. Oh, that's cool. And so you're kind of, it's nice to find something to do that is you're outside, you're getting exercise, and
you feel like you're actually doing something.
You feel like you're doing something, and it's the first time I said this earlier. I'm never gonna leave this place. Like it's the first time I've ever lived somewhere where I know I'm never gonna sell it and leave. So every step of my life, it's like everyone, as you're growing up, you get your first apartment. How long am I gonna be here? How long am I gonna be here? So now I'm just kind of like. Now I just in my head I have like, I'd like to maybe build a log cabin someday in the backwoods, So that's sort of one thing I'm kind of thinking of how I want to build a log cabin, like the way that
is the belief
the house itself that I'm in was built in 1857, and it's a log house, so you can see that. Do you have photos of the house? There's on my YouTube channel. There's a tour of the house. I haven't really. There's not a full tour, but I think if you can see some of the logs on the YouTube channel, I did a couple little sort of sample podcasts where you can see the wood in the background. It's like ghetto. This was last week in a log house from the 1800s with a wood burning stove behind it. That's amazing. Yeah, and so it's like, and it's interesting. So you start to realize, I'm doomsday prepping in the van. I can be self-sufficient in this van. Well, I also, and again, it's fun, but it's also kind of very functional. Like I have unlimited fuel, okay, because there's wood falling in the forest forever, and every summer you can go out and got a wood splitter, it's a gas-powered wood splitter, and you chainsaw up the logs, you drop them in, the wood splitter splits them, and it's an efficient way of getting firewood, basically. So it'll never run out of wood out there. The house has actually got propane sort of a furnace as well, so it runs on propane, and the propane truck comes every, there's no natural gas or anything running into the house to heat it, so the propane truck comes every couple of months and fills up this propane tank in the winter, but shit hits the fan and the propane truck doesn't show up. I can still heat the house only with wood. There's 2 wood stoves. Do you have solar? I have solar. There's a solar system that was there actually, but it doesn't actually connect to the house, but it's connected to the grid, and it's actually selling energy back to the power company. Not to you, not to me. It's a kind of scams that. Well, it's pays me. I get paid to not be self-sufficient, to not be connected. Well, when shit hits the fan, I can unhook it, plug it into the lights. Yeah. And actually, I have lots of solar though outside of that system. I have the van has solar panels on the roof. And there's that's for electronics. And it's for electronics, yeah. And you can't really use solar for. I've learned all this from the van. So I worked with these guys. They're really cool battle-born batteries. They're called, and they are make these batteries, lithium batteries. Right? They make them for boats. They make them for now office houses, and so I have like a couple of bunkies. One I built and one that kind of set up. Like a prefab building that we put back in the woods.
Mayor Karen Bass and a delegation of city officials preparing to get back to LA after spending 5 days in
trailer
Paris.
that I have solar panels on.
Officials observed their
Take
work
anywhere on the property. We have
prepared to host the
about
next
more batteries in it.
Summer
Constantly charging. So
And
I do have some solar and the barn as well. So the barn
to collaborate
I
on
have,
issues, she toured
and
Paris
these guys help me set
2024
this up.
Village
It's real
with the
cool.
mayor of
It's,
Saint Denis and the rest of the delegation.
I jokingly say the podcast that I do with the barn is going to be, I'm sure it is, in fact, saying it's the first solar powered barncast. Okay. Maybe. I don't know if there's, but it's like, the barn has no power, right? But it's operated. But we have,
Folks will be watching the
200 yards
takes
from the
home the
house.
big prize of Best
But
Picture.
we've, up in
Nominees
the loft,
include
got
major
this
studio films like Oppenheimer,
battery,
with
lithium
15
battery array,
nominations, and
solar
Killers of the
panels
Flower Moon with
that
10,
charge the batteries,
and
and up in there I could
The night's
run
biggest
all the
drama
cameras,
is in the
lights,
Best Actress category.
everything.
Emma
And
Stone and Lily Gladstone
don't the
are
batteries
nearly
degrade
even
on those
odds to
things?
win.
Like solar panels, so lithium batteries have a really good life to them.
Billie
Or,
Eilish, or
I
What
would
Was
say
It Made
eventually
For?
degrade
And
that, maybe 10
Ryan Gosling
years or something
singing
like that,
I'm
I'm not
Just
sure.
Ken.
But it's
Jimmy
the,
Kimmel is back for
that's
a
the
fourth time as
lithium
host
batteries is
on
kind of
Cover
newer tech.
Charts
Like
at
it's
4
like,
o'clock
it's,
on ABC. Heather
that
Walker
was the thing
can't
that
find
kind
you.
of,
And be sure to join us for a review of the winners and the highlights of the
You know,
accounting awards
when I-
for Camp Live Live with Chris
when
Merritt.
COVID happened, I went
Got
to the van, go to
a major
desert, so
freeway
I
closure in South Orange County continuing today.
Northbound I-5 connecting to the 405. No,
And,
affectionately or not. As the El Toro
I found out about the battery
closed
systems.
all weekend for Caltrans.
Oh, like
It
you
reopens
just have a regular,
tomorrow morning
you know,
at
plug
5
in
a.m.
the van,
And
you
unless
plug
you're
in your
either
camera, charge
nominated
your
or
camera batteries.
presenting, you
Run
might
your
want to
laptop,
skip
you plug
driving
you
anywhere
plug charge your phone
today. It's the
indefinitely.
Oscars at the Dolby
And,
Theater.
you know,
Hollywood
spending,
Boulevard is closed.
You know, so many years of my life running around and making
on
goofy
highway.
videos, you know,
Sunset,
you
all the little streets.
talk radio stuff, you know, you go on
With
the
your
road
weekend
and you have to go back to the hotel at night to charge your camera batteries, right? The idea that you go into the middle of the desert and just film a deck on these to charge your camera batteries because the sun is recharging these batteries constantly. Still, over recording studio in the van, making, you know, music, beats back up there, just kind of getting into it. But so it's, how long did it take before you felt comfortable around
Through Alhambra.
I was ready to get around
And you
people
got some
again.
delays as you're through downtown,
Pretty
just
much,
like grass fire on the 10 East at the
I
110.
mean,
KF5
it's, you know, it's funny.
there faster. I'm Mark.
After I came on the show last time, and we talked about this,
into charitable donations.
On March 27th is Jersey Mike's annual
there's
day
a
of
general perception in the world and all of a sudden that I was living in my van.
for the community.
Okay, which I wasn't actually living. I might have been responsible for it. No, it's hilarious. Like, I'd be like, oh, I heard you're living in a van now. People would say, man, I'm not living in a van. I'm going camping, making videos. And that's how you were living in a van. Yeah, I was.
You just had the ability to live in a very nice house.
Exactly. It was actually. No, it was funny though. But it was. I mean, sometimes you think you are and you're going around. But like people would sort of say it to me, like they're sad. Oh, I heard you living in a van now. Like most people don't live in a van on purpose. Yeah, exactly. So it was kind of like the Chris Farley sketch. You know, like living in the van down by the river, and it was funny how. I mean, again, the power of social media and the size of your audience, you know, it permeated out there pretty big. That like pretty much everybody I meet thinks I'm living in a van down by the river now. So
that's like how we describe Onsky. Onsky is in the van. He climbed like living now. Yeah, well, the one goes from Tom Green living in the van. Us, and it's the hard dogs and you did on purpose.
And it was really driven by the fact that
It's 47 now.
this power system allows me to film videos in weird places and stay there. You know, like these places, Chaco Canyon, it's not easy to get there. I mean, it's easy enough. I mean, 2.5 hours out of, maybe more than that out of Albuquerque. I forget the distance, but it's quite the drive that you're driving through. It's not on a direct route to anything. And then once you get to the perimeter of it, really bad dirt road that you got to go down that's not maintained properly. So I suspect that in some ways it almost feels suspicious that like do they want to keep people out of here for some reason? Why they're not talking about more? I mean, I could sort of discuss this a little bit on that video. It seems strange that it's not more celebrated by our society. That there's stuff out there like that. It's incredible, amazing, beautiful.
It doesn't have a good publicist. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Because there's certain things that have like Machu Picchu. It's got a great publicist.
Yeah, I think it forces people to confront the idea that, what happened to the Native Americans in this country too, and North America, Canada, well, not that nice to them, were we? So it makes us have to think about what happened.
Well, you were just saying that place was abandoned.
Yeah, exactly. That has nothing to do with the church, but just in general, just talking about pre-European, not now, right? But, I think there was probably a period of time when, they were settling Europeans, not just America, Canada too, right? Settling North America, where they didn't really want to acknowledge that there was civilization here before.
Whether you're listening to a local broadcast right here in Southern California or streaming us live from anywhere,
they're trying to claim it. Yeah, for sure. I think there's definitely that. There's a guilt attached to the way people feel about Native Americans, and also the understanding of what a reservation is.
Every time I get
pushed into this area that sucks, and forced them to live there, and all of their traditional land is gone, and it's all been absorbed by these people that just got here a couple hundred years ago. Just nuts. It's so hard to imagine how different this place we're sitting in right now was just 200 years ago. I mean, they find these all over the place.
Yesterday.
Oh man. Oh wow.
That's a real connection. That's a vibe too. That's probably some priest to shoot all our travel with.
So
wow, that's
glad to see our live studio audiences.
They had elk out here. They used to have elk in like most states. They have always a lot of deer out here. A lot of different animals. But that's a big ass arrow.
Yeah. See, and it's like
there's some small ones too. They have some real tiny ones. Like small
okay, there you go.
Birds, things like that.
That's where our live studio audience lives.
Yeah, I personally, the second I touched this, I felt sort of a sense of kind of shivers. Wild, right? Yeah, I feel like, and maybe it's my mind just thinking about the history of it, but there's people talk about energy, and when you see people say when they go to Sedona, the energy there's amazing. I'm like, what are you talking about, the energy, right? But then when you go to these places, is it because you're just alone and you're relaxed and you're thinking about it so much, but it's like you touch this and go, I think somebody actually carved this, made this, survived with this, however many thousand years ago or whatever. Well, that's incredible, yeah. That thing, they did sharp, they did all these crazy techniques where how to make these fucking things, and then they hunted with it. And these people lived here forever. Until these Europeans came in like a wave of locusts.
So I get to the bottom of the news. And also, my newscast will not tilt to that little left or
the
right.
battery system allows you, the van and the self-sufficiency of it. Because normally if you drove there, let's say you drive 6 hours to get somewhere, right? And then the sun's going down, and there's no hotels nearby, and there's no, so you're gonna camp in a tent or something, so then it's like not comfortable, and you don't have yeah. So now you can drive there and stay for a while. And then it's like, you have to make sure you get out of the water. Yeah, it's a different experience because now you're waking up with a sunrise over that and making coffee by yourself.
I have. That's ridiculous. By the way,
I had a few moments of wacky people. I had a few moments of, I don't know if they were wacky people, but your mind starts telling you that you gotta be careful. There was a moment. There was a moment out in the desert where I, was all alone out there in a truck. It was on the Mexican border, actually. And the truck's coming from Mexico towards me. And there's signs out in the desert when you get to this. This was actually on the Arizona-Mexico border. This place called the Camisa Prieto Wilderness Area, which is a decommissioned section of the former very Cold-Water Air Force Base test range where they would test bombs in World War II. And it's like really beautiful. Like
it's funny because most people say, don't forget to set your clocks forward.
Most people don't have to.
Yeah, I bet you that's a good one too. Like a Smoking Foundation Winter Sweets or something like that. It's not a Century Sam or Philly's Blunt.
It's a company called Foundation Cigars. They actually farmers their own.
You just got to remember something.
Nice, they're really good though.
Yeah, but
I was skeptical. I was like, this
by the way, it's our
it's actually
CRV, our 2011 Honda. Pat's got it.
those cigars.
Stitches. She's not hooked up to
The whole deal
the
goes down to
airwaves. She isn't
later
connected.
as well.
Or that.
Works pushed down.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah, there you go.
But the point is that last night, it's strangely enough, with all this digital tech around this, when Tina and
So
I
what
are
was
in
the
the
most
living room,
sketchy of encounters while you're out there doing that van life?
Netflix last night, before we hit the hay, we just we actually referenced the grandfather clock, Tina's grandparents' grandfather clock that sits in our living room.
There was never anything where I actually thought was in danger, but there was the feeling of being in danger. So, well, actually, you might have been in danger. It was definitely a feeling of being in danger.
Take the back over to get it.
You know,
So the van's coming out too.
yeah, it was like a truck. Yeah, and there was like, you know, I could write it off in my head as I'm trying to be, you know,
just by
positive. They were hunters, but they, you know, they didn't necessarily look like hunters to me. They were not hunting deer, but they all had guns. But they were rifles. They weren't like, you know,
Footloose,
assault rifles. They were hunting
If I
rifles,
was
so
young,
they could have been
but
hunting.
footloose and
There's
fancy
four
free, I
guys.
would not use the term footloose and fancy
Openly
free.
brandishing their rifles.
No, they were sitting. All
That
four
sounds
of
like
them.
a grandpa.
This is what was weird. Four of them.
Anyway,
Probably hunters. Probably
let's
hunting
get on
back
to
then. But they were sitting like this. They were sitting like this, and their rifles were standing.
It's a continuation
They were
of
holding rifles like
yesterday.
that.
This weekend, we are.
So I kind of assumed that they were going around looking for deer or something like that. But it was,
all the way
you know, when you're all alone out there,
this weekend, which is the end
and you
of
see a
the
truck coming towards you, there's no one around. No one's going to hear anything. You know, you get nervous. So I didn't get in the van. And I locked the door. I get in the van. I'm looking out.
You don't have to do that.
They pulled up my van. And they're looking
Whether
at
you're
me.
just
And I
redoing
see
a room,
guns in the
building
van.
a
And I'm
brand
like,
new
okay,
house
let's
from the
speak in
ground up,
Spanish.
anything in
Well, they were,
between. You don't have to become
whatever, 50 feet,
a
100 feet away.
designer. You don't put that
Any
pressure
words at
on
all.
yourself, right?
No, I was sluggish a man, you know. I was hiding in the van. Just turned 50 years old.
So they never got close to you.
No, then they drove away. But there's this sort of, you know, 5 minutes of watching the truck get closer. And so you go to the Cavite and Prieto wilderness area. It's along the Arizona-Mexico border. And, you know, what the border's like. So you know, there's a lot of human trafficking and drug smuggling going on there. And as well as immigration going on there. And people coming across the border illegally and all this stuff. And so there's actually a sign when you drive in there that says danger, human smuggling, drug smuggling, do not travel alone. Okay, so I still go because I'm Charlie Red, so I'm cool. But so I you know, the sign, the sign is kind of interesting, but it's also that's
an oft neglected aspect and
probably is, yeah, for sure it is. Yeah, if you scroll back to whatever that was 3 years ago. Yeah,
laugh when I say that.
Yeah.
And
so
and there are reasons
yeah,
to do
danger,
it.
human smuggling, drug smuggling. Do not travel alone. Right? Well, I of course stupidly go out there and camping out there for weeks. But then you haven't seen anybody for 5 days. You know, you're out there making videos, making, you know, ambient music. You know, drinking beer, having a fridge in there, a nice fridge in that van too. So I got beer, I got some whiskey, just having a good time out there, you know, making music by myself and streaming on like some, not always, but sometimes you have like internet, you know, so you stream, you know, that was sort of a connection with the world. It was streaming live from the middle of fucking nowhere. The world's so crazy. And making beats. But yeah, so that was you know, this moment where you're going like, shouldn't be here by myself. And that was actually when that moment was actually when
Disneyland expansion
kind of
in Anaheim. Vice President Harris is on the
I can tell the story when I do stand up, so I'm trying
win
not to make it
support
a bit here.
from
Sometimes
Latino voters.
I don't watch my bit, but like
Coming up right after this.
I do kind of incorporate it into my stand up sometimes because I tell stories about this stuff.
Golden Fox
But I
is
ended up, it was what
introducing
sort of
Ricola Max
spawned.
Care, Ricola's most
I went back
powerful
to LA and I bought a gun the next day. I didn't have a gun since I was 21 years old. And at 22, when I was like 24 years old, at 22, had no gun the whole time I was in LA.
For maximum relief.
I was going out in
Try
the desert by
Ricola Max
myself.
now,
feeling vulnerable by myself out there. So I went back to LA. I went to and so I went back there to Josh and drugs and activities are common within the refuge. Be aware of your surroundings, not travel alone or approach suspicious people or activities. Holy shit. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This is probably the Department of the Interior. It's probably Bureau of Land Management. Land is a lot of the land out there too. That's scary. And you realize how big it is. Like, it's one thing, you hear about, in this close to the cities where this happens. But when you go to these remote areas, right, and you're just, that's it. That was the week I was there. That was right when that happened. So I went back to Burbank, went down to Guns Plus, picked up a 357 Magnum and an LE Montes Ultra silver shotgun, and got my hunting license and went oil hunting.
Why would you get a 357?
I 6 shots. I got 7 shots. So I thought that would be better to have more. No, honestly, I honestly didn't really actually think about it. No, I did think about it. I didn't honestly think that would ever happen. I just like that gun. It's beautiful.
Well, better to have that gun than no gun.
And I also thought, honestly, though, because I was going to Las Vegas with bears. And so I figured it would be good protection for bears, too. Because I was going up into, like, the places in New Mexico where there's bears. And I'm real hiking by myself. And, I want to load a shotgun around with me all the time. So I
expire 168 hours
in Arizona, so that's smart. But also, I mean, it's honestly just kind of
gambling problem. Call 1-800-9
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are
classic.
disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that they can ask for.
And there was sort of a sense of being out there
stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is
I like classic looking guns. Like now I have a Beaver collecting Henry rifle. I have a new Henry 22. I've got a couple vintage. I picked up. I like getting sort of vintage. Just 5 or 6 rifles. I just sort of found myself really interested in it. Like the Savage 99, 1970s 308. It's like wood. The whole wood on it. It feels like all the newer stuff is more plastic and stuff, like carbon fiber. Yeah. So I like it when it's wood. Yeah, hunting up there. I would love to go. Food. I would love to go at some point with somebody that knows what they're doing. I have some friends that want to take me out next year, so I'll go with them. Yeah, local guys. Local guys, They go shit talk here. There's a lot of deer on my place. Yeah, you can see them on my trail cam video with the she will one deer and eat it for 3 months. Yeah. For a reason. Yeah, so we have 1 deer. 3 different months. Shoot elk. I see your elk on Instagram. I go, that's good. So much good. So good too. So good for you. Give away the long prize. Such a good thing to have. There's not a lot of elk near me. There are elk, but like they're rare. Like you don't see them in Ontario that much. Moose. Yeah. I've seen a moose once near my place, but deer all the time. They're rare.
Listen, Tom Green, I'm super excited that you're at the Comedy Club, the Comedy Motion this weekend. Honestly, it's always good to hang out with you and talk to you, and I can't thank you enough. Being on your show in 2007 really was a big part of the inspiration to do this. I would say you were a pioneer, man. You were out, you figured it out before anybody. You had a full internet talk show running from your house. And when you had me as a guest on, it changed the course of my life. It really did, because it really was like, I remember like one bolt just going off my head around it. But I didn't have the money to do this. So that it was like, it's like the idea came out of it. I just think it was the coolest thing that showed that out. And say that to me, because I appreciate it, because it's like, it was, when you came to do the show, I was stoked that you were coming to do the show. That was doing a little web show, and you came up to the show. We had done a couple things already, right? Like when we did that celebrity pool show. Remember that? Yeah.
That was kind of one of those. That was fun. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah. And there it is. Yeah, bro. It was like 2007.
drinking beer. I was like, this guy got it nailed. We're on the internet. This is incredible. I was so happy. I was like, this is how to do it. Look how bad the video was back then. The kid was drinking with us online.
You know what's fun about that? It's like, so that's Skype. We're taking calls on Skype. And so we kind of, I had some real good guys work together.
And then
I had my Jamie there, who was like really.
You never had Jamie, bitch.
Yeah, yeah. It was sort of we were trying to build stuff, So you
guys had a whole server room. I remember walking in your server room. Going, this is crazy. I feel like I'm at like some big corporation where all these lights are going off, and I'm like, Tom, this is wild.
So there's a microwave antenna on the roof of the house. So that was the way we were able to stream, because back then you had to get like bonded T1 lines or something like that, which were expensive, right? I had a little bit of monetization, not much, but a
you
little.
were working with a company out of Denver.
Yeah. They were kind of the first people that I saw streaming. So I was like, how's that work? So I helped them, and then we had a little, like a very small budget, but enough to get around with those guys. They just kind of, I'm not sure actually. I don't know. I'm not sure, but they were interesting guys, and so I basically started with them, and then I went off on my own.
Well, listen, I'm glad you're going to do another one, because you're a very compelling and interesting person.
Again,
you always
to
have a really good
remind
perspective.
you,
It's
because
not
everybody,
fucking wild ass life.
during the course of the show, somebody inevitably asked.
I appreciate you. So thanks for being here, brother. Thank you. And I think the shows are all sold out this weekend.
Yeah.
Tough shit, motherfuckers. But sometimes, even if the club does sell out, we have a sign, like a neon sign that says tickets available now. What happens is sometimes people can't make it, babysitter cancels, who knows. But every now and then, even on sold out shows, there's tickets available, so if you go to the box office, maybe get lucky. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Tom Green. You're fucking man. Instagram, what is it? Is it just Tom Green?
Yeah,
Tom Green Live?
Yeah, go check out my YouTube channel. YouTube is I put a lot of stuff up on there now, which is kind of a little. And then Tom Green on Instagram, Tom Green Live on Twitter, and or X, and that's all on TikTok. And I'm shooting a special. I'm shooting a special for Amazon Prime stand-up special. And well, I'm gonna shoot it in Ottawa, but I'm also doing a tour in April. So I'm going through. I'm gonna be Cleveland, I'm gonna be Lexington, Kentucky, Louisville, Detroit, all over Michigan. Helium and Philly and a lot of stuff, so you can go check out my tour. I'm going to film the whole tour too, and I'm going to kind of cut it together into a bunch of stand-up montage. So,
I'm excited to see this weekend. Okay.
It is my opinion that at least know fundamentals of design principles that you are looking.
This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has US-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. When you want peace of mind, I think the first thing you've got to get is a Simply Safe home security system. It's comprehensive protection for your whole home with cutting-edge technology and 24/7 professional monitoring that'll help keep you and your family safe. The installation process is real simple. You can easily do it yourself or leave it to a professional team. And the best part, in my opinion, is there's no long-term contracts ever, so you'll always get the protection that you need at half the cost of traditional home security. Experts and customers love these systems. It was even named Best Home Security System of 2024 by the U.S. News and World Report. So if you want to protect your home today, I recommend Simply Safe right now. Listeners to this podcast can get a special 20% off any new Simply Safe system when they sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Just visit simplysafe.com/Rogan. Don't wait, that's simplysafe.com/Rogan.
Stop smiling at me like that. She's like, you're talking like Nate Bargatze. Over 90%. So here's the thing. Aim small, miss small. That's what my dad used to teach me when I was learning to shoot. Aim as tight and as far as you possibly can go. Right? Are we going to fall short of 100% total sound control for your house? Yes.
Experience. Join my name, the Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Really demanding. So the first step is
Hello. Good seeing you.
It's great to see you.
the second step.
What was it like the last time you did the show?
They tried to kick it off Spotify.
Yeah, it was a very small noisy group of people, by the way. It wasn't the head people.
Right.
They tried to make it seem like there was this big movement to get kicked off Spotify. But when you examine what you were saying, and many more people are saying what you were saying. This was like, what year was this when you were on?
2020.
We just started talking about sound, which is a layer.
It sort of just started boiling.
Yeah.
And now 4 years later, there's a lot of people pushing back.
That's right. And honestly, I thought you were going to never have me on your show again. Because, it was very, they had 10 meetings with the employees demanding that it be removed. I thought, Joe's going to be so mad at me.
No, they're wrong. They're wrong. Every time someone wants to stop discussions, they're wrong. They're wrong. Especially when you want to try to stop discussions about a very serious and permanent thing that people are advocating to do to children that is also very profitable. And it's a dark, weird sort of a scenario that we're in here right now that's unprecedented, that no one's ever experienced before. And they're using terms like life-saving, gender-affirming care instead of castration, removing breasts, hormones. It's a very, very strange time. So I'm glad we have that podcast. And I would have 100 more of them. I think it's very important to talk about this. And I think there's too many people that are scared to talk about it. That's why this stuff is getting so much traction. And it's scary. It's scary. It's scary that people aren't willing to admit that children are very easily influenced.
That's right. I think that's the scariest thing of all, that people are afraid to just say the truth.
Yeah.
And that's not a good world, because we can fix most problems if we can talk about them.
Yeah, exactly. That's my position. Anyone trying to stop you from talking about things, they're wrong. It's not the way to do it.
It's definitely not the American way, and it's not the way we've ever solved problems in this country. And it's a bad thing that you can't be honest about things.
And the reason why they want to try to do it is because they know that there's so many people that agree with it, and that these people have been silenced before, so they like to bully them into silence. They like to scare them into silence. They like to get them canceled. And before Elon purchased Twitter, you used to be able to do that much more effectively.
What, the silencing?
Yeah, the silencing is so easy.
That's
said, look, Megan Murphy was kicked off of Twitter for years.
That's right.
Just for saying a man is never a woman.
That's right. And there's no question, I think, that Elon taking over Twitter broke open the monopoly on a lot of conversations. I do think that had that effect. And it's really important. Look, if their position, if the gender activist position was a good one, they wouldn't have to shut everyone up. Right? They wouldn't have to object. They took my book off Target, they threw a fit, and Target removed the book. And they did it because even though they have hundreds of trans celebratory books, hundreds of books celebrating gender transition for teenagers, even one that was critical of it, that was too much for them, because they knew it would break their monopoly on the narrative.
Well, the really scary thing is when you see these transitioners get attacked. That's terrifying. That's terrifying because that's just so. It's so cruel. The complete lack of compassion for someone that's done, as the title of your book, irreversible damage to their life forever. Their own children, they'll never oppress again.
The 8th graders were kicked out of the
The
school
fact
for
that
allegedly
this is
using
just
artificial intelligence to
a
add
part
faces
of
of
this
16 students
bizarre
to photos of
cult
new bodies
that
and spreading
a
those
giant
photos across
swath of our
campus.
population is
Secretary
consumed
David
by right
Rothschild
now.
says the California
That's right,
Education
and
Code
they
considers
didn't
this
let the
behavior
transitioners
unlawful.
be part of the story.
Yeah.
There was a growing number of these women who were regretting their transition, and they had some, and they were brave enough to speak up, and that took real courage, because they're talking about their own experience, their own damage to their own bodies. I mean, they were the most courageous of all, and they were treated horribly by the activists.
Yeah, it's so dark. You don't want to think that people can make mistakes. Even if you think that people should be allowed to transition when they're young, you don't think that some people are going to do it and regret it. That's insane. You think that everybody who goes through surgery to remove parts of their body because they feel like they're in the wrong gender, you think all those people are going to be happy? That's insanity.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a religion in the sense of a fundamentalism of belief against all evidence to the contrary. I mean, these people believe this one faith. It was a creed, and there was no disabusing them of this, even when there was growing evidence of thousands of young women regretting it.
Well, finally now the New York Times is on board, which is really interesting.
It is.
And I saw someone commenting on Twitter, and I think they're probably correct. And they said this is because the trial lawyers are involved now. And I think they're correct. I think this is why the New York Times has kind of shifted sides, because I think they realize the lawsuits are coming. And once a few of them are successful, and they will be, it's going to get crazy.
Well, I think that is a part of it, but I don't think the lawsuits are going to solve it as easily as they did, say, the repressed memory scandal of prior eras, and the multiple personality disorder, all these people who thought they had repressed memory of various kinds of harm, and were imagining, childhood molestation that didn't happen, but that
the satanic stuff.
Yeah, in the 80s, that whole satanic. I think that got reversed through lawsuits, in part because they weren't following clear clear protocols of their profession. The problem with the gender, going after the gender regime through the courts, and I'm in favor of it, don't get me wrong, but the problem is that the gender therapists, the doctors were all following protocol when they transition a kid to, cut up their bodies in various ways, incapacitated them in various ways. They were actually following affirmative care, which is the official protocol. So it's crazy. It's crazy.
It's so crazy. There's so many things that we don't allow children to do because we know that children can't really make lifelong decisions at the age of 11, 12, 13, but yet we'll let them do this things.
That's right. It can't be measured by the If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor.
Yeah,
Learn more
when I look back on it, there are a few.
This message was sponsored
There were a few sort of lessons of it, but one of the things that really stood out was that almost in every case, there were medical professionals who should have known better, and very often therapists who should have known better, encouraging a young girl who was a little anxious or had some anxiety, had some depression, encouraging her down this road as the solution.
It's also not recognizing what we know about what happens to people when they give testosterone. So testosterone alleviates anxiety, testosterone creates the feeling of euphoria. It does a lot, especially when you give it to someone in doses that their body would never normally have.
That's right. And so what the girls would go on it and they would feel great, become evangelists for testosterone. They would tell all their friends, you gotta do this. I feel great. All my anxiety is gone. Of course, now they may have a permanent 5 o'clock shadow.
Boys, when they detransition, that's correct. Yeah, it's very dark. It's very dark. I would never imagine this. I would never imagine that. Before COVID, I had a completely different opinion of the medical establishment.
My opinion of the medical establishment is that they were there to help people. That's it. I never questioned it. I questioned the motives of some of the pharmaceutical drug companies that were trying to sell drugs. AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and even listening to this podcast and all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just an ad, but yes, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop of cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now, and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. Black Rifle Coffee is the only coffee that I drink. It's the only coffee we serve in the studio. It's the only coffee I have at my house. If I have to drink other coffee, I will do it. But I drink Black Rifle Coffee. I am excited to say that Black Rifle Coffee is finally partnering with the UFC. If you haven't tried this coffee yet, you should head to the website and use the code Joe to get 30% off your purchase. I'm a huge fan of this coffee and the people behind it. Some of them are my very good friends. Evan Hager's a very good friend of mine. They're veteran founded and veteran run, and every purchase you make through Black Rifle Coffee helps in their mission to support veteran and first responder causes. I'm talking everything from getting them funding and equipment to helping veterans fight cancer. They do a lot to give back to those who serve our nation, and it's so awesome to see them partnering with the UFC in a year that's so stacked with insane fight cards. But it's not just their mission that makes them so great. Black Rifle Coffee also has some of the fucking fantastic coffee. They source exotic roasts from all over the world. Evan's a real coffee nerd. He was brewing coffee in the back of his Humvee while he was deployed. He's a real coffee nerd who's also a veteran. Wide variety of ground coffee, whole beans, even K-cups. So go check out all of the different flavors on their website, and while you're there, make sure you take a look at their gear and apparel, their top-notch mugs, graphic tees, workout gear, outdoor apparel, and more, all made with patriotic designs that you aren't going to find anywhere else. So go to blackriflecoffee.com and use the code Joe right now for 30% off your purchase. That's blackriflecoffee.com with the code Joe. Tap the banner to learn more.
This used to be specialized stuff.
But I felt like the medical establishment always figured that out eventually, and then they banned those drugs, the ones that were harmful. But that's not real. That's not really what happens. It's a money game. The whole thing's a money and influence game. It's run by very powerful people. And no one wants to think that those same factors are at play when it comes to gender transition. But, I've shown people the map of gender transition clinics in 2007 versus gender transition clinics in 2023, and it's fucking insane.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah, hundreds and hundreds of new gender clinics all across the country. The industry expanded so rapidly with very little oversight, and it was just how fast could we get these drugs to these kids. So, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. There wasn't enough oversight, but there also weren't enough people speaking up. A lot of the best doctors who are like, I didn't enter the medical profession to do this. They went silent, or they referred to others. They said, why don't you, let me refer you to a specialist. Well, actually, the gender surgeons often weren't even, adequate to the task. It's a very, very complicated surgery, involving, transferring peripheral nerves and whatnot. So it's not easy surgery, depending on which surgery you're talking about. Very often they weren't even the most qualified surgeons doing the surgery, so you had a lot of surgeries that didn't go quite right.
Well, none of them quite right. I mean, that's what's dark about it. I mean, you're creating a new thing.
whether you're creating a penis or whether you're turning a penis into a vagina, this is not like a heart surgery. This is not something that they've been doing forever, that they have this long history of doing it successfully and they know exactly how to do it correctly. The whole thing is very twisted.
Yeah, the rates of, all kinds of things going wrong. I mean, if you talk about the creation of the neophallus, the ones that take vagina to make something like a penis, the number, getting it to, urine to go in a stream as opposed to a spray, or making it so that the person can have an erection, then a strong enough erection to actually penetrate. These all require separate surgeries very often. Very often it doesn't go quite right, and there's all kinds of complications with the surgeries. I mean, I've talked to people who've been really fortunate. So,
again, what was it like for you? Did you expect, when you wrote that book, did you expect the kind of blowback that you experienced? What did you expect when you wrote the book? Right? Obviously, you felt the need to express this, and you felt the need to share this information because you recognize that there's like this contagion, this social contagion that seems to be happening. It's a big part of what's going on. And a lot of these kids are very easily influenced. A lot of them are on the spectrum, and they're being led down this road. So you write this book. What did you expect was going to be the reaction to it?
Well, most books get very little attention at all. So most books, right, I certainly didn't expect the massive reaction that I got. The public campaign to ban me from every possible outlet was so hypercharged, and to some extent it was successful. I mean, they kept the book on Amazon. It was deleted from Target. You can't find it in a public library in America, no matter how many people tried to donate it to their libraries. So to some extent it was successful, but the campaign to stifle the book. But because I made it onto places like your podcast, because I made it into Amazon, people got it, parents got it, and for the first time, I think parents had another source of information besides the activist narrative of, you're either going to have a live dog, a live son or a dead daughter, or this lie that your child's going to kill themselves if you don't do exactly what I say and let them transition now. This lie was the prevailing narrative, and I think, I was able to break through, and I think that's what made people so angry.
That's why it's also part of the scrutiny when you look at the suicide rates of people that are trans.
Right, there's actually a new study out of Finland showing that, and a really good long-term study, I think it came out maybe just this week, showing that the rates with control for other mental health issues, the rates of suicide among those with gender dysphoria, discomfort with the biological sex, the rates of suicide are no higher than for the general population.
That's crazy. What does that final layer do? Well, bad therapy. Why kids aren't growing up.
Yes.
It's that final layer, and that final layer acts like a shock absorber.
They're giving it to kids who aren't sick, who aren't actually struggling with mental illness or disorder. They're giving it to everybody. So what they're doing is they're making existing problems worse, and they're introducing new problems. Because therapy has side effects, just like any intervention that has the power to help, it also has the power to harm. Well, there's a whole body of research on some of the side effects of therapy, and they include things like alienation from spouse, alienation from parents, worsening of depression, worsening of anxiety, feeling of incapacity, feeling like you can't do things without consulting your therapist. All those are well-known iatrogenic effects. Feeling once you have a mental diagnosis, the labeling, feeling limited by that label. Oh, I have anxiety, I can't. So all those things are well known, what they call iatrogenic effects, meaning whenever a medical procedure actually introduces harm, that's an iatrogenic effect. And we know that, of course, drugs and surgeries always come with, even the life-saving ones can come with some harm. And what people might not know is that therapy comes with these risks as well.
So, is this your opinion on therapy in general? Do you think there's a place for therapy?
Absolutely. But I guess the bigger picture theme here is that therapy with kids and teens is totally different from therapy with an adult, right? An adult sits down, first of all, an adult makes the decision on their own. I really want to work on this, I'm going to go to a therapist. And you get the patient buy-in, and they're ready to do the hard work of therapy. But a child or teenager is usually strong-armed into therapy, so they don't want to be there in the first place. But more importantly, they can't say as easily to a therapist, listen, I don't really think, I think it gave you the wrong impression. I don't think I would call my mom emotionally abusive. Or it's much harder for them to say, listen, I know I was bullied in middle school, but I don't think I have PTSD. It's harder for a kid to say that because they don't have the life experience behind them to know that, and they don't know if they're getting better as easily. An adult can say, I've been seeing this therapist for 3 years, my depression's as bad as it ever was, it's just not working, and move on, maybe find a different therapist. It's much harder for a teenager to know that.
Yeah, I have never been in therapy, although a lot of people told me I should. They all are in therapy, and that's the but the people that I know that are in therapy, the ones that are in therapy regularly, are the most fucked up. And I don't see improvement. I mean, maybe it's just a biased sampling of the people that I know that are doing it, but it's the people that, it's not all of them, but the ones that I find problematic are very self-indulgent. And there's something about going to a therapist and talking about yourself constantly and your problems constantly. It sort of reinforces this self-indulgent.
And that's what can lead depression to get worse, sadness to get worse, as you sit and focus on your pain. If you're not careful, especially with teens and kids, it can make the pain, the worry, the feeling of being harmed worse. And I think that's what we're seeing.
But what about the good therapists? Aren't there good therapists that can give you tools to sort of change your patterns of thinking and behavior and move in a positive way?
So if you're struggling with a condition of some sort, a phobia, anorexia, OCD, any number of problems that you want to deal with, therapy can be great. Cognitive behavioral therapy especially can be great. But if you're a teen or kid who shows up bummed out, or just generally kind of anxious, to a therapist, you have a good shot of having that problem made worse.
Why is that? What is it about going to therapy with that problem that's going to make it worse?
Because you're going to sit and talk about your worries regularly. They're not going to say, that exercise is amazing for depression. Study after study. In fact, there have been recent studies showing it's better than antidepressants for a lot of, I mean, it's amazing, right? Like,
one and a quarter, but 1 time is better.
Right. Dancing is apparently amazing for, low. Now, I'm not talking about severe major depressive disorder, okay? When you have severe chronic depression, you may need to treat it with medication or therapy. But for, low mood, sort of mild to moderate depression, exercise turns out to be better, and it doesn't have those side effects. But let me give you an example of a teenager I talked to. So I talked to this girl, Becca, was what I call her in the book. But she was a high school senior, and she had been in therapy since age 6. Okay, when her parents divorced. She didn't have any diagnosed mental disorder of any kind, but she had regularly been in therapy because her parents divorced and they said, you gotta go to therapy. So I asked her as a high school senior, so what are you working on with your therapist now? She said to me, my therapist is getting me ready to make friends in college. She's helping me. So we're rehearsing, we're going through my past experiences, and we're talking about how to get me ready to make friends in college.
It's me anxiety, just thinking about it. Someone coaching me to go make friends. Like, what?
Right. You see, this generation feels that it can't do because they've gotten so much oversight and so much needless mental health intervention that they're questioning themselves all the time. They're in their heads all the time.
And what motivated you to write this book? Do you have personal experiences with people that are going through this?
Well, two things. Like, one is I'm raising 3 kids in this generation, so I wanted to know, why was the generation that got the most mental health intervention, the most therapy, the most psych meds, the most interventions in schools, the most therapeutic parenting, why were they in the most distress? Why were they so afraid to grow up? And we shouldn't see that. They should be the picture of wellness. Nobody worried about anybody's mental health more than we worried about their mental health. And yet they're the picture of despair. So I really wanted to know like what was going on with them. And also, of course, I'd written irreversible damage, and I knew from that, experience that very often when a young woman would tell a story about when her life went desperately off track, it was with a therapist. And here's the thing, it wasn't necessarily a gender therapist. Most often, it was just your vanilla psychodynamic therapist who was there to talk to an anxious or a little bummed out teen, mildly depressed teen about their bad feelings. And lo and behold, during the course of regular psychodynamic therapy, they would say, what are your feelings on gender?
As the #1 audio company,
and with the therapist, they would go down that route.
To all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow.
There's a lot of other factors too, right, that's contributing to kids' anxiety today, and the big one has to be social media.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Social media is a huge part of the story. There's no question. I wrote about it in the first book, and Jonathan Haidt, G. Twang, you've been talking about it for years now, and they brought up rigor and important research to show that has extracting kids from their social world and getting them, making them, getting them dopamine hit, and the anxious, worry about who's going to write me back and when, and getting the dopamine hit when they get that response, and that whole cycle. There's no question that plays on our natural sort of propensities for addiction, and makes us more anxious. But I think it is part of what we're seeing. I don't think it's the whole story. And the reason I don't think it's the whole story is a few things. First of all, childhood mental health has been, adolescent mental health has been in precipitous decline in this country since the 1950s. So how do they measure that? So from, let's say, by every measure, by the way, let's say between 1955 and 1988, the rates of adolescent suicide quadrupled. So that's just one measure, but there are many. I mean, you've seen it for non-suicidal self-harm, suicidal self-harm. All of these rates have gone up for adolescents. But they've been in decline for mental health. Teens have been in decline for years. There's also some other statistics or some other reasons I don't think phones explain the whole story. One of them is that in 2016, the CDC came out with a report, and they said that 1 in 6 kids between the ages of 2 and 8, these aren't kids with smartphones, between the ages of 2 and 8, 1 in 6 kids had a mental health or behavioral diagnosis. That's a lot of kids. That's a lot of kids with a mental health diagnosis, right?
Do you think that it factors parents with mental health issues? I think more adults are anxious, or adults are suffering from anxiety and depression, at least diagnosed anxiety and depression, now than ever before.
I think adults are absolutely passing on their anxieties to their kids, and actually we're seeing that in, Jean Twenge came out with this book, Generations, and one of the things she said in it is that boys, even though teenage girls have the worst mental health in general, boys from liberal families had worse mental health than girls from conservative families in terms of anxiety and depression. So why should that be? We know the girls are on social media more, right? Boys, that's not their thing, right? They're into video games or whatever. But I think part of the reason is what you said. There are certain families that are passing on anxiety about things like climate change. But I also think it shows that it's in the environment we're giving them. We're not giving kids a healthy life, right? We think that we can give them an unhealthy life and just pour in the mental health resources and remediate. It doesn't work like that. And then the last reason I don't think that phones totally explain everything, or social media, is because our societies where they use just as much social media, it's not great for their kids' mental health, no doubt, but they have much better rates of anxiety and depression than we do in countries like Japan and Israel, where kids have more independence, they have more freedom, they have more, they're able to take more risks on their own, and they walk home from school. They do all kinds of jobs outside of the house, like run errands for the family, and they get a feeling of, first of all, short-term joy and long-term satisfaction from being able to take risks and see what they can handle, but also a feeling of efficacy in the world.
Vice versa.
So
When it comes to
that's
windows,
interesting
no, you don't
statistic that you're saying that
windows. Triple glazed windows are really all about
conservative families have less depressed kids. Is that what you're saying?
Apparently, boys from conservative families, boys from liberal families have higher anxiety rates than girls from conservative families.
But
if you're replacing your windows,
if you just look at the norm,
only concerned is
more
sound.
girls generally have anxiety.
Right.
Sound
But
reduction
in conservative
which is
families,
technically dual glazed.
girls are less anxious than boys from liberal families.
That's right.
And the reason is that
I
outside
mean, you can speculate as to why. There are lots of proposed reasons for that. But one of the many things that we might, first of all, we know it's in the environment at that point. It's not an organic, whatever these kids are going through, it's not organic. Right? So we know it's something we're pouring into their life. And I think one of the things might be that, aside from the fact that parents in conservative families may be more comfortable asserting their authority with kids, that's an old finding. We've known for generations now that authoritative parenting, meaning not cold parenting, not cruel, not unloving, but rules. Those kids have better mental health, they're happier, and they're more successful in all kinds of ways. So it may be something to do with comfort with rules, but also they're less likely to turn their kids' lives over to a mental health expert.
So what is the speculation as to why rules alleviate anxiety? Is it because there's structure? There's more structure to the world, so things seem less open-ended and less chaotic?
That's right. I think it's something to do with that. Kids need guardrails. They know they're not ready to be in charge. Parents today are so quick to put kids in charge. What do you want? Where would you like to go to school? What would you like to eat for dinner? Putting kids in charge. But we've known since the 1960s. Diana Baumrind did this research years ago, and it's some of the sturdiest research we have because they've replicated it hundreds of times, and they've shown that loving parents who are also rule-bound, they call them authoritative, not authoritarian, which is the cold, unloving rule-bound, but the loving and rule-bound parents tend to raise the happiest kids because kids knows there are guardrails. And here's the thing, the people who are making the rules aren't some expert mom hired, they're the people who love me most. They're my parents, they're the ones in charge. I think that's really comforting to kids.
That's interesting because that's not what people think of when they think of authoritative parents.
Right.
They think of parents that are restricting their children, and their children are going to rebel.
That's right. I mean, there's a lot of really good research on this. It actually doesn't create more rebellious kids by virtually every metric. They do much better in all kinds of circumstances and all kinds of situations. And the permissive, what they used to have was permissive parents and authoritarian parents. Those are the other two extremes. Permissive parents let kids do whatever they wanted, and authoritarian parents, said obey at all costs, and they were fairly cool. And their kids didn't end up great in terms of mental health. But today we don't even have permissive parents. In my view, I think we have something even worse. We have permissive parents who are therapeutic, meaning they're always asking kids what they want, but they're never asserting their authority, but they're doing something else. They're hovering and surveilling their kids. And so it's permissive without the independence.
To the franchises, and I'm set to vote on
Yeah.
Disneyland expansion in May.
That's a
Orange
weird
County,
one around
Corbin
with the
person
snap
can't
maps
find
and
it.
stuff.
They're surveilling them. These kids have no independence. They have no space from mom. It's not, or dad, and it's not doing them any good.
Yesterday, it was visible for miles.
AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years, and if you've been listening to this podcast at all, you probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests, my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. With the free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day right. You don't have to remember 20 different pills or vitamins or supplements, just one scoop in cold water and you're good. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now, and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. The question is, time for what? Time is unlimited. How would you use it? If I had an extra hour in my day every day, I think I would practice archery, or maybe I would shoot pool, I'd write jokes, I'd do something, I'd find a way. But I'd love an extra hour. It'd be nice. Well, the best way to squeeze that special thing into your schedule is to know what's important to you so that you can make it a priority. And therapy can help you figure that out. A therapist can guide you through the process of defining your values and understanding your priorities, so you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist, and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE.
Takes place an hour earlier than usual at 4 o'clock today.
Why do you think it is that
2:15
things have moved in this general direction? Why do you think it is that more parents are seeking psychotherapy for their children, and that it's having this negative effect?
So I think, I'm at the tail end of Gen X, 1978. Here I was born, and I think with we were the high water mark of divorce. I think a lot of, teenagers might, grew up when I did, they felt like, my parents were divorced, they weren't there for me, I wish I had someone I could talk to. And so they sort of naively, they had good experiences in therapy, and they sort of naively, watched Good Will Hunting, and they thought, therapy is good for everyone. And they sort of naively turned their kids over to a mental health expert right away. At the first, I talked to moms who signed their kids up for therapy because a cat died, because their grandma died, because basically anything that would happen in their life became routine events. And look, having your grandparents die is very sad, but that's not, unexpected trauma. That's part of life, right? And signing up your kid with a therapist might help if they're having a real problem, but it will also introduce other problems. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, there's a reluctance to let children experience discomfort.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
That's really the only way you can learn. You have to we learn. Obviously bad feelings can be devastating, but bad feelings also can let you understand the landscape of the world better, and understand what to do and what not to do, and what the consequences are of certain actions. I had some friends when I was growing up that got addicted to drugs, and it sealed the deal for me. Like with cocaine, it was a big one. I've never tried cocaine, and one of the main reasons is because of my friends that I had when I was in high school. I saw that it was horrible. It was horrible experience. It's horrible as a friend to watch all that go down. But those bad feelings teach you something. They teach you something very important about what the consequences of certain behavior are.
That's exactly right. This is amazing. Long-term study on kids who lived through the Depression. And they found that the kids who ended up, and they followed these kids from they were born in 1920, 1921, and they followed them long-term. And even who did the best in the Great Depression, it wasn't the poorest kids whose parents either killed themselves or abandoned them. And it wasn't the rich kids who didn't feel the Depression at all. It was the kids of the deprived middle class. the ones who had to take in extra jobs, wear hand-me-downs, do extra work, those people ended up so scrappy and so strong. And here's the thing, they also ended up happy, really happy, because they were resilient. They had lived through something, they had learned it, and they learned this amazing gratitude when things went right.
That's the thing, that overcoming adversity and becoming resilient. There's no pill for that. You can't just talk through that. You have to actually experience it.
That's right. And we spend so much time worrying about trying to make our kids happy. We don't spend enough time trying to make them strong. And you know what? We make them neither. Because making happiness your goal is actually a recipe for being unhappy. And if you don't make your kids strong, you can't be happy. And, I think about my grandmother, and, because everybody has, if anybody thinks about their grandparents, they went through some hard stuff, right? It's story in the book. My own grandmother lived through the Depression. Her mother died in childbirth, giving birth to her. She was bounced around. She had to be taken out of her father's home. I don't know if there was abuse. It's not clear, but somebody decided she should be taken out of her father's home. And he was raising 4 kids by himself. And when her oldest sister married at 17, she went to live with her. Then she ended up at 16. She got spinal bulbar polio. She ended up in an iron lung for a year. And she went on to college. She married. She raised 3 kids. She went to night school. She became one of the first judges in Maryland, female judges in Maryland. And she was the happiest person I knew. And that's the kicker. It wasn't just that she achieved so much. She was someone who took in foster kids her whole life. She was a happy person who felt grateful all the time. And today, a school counselor would take one look at her and say, "You've been through a lot of trauma. We should talk about it."
But there's got to be some middle ground, isn't there? Is there some middle ground where children can have someone they can confide in and have conversations with and can express these things to them? That although you're going through something awful, that resilience is actually going to serve you in the long run. And even though this feels terrible now, on the other side of it, you will have new tools that will help you manage life.
If that was what school counselors said to kids, that would be amazing. But the problem is the mental health profession doesn't look at, doesn't track. There's no requirement that they track negative side effects. They're not measuring in general. Now, they have some exceptions that I mentioned in the book, but in general, they're not measuring. Is your anxiety getting better? Like cognitive behavioral therapists will often measure, and they'll often say to a parent, "I'm going to see him for this many sessions, and we're going to measure and make sure that the phobia is improving." But very often, they'll just talk about pain. And talking about the pain regularly, endlessly, is often not as good for a kid as joining a basketball team.
Big hassle.
So what you're talking about is essentially the title of the book, which is bad therapy.
Yeah.
There has to be some good therapy,
Sure.
right?
There are good therapies, therapy for a kid who needs it. Not preventive. I think so.
So, what do you think the requirements would be for someone to get good therapy? What would have to be wrong in the child's life?
I think it would be something where the parent has tried to stabilize the kid. They have a problem that's interfering with functioning, and they can't stabilize the kid. They've tried other methods, and if they still can't stabilize the kid, I think therapy would be absolutely really helpful. And I think you should then research the therapist like you would any surgeon.
So, do you think it's something like antidepressants where it's just overprescribed, where everything looks like a nail in a hammer?
It's way overprescribed. By the way, we have so many mentally unwell people in our streets who are completely underserved and undertreated. And I think the reason is treating them is really hard.
We also have a lot of mentally ill therapists. There was a crazy story about this therapist who convinced her client, her patient, to murder her ex.
When we got
she got this guy to fall in love with her, and then she got him to go and murder her ex.
I mean, I believe it. There's no question.
Therapists are humans.
Therapists are humans, and a lot of times when you talk to people who went through a PhD in psychology, they'll tell you that some of their colleagues were a little scary because they entered the profession because they had mental health struggles of their own. And it's important that a therapist not, inject their own problems into the therapy. And for that, you need a really good qualified person, and I don't think that's the majority of what kids are getting.
No,
thicker wear layers are capable of being sanded down.
So how do you know what these kids are experiencing when they're having this therapy? Like, what are we basing this on? Do we get reports from the children or what they talked about with the therapists, and you know that has had a negative effect?
Okay, so first of all, there is no oversight, which is a huge problem, right? There's no one, the profession doesn't require it, they're not measuring harms, they're not tracking harms. The medical professions, of course, do require it, right? They're federally required. If you have an adverse reaction to a drug, it gets reported. But with therapy, there is no tracking. But there's something else too. We know that as a treatment enters a population pool and it becomes more accessible and more prevalent, the rates of disease or malady or disorder should go down, right? We've seen this with breast cancer. 1989 was a high water mark of breast cancer, death from breast cancer. As screening improved, as it got more prevalent and more accessible to people, rates of death from breast cancer have plummeted. So why are the people who are getting the most treatment and the most access to mental health treatment, they're having the worst anxiety and depression? Why? It's skyrocketing. It should be going down. If the treatment were effective, it would be going down.
But there are those other factors that we talked about, like social media, living in the age of the internet. This is a bizarre time to be a child. I think the children today are experiencing unprecedented pressure in a weird way that no one knows how to navigate because no one grew up with it besides them.
Right, so if you're talking about things like social media, I do think that makes childhood worse and harder. There's no question. But there are other things that are making childhood uniquely, hard in some sense. Now, of course, we have generations that have lived through pandemics, Great Depression, economic deprivation, and all kinds of things. But two things. One, with any population, you would want to see some dent in the depression. We're not seeing that. Okay? But the other thing is, where were the mental health experts with social media? Right? They could have called for a ban. They didn't.
I don't think they knew right away, right? It never existed before.
No, but there's been really good evidence for the last 8 years. I don't think there's a parent alive who doesn't already know that social media is bad for kids, right? We've known the phones. We see what they do. We see how angry kids get when you try to take them away. We know that there's like this development and that kids act a little crazed. We can see it, and we've known that. I mean, there's been good research out for 8 years now. Why have the mental health organizations who have been in 2020 warning the Congress about climate change, systemic racism, police tactics? They were quick to announce, their views on all those things. They had nothing to say about the lockdowns. They had nothing to say about social media. They never called for a ban on social media. They never issued the same warning that doctors gave about cigarettes. Why?
Because social media does have some positive aspects to it, unlike cigarettes. Right? There's
cigarettes have positive aspects. They're neural stimulants. They're social.
Right, but it can be cancer.
Long term.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not an advocate for cigarettes, okay? But bottom line, they lead to cancer. And the medical establishment, the Surgeon General felt like we had to warn the public they lead to cancer. And just like that, if you're a responsible organization, you have to warn people, hey, you know what? The social media is really bad for kids. We're seeing their anxiety get worse. They're on their phones all day long, even in school. We've known for 8 years now that the research has been out. Sorry, we're warning parents. We don't want to see smartphones in schools, and we think no teenager should be on social media. They could say that.
Do you think anybody would listen to that? That seems like the problem with that is it's like trying to put the water back in the dam. I just don't believe that would be effective. Maybe they could have said something about it at the very beginning if we knew the consequences of social media. Let's go back to like 2005 or something like that. Before it was really a thing. They started seeing it happen. They could put the kibosh on it then.
Yeah.
But now that it's so ubiquitous, I can't imagine a world where anybody would effectively say, there's a state that's trying, was it Montana, that's trying to ban TikTok?
Okay. I don't know. I believe it.
There's like some state that's trying to ban TikTok for
They
kids.
barricaded inside an apartment in Silmar for more than 6 hours and been shot and critically hurt by cops. The allegedly approached officers armed with a large kitchen knife last night. The latest diversity in Hollywood report.
Is it because of their access to questionable materials?
9 people have died in the crash involving a tractor trailer and a van on a state highway in Wisconsin. The truck driver was now stayed at the scene along with 8 people in the van Friday. We'll check the 14 right after this.
You'll never know the feeling until you
Okay, dozen states sue Instagram parent Meta over addictive features in mental health harms. So this is, I think they're talking about algorithms. They're talking about how algorithms target children, demand users' constant attention. Meta has profited from children's pain by intentionally designing its platforms with manipulative features that make children addicted to their platforms while lowering their self-esteem. Social media companies, including Meta, contribute to a national youth mental health crisis, and they must be held accountable.
New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original
So it says Meta's design choices and practices take advantage and contribute to young users' susceptibility to addiction and behaviors. They exploit psychological vulnerabilities of young users through the false promise that meaningful social connection lies in the next story, image, or video, and that ignoring the next piece of social content could lead to social isolation. That seems absurd. I don't think they say that. No one says that ignoring the next piece of social content could lead to social isolation. What they do say is that children feel left out if they're not on social media. Because there's a lot of these little chat groups and they share videos and information. That's how they find about songs and bands that they like, and movies that they like, and television shows that they like. So it is a part of society today, and a sort of an inexorable part of society.
Well, why? I mean, I think there are a couple of reasons why. One of them is we made no effort to even stop them during the school day. Right? That would have been really easy.
Yeah.
You can be on your phone, just not during the school day. That's so obvious that it's almost pathetic that we don't have that already in place, right? Because why do you need to be checking your text? You're in school with your friends, right? So there were things that we could do and could have done. We didn't do them. And I think one of the reasons was that I think that mental health experts, I mean, I know there are therapists who allow therapy over text message, right? They have, yeah, it's crazy, but they have made no effort to stop this, nothing to warn the public about this, and frankly, I think in many cases they've undermined it, right? There are therapists who went on Zoom and never went back, right? They'll still see this a little different, right?
You actually are enrolled for a person who goes through a screen.
Yeah, you are, but you get none of the benefits of in person. So, they have measured, and I don't know why, the benefits of being in person, seeing someone face to face, the psychic benefits over that. Even when you're with someone you don't want to know, the kids who went home for the lockdown, and those in a big household full of relatives they didn't want to be stuck with, but they wanted to be in college, they did better in terms of mental health. The kids were isolated and stayed in school.
You're sort of arguing against therapy, but against therapy in person instead of therapy on Zoom. Is that for sure?
I'm not arguing against, first of all, adults can see therapists for any reason. And that's totally not only up to them, I think they have to stand together. They are in a much better position to possibly benefit from it. I'm concerned about therapy for kids, especially kids who don't really need it. Go a little bummed out. But in any case, we know that Zoom therapy or text therapy for the most anxious generation, for the most socially phobic generation, supposedly.
So the thing that gets me about therapy that I've always talked to people that I know that are doing it all the time is I don't know how much you should be thinking about yourself. I don't know. I mean, is there a certain amount of time you should allocate to thinking about yourself and your own feelings and problems? how much of that is self-indulgent and how much of that feeds that anxiety itself?
I mean, it does. Thinking about yourself is the same as unhappiness in a certain sense, right? It is indistinguishable from anxiety and depression. And if you just think about how our football coaches motivate the team at halftime, what do? They focus the team on the task ahead. That's the way to get them motivated. That's the way to help them complete it. Okay? What they don't say is, Johnson, are you still upset about your parents' divorce? Right? Tell me about your feelings. Why don't they do it? It's not just because they're repressed. It's because they know that if you want to get things in this world, you need to, yes, repress your feelings for a time. And focus on the task.
But is it even repressing your feelings, or is it just not indulging those feelings and letting those feelings be the primary focus?
I think it's the same thing. I don't mean permanently. I don't mean there isn't a place for it. But when you're in the school, focusing on school, focusing on seeing your friends and you know, going to recess or whatever else, the basketball, whatever the activity, is really good for you, as opposed to sitting around and thinking about doing social emotional learning, thinking about the pain you're feeling right now, the emotional pain. That's not going to help you get through your geometry test.
Especially that I want to talk about now, and then also designing for texture and aroma in your house, covering it all today. But right now, we are taking calls, and I want to go back to the board. A lot of calls on the board. Let's see what, I'm just going to throw a dart at it and say, Kathy. Hey, Kathy, welcome home.
Why do you want to do it again?
Hi, I have a 50 cottage with a 2-foot overhang on the roof.
No, it's not that.
And the rafter tails are rounded.
Why?
I got a new roof last fall. Need to paint the boards that had to be replaced. They are now cracking, although they were prepped for paint. And I'm wondering if I can put boards between the rafter tails to attach new gutters, because it definitely requires gutters. Help.
Okay. Well, first of all, the first, have you talked to a gutter person?
Not yet.
Okay, that's your first step here, and I'll tell you why. You do not have to have square rafter tails to hang gutters off your roof.
Oh. The roofing guy said you do. Yeah, and they pretty much destroyed the gutters that they tore off my roof. I should be looking for the next job.
I get it. Now, you may have to talk to more than one, but I can tell you 100% without question, because we've done it. It's a situation where the gutter is not being dependently nailed resting against a fascia board, but the gutter is being what we call top strapped up onto the top of the extended rafters on the boards right there. And the right gutter with the right brackets can hang and last a long time without having to have squared off rafter tails. And if that was the case, there'd be so many homes that it would be impossible to gather. So the key is, I want you to start making calls and talking to the right gutter people and getting quotes accordingly.
Gotcha, because the last guy nailed the gutters into the roof, which is why I had to get a new roof, and he had problems with dry rot, et cetera.
Yeah, gutters are problematic if they aren't installed just right, because they become a point where there can be leaks, or at least not so much a leak as it is a seepage. And as I always say here on the program, getting wood wet is not a problem. Wood staying wet in the dark is a problem. And that's where dry rot really begins to take effect. And so getting the gutters installed just right underneath the drip edge of the roof, so that there's a nice fall off and seal, and there's no back moisture. There's a whole art to it, and but it can be done, and it's not rocket science, and it can be done even with curved rafter tails. It's not the preferred method, but it doesn't mean it can't be done. It can't be done well. You just have to find the right gutter person to do it the right way, and that, my friend, is what you should do. So I want you to be encouraged and not discouraged that somehow you have to either
cut all the rafter tails square on your roof, or give up on the gutters altogether, because it can be done. Do we have time? Yeah, okay. Thanks for your call, Kathy. Thank you very much. Let's talk to Ed. Ed, welcome home.
Hey, Dean. Thanks. Back on the topic of sound, I've got a 20 by 30 garage, completely unfinished on the inside. In one corner of it, I want to build a 12 by 15 studio for podcasts, live streams, and some music recording. So basically, I'm building a box inside a box, right?
Yeah.
Is the Quiet Rock, Rockwool, Quiet Rock sandwich economical for that? Or is there a better combination of drywall and the mass-loaded vinyl?
Well, you might want to add the mass-loaded vinyl. Really, the question... okay, let me answer this. If you're actually building a studio, okay, I'll tell you what standard studio construction is in terms of soundproofing the inside of the studio. What we do is we actually start with double walls, double 2x4 walls, okay, with a very, very small gap in between. If you have room for that, talk about economical. That is one of the most economical ways of going about doing it. A double 2x4 wall with a small 1-inch gap in between the plates, so that the walls don't touch each other. And then both walls get insulated with sound density insulation. And you could do the inside and the outside, the very inside surface and the very outside surface. So you're not using more drywall than normal. You're not using twice the drywall. You're only drywalling the outside of the outside wall and the inside of the inside wall. And then you would use the Quiet Rock in that situation. That would give you a massively, pretty dang quiet situation inside. Now, if for any reason you need way more than that, then you turn to the mass-loaded vinyl, which you would actually put on the inside of one of those 2x4 walls and not even sandwich it with drywall at that point. Or you could use resilient channels on the inside wall, these metal channels that cross the stud and have these little rubber isolators on them, and then you hang the drywall off of that. All of this is to keep the vibrations from bridging across from one material to the next. But I'll tell you, all professional grade studios start with double walls with an air gap in between them too. That's how we do everything here at the radio stations, how every sound and recording studio everywhere is built. Now, a podcast studio doesn't, that being said, okay, let me just be very, very honest with you. Soundproofing a room is sometimes not as important as sound balancing and tuning the inside of a room. And let me give you a very real world example. When we broadcast from our home, which we do quite often today, we are, right? Tina and I we are not at KFI in Burbank. We are broadcasting remotely. You guys never know when we're doing that unless I actually say it or, tip my hand and say, oh, look at the bees or the birds outside.
Or the roosters go off.
Yeah, or the rooster goes off, right? The star of the show, the rooster. So here's the thing. I am sitting in an 8x8 tough shed, okay? A tough shed that was the tough shed built for me and put here. We did the sound insulation, the Rockwool sound insulation, and a good layer of drywall on this space. And that's it. This is not a soundproof studio, okay? In other words, really loud noise, but it's sitting out in my backyard, and so it's a pretty quiet space. But this is not soundproof. The most important part from the podcast recording perspective is the fact that on the inside of these walls, there is sound attenuation pads. There are what people sometimes refer to as egg crates. These aren't egg crates, but they're inexpensive. You can buy them on Amazon by a bucket load. 1 foot by 1 foot square black foam pads that have like pyramid kind of shape texture on them. And what that does is it keeps the sound of my voice in this very small space from bouncing off the wall that's opposite me and coming back at me, and that you guys end up hearing that. And so as a result, with a good quality microphone that you hear me speaking into right now, my resonant voice, and the fact that inside this room, it's not soundproof, but it's sound deadening. You know what? This little tough shed sounds no different than if I was sitting in the $2 million KFI main studio in Burbank, is in terms of the broadcast. And so soundproofing when it comes to a studio, my point being, it's not everything. If you have a sound problem outside those studio walls, certainly you want to knock it down. But when people think about, I'm going to build a recording studio in a podcast area and so on, soundproofing, all that does is keep outside sound from coming in at you. Most important for the quality of the broadcast is how you tune the walls inside the space. So give that some serious consideration, because we don't want reverb happening, and we don't want this resonant reflection happening back and forth across these small spaces. Otherwise, it's going to sound like you're in a box, and nobody wants to listen to that. Ed, thanks for the question, my friend, and good luck on what you're doing in the garage. It's time for us to hear the news with Sandy Wells.
The latest diversity in Hollywood report from UCLA shows a decline in the number of women in key roles.
But women and people of color were among the largest group of people to go see a movie last year. The 11th annual report also shows the number of women behind the camera and in front of the camera has been going down, despite the success of female-driven films like Barbie.
We focus on the directors and the writers, and behind the camera and in front of the camera, we focus on the lead actor.
Dr. Ana Cristina Ramon says overall diversity is getting better in Hollywood. She says the industry is still trying to find its groove following the pandemic. Steve Gregory, KFI News.
5 students have been expelled from Beverly Vista Middle School for creating fake nude photos of classmates.
The 8th graders were kicked out of the school for allegedly using artificial intelligence to add the faces of 16 students to photos of nude bodies and then spreading those photos across campus. Criminal defense attorney David Borsari says the California Education Code considers this behavior unlawful.
The California Education Code is clear that all pupils have the right to participate fully in the education process, free from discrimination and harassment.
The photos were reported to the school last month, and officials said consequences would be severe. The district voted to expel the students Wednesday and said accountability was essential. Chris Adler, KFI News.
It is Oscar Sunday. The Academy Awards will be handed out tonight from the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Variety's Clayton Davis says it's pretty clear what film will win Best Picture.
Listen, I think we're going to pretend like this is a big race, but I don't think it is. Oppenheimer, probably the biggest flop that we've had since Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, 20 years ago. It's going to be the third highest grossing film of all time to win Best Picture.
The award show will air on ABC this afternoon at 4 o'clock. Protesters have planned to take to the streets of Hollywood to push for an end to the fighting in Gaza. Mass protests scheduled at the intersection of Sunset Boulevard and Highland Avenue just a short time from now. The TSA says Americans who are flying to their spring break destinations need to be prepared for some long lines.
This year we could be seeing a record number of spring breakers. The TSA is expecting a 6% increase in air travel compared to the same time last year. So we could see some pretty crowded airports from now through early April.
ABC's Rita Roy says many flights are already sold out. Well, let's check what's going on on the 10 right after this.
Home decorating, it's my new thing. I'm going for mid-century meets rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and, abstract rock. Looking nice. Free one-day delivery on home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
You'll never know that until you experience it here yourself. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. Visit Disneyland.com for important details. Park admission reservation required for park entry. With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana. One no-sweat bet for new customers. Issue is one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit, wagering, and eligibility restrictions apply. Games and sportsbook at DraftKings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Clean on the 10.
This is the San Bernardino Freeway eastbound and Grand Avenue. It's on to the right shoulder. No delays there. That's the good news. Sweeper train from Riverside from 91 eastbound at the 215. That's definitely a heavy one. Through Acton, crash on the 14 north at Sierra Highway. Trouble through Lancaster on the 14. That's the southbound side at Avenue L. Heavy delays there with the bright light block crash. KFI in the sky. I'll get you there faster. I'm Martina.
Southbound wind from KFI, mostly cloudy skies today with high temperatures in the mid-60s, around 70 in Metro LA and OC, and in the valleys, mid-upper 60s, beaches and low 70s in the IE, 50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley. It'll be cloudy tonight and low clouds and fog to start off the day Monday, tomorrow morning, then sunny with high temperatures in the mid-60s for Metro LA and OC, up to the mid-60s for the beaches, low to mid-60s for the valleys, and mid-60s for the IE, and 50s for the Antelope Valley tomorrow. It's 53 now in Steel Beach, 54 in Brea. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Sandy Wells.
Most borrowers love home equity lines of credit for putting a couple $100,000 in the bank, but still preserving the ultra-low fixed rate in their first mortgage, which makes sense. But most banks love HELOCs because they can raise your rates as high as 24% by burying what they call the lifetime cap in their loan documents. Not at the Loan Exchange. Call 855-752-9944 or visit theloanexchange.com to get a home equity line that protects you instead of the bank. We make the start rate of our equity line equal the lifetime cap, so your rate can only go down, never up. The Loan Exchange guarantees the security in our loan documents. The first 5 years of the loan is interest only, which makes payments cheaper while you wait for the first rates to come back down to consolidate back into one loan. Call the Loan Exchange at 855-752-9944 or log on to theloanexchange.com today.
Licensed by the California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation, the California Finance Law, NMLS 1637539.
This is Jacob Emrock. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Join us tomorrow night for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, presented by the Hartford, live at South by Southwest. We'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year and celebrate the most innovative talent and creators in the industry. Watch tomorrow night, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel.
Presented by the Hartford Small Business Insurance. Learn more or start a quote at thehartford.com/smallbusiness. With insurance designed for your small business, Fox got your back. Follow us on all the things at KFI AM 640.
Finally watching because of the injury, and they go home.
KFI AM 640 and live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Your home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. Thanks for joining us on the program. We're going to be going back to the phones in just a little bit. So if you're already on the line, don't give up. If you haven't called in yet, now's your chance. 833-2-ASK-DEAN. Anything you want to talk about regarding your home, 833-2-ASK-DEAN. We'll be going back to the phones in just a bit. Oscars tonight. Oscars, Oppenheimer, the Oppenheimer show, I hope, tonight. It's a great film. And you know what? Tina and I have a little bit of skin in the game. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit of skin in the game.
It's
Why?
everything.
Why? If you haven't already heard me say this, because one of the houses that we have been blessed and honored to be a part of renovating, redesigning, updating, and preserving the historic camp house. Some of you actually joined me at the camp house for a live studio audience broadcast a while back, a couple years ago. We're still working on the camp house, but the camp house is in Oppenheimer. It is the Pasadena residence of the Oppenheimers early on in the film. Also the location of the controversial sex scene in Oppenheimer. But putting that aside, the fact that I designed the background of that bedroom and the living room where they have the party in, it's just this. Oppenheimer is a fantastic film. It deserves every bit of awards that it receives. And it'll be nice, maybe, as we go to bed tonight, to know that we have a house. We have houses in other films, but that we have a house in a legendary Academy. Right? Add that to Tina's list of accomplishments in her life. All right, anyway, let's talk about sound in your backyard. You don't have the kind of control over it that you do, clearly, inside the built space of your house, because we're not lighting your backyard with plywood or rock wool insulation and so on. Now, I already gave you one clue as to what we do.
Pain is an incidental for Marshall, but the contact certainly was.
2 or 3 purposes, and that is heavy canopy trees, hedges around the perimeter of your yard. I want to do that for visual purposes, for aesthetic and environmental purposes, for the sake of inviting more wildlife back into your yard, and I want to do it as the first buffer of wind and sound. Okay? Now, even the thickest of hedges are not going to shut down noisy traffic or anything completely. It's going to lessen it. It's going to buffer it. All right? That's why we do it. All right? But it's not going to shut it down completely. So what we find in a backyard, if you find yourself in a neighborhood that has more noise in it than you would like, is we switch over to this idea of masking. Now, what is sound masking? The easiest way for me to draw a metaphor with sound masking is that sound masking is camouflage, camo for sound. Okay, think about that. That if you are like a hunter sitting out among the brush or the trees of the forest, and you're wearing camo, okay, you've got this camouflage pattern, or maybe you're in the military and your face is all camoed up, and you're blending in. You're blending in. Now, technically, someone comes walking along, and technically speaking, their eyes see you. All right, but their mind don't perceive you. Okay. Technically, you're visible, but not to the awareness of the human mind. That's what camouflage does, okay? You're right there. You're just literally right there. And yet, you blend in, and therefore, you go unnoticed. So, when we talk about sound camo, the biggest, without question, line of defense for sound camo for outside space from traffic and the noise of traffic is moving water. Moving water, falling water, fountain, water cascade, a little river in the backyard, whatever the case may be, right? The moving of water, the trickling of water. The reason this is, it's twofold. Part of it is absolute science. And the other part, well, it's a little different. The absolute science is the fact that the sound of rushing water shares almost all the same frequencies as the sound of automotive traffic. Okay? So it's not white noise that covers it. It's the fact that these are the same frequencies, right? And so there's a masking, a camouflaging. Now, the key is this, though. The key is to the human mind what you identify that sound with. If there's no moving water and no lovely fountain to look at in your backyard, and you hear
seconds or so difference between the two clocks. Once you talk it over, we'll take a timeout as well. See you.
But what if I take the exact same set of frequencies, add a little bit of diversity to it through the trickling of water, and visually you see that there's a fountain in your backyard? Then guess what the
We
mind
look
says?
forward to checking in on site. The game day crew is here. Yeah, that's Andre Carter.
You see what I'm saying?
El Duncan in the house, and people all over the
one of the greatest
country
examples
checking
of
in
this
on this very exciting championship
this area, Eastern Ventura
Sunday
County, is
in
the Four
women's
Seasons
college basketball.
Hotel
LSU, South Carolina after us, and after that, USC and Stanford. So just sit there and watch great basketball all afternoon. The other great customers from 52
is you're thinking deep of the Four Seasons Hotel. No, I'm just saying, it's a wonderful example of what I'm talking about. I'm going to tell you what, on the other side, then you can apply what the state necessary in your home. Right, and talk about right now, saying that's business.
Observe their work as the two cities prepare for the next two Olympic Summer Olympics. Two teams from Los Angeles High School and Rancho Cucamonga Hill had a car crash. The car they were running it without control fighting, crashing into the pole, and exploded the train. Kung Fu Panda 4 has one of the top spot of the box office this weekend. The animated film made $19.4 million opening day. The screenings will check the 91 way coming up
Notre Dame
right after this.
28-22 lead as we head over to Angel Gray.
Time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers deposit $5 or more and get no sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo
NC
code
State just 2 of 10 from the floor in that second quarter. Something to celebrate for the Irish fans for now. That's it for the first half. Time now to go to our game day crew. It's Andrea Carter and El Duncan, and they are in the house in Greensboro.
These are all big bags. Welcome to your halftime report. Here, and there are many ways that here in Greensboro Coliseum. I am the aforementioned El Duncan. She's Andrea Carter. Tricks on you on a hit on with Pam, and then we're talking about a lot of frenetic energy in this one, but also exactly what we said. Strength with strength. Let's take a look at the first half highlights, and we started right there. This one is She's so smooth. She's so incredibly smooth. Right here, she makes the three-pointer off the assist from Anna Hidalgo. Yeah, I mean, and Hidalgo, this is where Hidalgo gets the ball to the inside. It's a kick back out. It's patience. You drive, drop the defense in. You never want to help all the outside corner, especially with Sonia Fitzgerald in the corner. It is a next finish. She's going to make you pay every single time. And how great is Zion James getting into the paint? That is a tough shot where she gets her own rebound, not giving up on the play. That's what it takes to win a championship. Yeah, Zion James with 8 points there, but just not too much here. And Hidalgo, 10 points in this one. That matches her entire total from the last time they played. But this is the strength versus strength. Notre Dame's ability to score, and of course, NC State's ability to stop them. What's standing out to you the most after the first half? Well, I love that the game crew got Sonia Fitzgerald to do the interview because she just plays with so much ability. NC State, we talked about that strength of defense. We'll get to that highlight in just a second. But for Sonia Fitzgerald, she carries them as far as efficiency goes in that first quarter, and really until late in the second quarter when Anna Hidalgo starts popping off. The efficiency of Sonia Fitzgerald is what really impresses me the most. Her leadership, the way she doesn't get sped up, she's so patient, she's so poised. She is a true leader of this team. I've always loved her game. Efficient and it's smooth. When you talk about efficiency, 4 of 8 from the field. Tough pull-up jump shot. Her mid-range game, she can score inside and out. She's one of my favorite players to watch. She anchors them offensively. And she's the hustle play. 3 steals. We talked about the 10-point free throws there, including a really important one. Notre Dame, by the way, 20-0 when leading at the half.
Upset alert potentially at the Big Ten Championship between Iowa and Nebraska. We get highlights from Minneapolis. It was a quiet first half for Caitlin Clark and Iowa, but you know you can't hold her down for long. We pick it up in the third quarter after 11-point deficit at the half. Caitlin Clark back. Yeah, it's unbelievable. They were down 11. Caitlin Clark scored 12 points to get them back in the game. We can't deny Jack Kelly and the way that she can score. She puts up big time threes. This is a tough, competitive game. Exactly what we expected. Didn't expect Iowa to get down this deficit, in my opinion, but the way they've been able to fight back, we've got a good one in the Big Ten. Yeah, we're doing Nebraska up 4 right now with about 5 minutes left to play in this one. We're into this one. We're seeing some of the answers, but we'll step up in this one as well for Iowa. So I think here for Iowa, that's what it's going to take. You have to have players that help get over. Anna Skokie with 19 points. The biggest issue is Iowa has not been able to stop Nebraska from the young yet. Nebraska hit 12 threes. I thought it was 13. They hit 12. Iowa only hit 8 threes. So that defense in the 53-point line, Iowa's at a disadvantage here so far. Yeah, certainly going to be a tight one down the stretch. Also a triple-double alert for Caitlin Clark. And we could report she's on triple-double alert. You want to win? What for what? Those are more things. We'll see if they can pull it down on the stretch. All right, we're getting ready for second half action here, and also a couple of more big games on the state SEC championship on the way, and then the Pac-12 championship will cut it. But again, there she is, Sonia Citron, doing a little bit of everything with the Fighting Irish. Sonia Citron, get it right. That's her middle name. So mine was better.
So I hit the gas. Just about. Nothing we can't fix. It's going. From transmissions to brakes and everything in between. No credit for each repair. It's Vision Wiring up to any other office. Participating sellers only.
Ready to switch? Switch up with White. Starting in isolate drinking water. Myself cleanse like a magnet without harsh rubbing. Texas British water from bacteria better than the leading white. 9 out of 10 white users would recommend. Starting in isolate cleansing water. Like our new
Just search Final Experience on the Snap for free radio. Free never sounded so good.
Do you still allow yourself to fall in love? Do you do intentional delivery and intentional? Do you walk right into love because it's the right thing for you? Let's talk about why falling in love is lifestyle.
Dr. Ritual tonight at 7 on J5 and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio.
Let's bring it into all the Black families.
Together, thanks for joining us on the program here.
Every time we buy,
Southern California Sunday morning.
it changes with the make.
Speedily,
What
rapidly
happens?
approaching this year.
That's why we're always
Always
the next something new.
privilege
Next something
and a pleasure.
amazing.
Sometimes I
Next
start
something
to reverse
never
those words.
imagined.
Pledge.
Discover the Black-owned products, creating a new world of choice at Walmart.
By the
We
way,
got Joe, we got Kathy,
right after the news at the top of the hour, we'll go back to the phones.
we got Tasha.
You want to shout and talking to be on the air. Now is the time to give me a call. 833-2-ASK-D. Last time I'm giving this number, 833-2-ASK-D. Construction, DIY, design questions, anything you want to talk about regarding your home. It's called and they'll pop you into the queue. We might be able to put our heads together and figure it out together. So that's coming up right after the next news break. Okay, so I really wanted, I got interrupted. I really wanted to talk to you about this great example of sound camouflage. The idea of taking something that is pleasant and easy, like the sound of falling water, and using it to mask over something that is not pleasant and not pleasant, like the sound of traffic. Okay? And how the reason why water is like our first go-to when it comes to sound design and sound control in outdoor space is the simple fact that the sound of
moving
Granger,
on,
we know
whether
the
it
ones
be
who get it done where
not
it
so
lies
much
at.
not so
That's why
much
we're always here for you
waves
with
of
professional
that's
grade
a
products
whole
and the
other
knowledge
dynamic.
to help answer
Moving
tough product
waves
questions.
at the beach
Call
is just
Granger.com or
nothing
just stop
competes
by.
with that. You
Granger,
don't have to
where the
worry
ones
about
who
that
get
if
it
you
done.
live within earshot of those waves.
South Carolina,
the only remaining undefeated team.
Did y'all see that they do?
But
You
I'm
never thought
talking
this would have
about
been the number
anywhere
one team in the
else.
country. Once you
The
start
sound of
going in
the
your
Russian
head,
River, the
they
sound
pick
of
up on fairly quickly.
just not
If
even
they're
crazy.
playing their A game, they are unbeatable.
Or fountain, even shares
It's a beautiful
most of the same
room full of critters.
frequencies
Back-to-back
as the sound
undefeated
of
regular
traffic
season.
emanating
South
off
Carolina gets it
freeway,
done.
street, or whatever. Now, it's not going to cut out the piercing
We'll see
sound.
South Carolina and LSU in action in the SEC championship game next, and of course USC versus Stanford. But South Carolina was almost beatable yesterday until some late game heroics from Camilla Cardoso. We caught up with Dawn Staley earlier on College Game Day to walk us through why she called that play for her big run.
Before, it's what you identify the source of the sound is. There's no moving water visually in your yard if there's no fountain visually. And you hear that sound, you know it's traffic. But if you hear the combined sound of water and traffic mixed together, and you see the water, and your brain tells you it's all the water, and the traffic noise simply gets masked over and goes away. And a perfect example of this is their I remember when they were building the Four Seasons, this very, very upscale resort hotel in
What's
West.
your mouth?
I
I'm going to give you some flowers because before all this arose, when we were doing some projections, potentially this matchup, you thought Camilla Cardoso, apart from her shooting skill to be on the arc, was going to feature prominently in the rematch with LSU. When we watched Camilla in the first matchup, it didn't feel like she was being dominant or being aggressive in the first half, and she got to it in the second half. Camilla has to start the game with that I'm going to dominate mindset. Get up and down the floor, sprint the floor. LSU, they lost last year, coach. She took a great ball just yesterday. Our Arkansas was last year completely. But if you're South Carolina, you want to challenge their depth. You want to challenge their ability to get up and down the floor. And Camilla's ability to steal hard and be physical can take a toll on the LSU side. And if LSU's going to get the revenge that they seek, who's going to have to feature prominently? Well, it's going to be Angel Reese and Anissa Morrow. Those two are such a dynamic duo. And the way they attack the glass, and again, their physicality, the energy, the motor that they play with, hits teams so hard. But for me, I've got my eye on Haley Van Lith and Flavia Johnson. Those two have to be efficient. Haley Van Lith was on a great streak that Tennessee game on until the game against Ole Miss. Her efficiency was down. She's got to get back to having that efficient, clean game to put up points for the side. It's a rematch everybody wants. It never went South Carolina, never beat LSU. But of course, the completion of this game still on the way as we get set for second half action here from Greensboro. Notre Dame and NC State looking for their fourth title in 5 years. Isaiah James with 8. Pam and Deb on the other side. I bought 3 of the same jackets for free.
Subscribe to get a deal on these memory supplements. I forgot.
This is a perfect example of
Well,
what
you
I'm
know,
talking about
recognizing a
because
bad
when you
deal
were
is
at the
part of
Four
the
Seasons in West,
Yes.
no one
Would you like
sits
to
out
share your
there
breakthrough? I got
having
the
dinner
HTTP
next
deal
to
on the
you
new
with some
Samsung Galaxy
beautiful,
S24
gorgeous
Plus.
rock
And
smartphones.
just like that.
No one sits there and
They don't
says,
make you sign up for
you
the
know
top
what,
tier plan
everything
to
would
get
be
it.
great about this place if it wasn't for the traffic. No
Get the newest Galaxy on us. It's any of our best plans. Guaranteed.
I'm not going to say that you can't hear it. What I am going to say is, this is my point, you can't perceive
Farm.
because it is mixed and mingled in with sound.
I'm hearing neighbor.
That
It's neighbor.
is sound masking. That's
Let's go back.
that is how you go about sound in your backyard, in your treat spaces in your home. Not soundproofing your backyard because it's not
Take a good neighbor.
but mask. We can reduce the amount of sound that's coming in with the right edges, big tree canopies, and then we can mask it. And then what about the sharper sounds?
But I practice anywhere.
That I call to service
It's because it's a game for everyone.
great outdoor space. There's an army of
Whatever the reason, it all begins with a PGA of America golf professional like me.
has the psychological effect of lights. That kind of stuff from car. Yeah, they're sharp, they're annoying.
What's up at DQ?
Is high frequency.
Chicken strip basket.
It's sharp.
All white meat chicken.
and
Your choice of wing famous flavors like honey
Bird
barbecue
song,
or new Parmesan
Fritz
garlic.
Long, moves at all of these
What is your
different
flavor? Is it
frequencies and
DQ?
resonances. And you know what it's got going for it as far as
In all my
human
travels,
brain
I've
is
never seen
concerned?
such dry
All
skin.
about
Here, friend, let my cream hydrate you.
we
CeraVe,
love it.
developed with
Brain
glyphosate.
loves
You
it.
like
So what do? So we make big trees.
That would be cool. Okay. Yeah.
Get as
So your
many
brain,
thick
your
enemies
game
in the
does
yard.
the talking.
In
Get
ACC,
some
our
moving
speech
water
led
in your yard.
26
And
appearances
you know
in the
what?
Final
If
Four,
all
including
else
9
fails,
different
put out
schools,
the
5
feeders.
teams in the
Keep
last
the
5
feeders going
NCAA
so
Final
that
Four, 40
birds
teams in the
and
NCAA tournament in the last 5 years,
ain't
both a
singing
mini
barely
conference.
along.
A
It sounds
nation
like
best
snow
8
white film, but
ACC
the
team
reality is
competed in the 2023 NCAA tournament.
produces a
It's not
sound
happening, it is true. Greatness is what we
draws your
do.
attention
The
to
ACC
positives away
accomplished
from the negatives.
Steeldash.com, online auctions since 2009.
Free of
This
charge.
PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This
When
iPad Pro
we
sold for less than
return to these
$34.
design
And this
fundamentals,
Nintendo
we're
Switch
gonna move
sold for
on
less than $20. Go to
texture
Steeldash.com and see how much you
right
can
after
save.
the news here.
I wear this shirt on gun days, tailgates, home
You're
running.
listening
I think the
to
design gives you kind of a retro feel to it.
Part of kind of cool vintage shirt shows off. Cool product. So anytime someone asks me about the shirt, I would call them apparel.
I'm Libby Dunn, All-American Gymnast and Peoria athlete.
I'm Sandy Wells live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
When you're in the gym every single day like me, you need leggings that can keep up. That's why Peoria's daily leggings are my favorite thing. With the drawstring high waist and buttery soft fabric that moves with ease, you'll want to wear these every single day. From the toughest workout to running errands or just lounging. There's no mistake in the name. I wear these on the daily.
Jury was biased, or somebody else was biased.
What we're told investigators in last summer
You are watching ESPN Student presented by Principal. As we welcome you back to the Allied ACC Women's Basketball Tournament. The victory for Notre Dame. Quarter assisted on 26 of 28 Notre Dame points. Is off on 6 runs.
Mechanical engineering students this year had created airships that look like mini one-scale computer. The most
At the half, championship game that will represent every hour here in the
Before time runs out.
well.
E.G. Torres is one of 5 female students on Team Necromancer.
So it's time for today's expert move.
This is a good day.
I'm going to tell you something, man. This is what you're going to see right here.
Engineering design
Watch
laboratory
how
Mellow
NC
Systems
State defenders are scores right here. They got cleared out the whole side to go two-man naked side. Ball screen offense, really good right here. This is execution is what they're going to need more of in the second half. James with a pull-up jump shot on a switch. Now, Notre Dame has the dog across.
Also, around the world are getting ready to celebrate Ramadan. ABC's Susie Birch says security has been stepped up across Israel since no ceasefire agreement has been reached.
The beginning of the holy Muslim month of Ramadan is just hours away. Heightened Israeli security expected here in Jerusalem and around the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The sheikh in charge of the holy site this morning emphasizing Ramadan's boundaries, calling on the Israeli security services to allow free access to worshippers to pray inside the holy site. President Biden warning it could be, quote, a dangerous here in Jerusalem without a ceasefire agreement in place.
South Carolina Republican Senator Nancy Reid says President Biden has messed up the world every way he can.
So I think he's got it backwards. We should be all in helping Israel. We should try to help the humanitarian crisis, but don't say anything that we power.
Reid says Biden's foreign policy and approach to the U.S.-Mexico border is terrible. And he says that voters will
Good afternoon, Todd. How are you?
TikTok needs to be banned in the U.S. ABC's Michael George says the house is moving ahead to ban on their social media
Yeah, and they got to get the ball below the free throw line. When they stand on top of the zone and dribble, that's what Notre Dame wants them to do. Notre Dame dictated all of NC shots. NC State shots in the second quarter. NC State's got to dictate the shots they want here in the second quarter.
and destroy the livelihoods of countless creators across the country. President Biden supports it that even though his campaign strategy on TikTok account recently, one of the most competitive and entertaining categories in the Academy Awards is comedy resurgence. Ryan Gosling sings I'm just a kid from Market. It's very much a winner's market on City. It's a favorite to
And her quickness. She hasn't done that yet.
They've got problem in Riverside with Caltrans. It's on the 91.
In the city, the only problem that the 91 eastbound connector right to 215 is a sleeper train there. It's going to be a real high until about 1 o'clock. So watch for that delay. It's the Riverside 91 and 215. Now downtown LA, where the crash is popping up northbound. You don't stop and go from big message you hit through there yourself time. Can't find the sky helps get you there faster. I'm going to be.
And under the basket.
Entregas gratis en un día de bonos que van millones de productos más.
Stay hustle to get back next year.
Step up to the plate for the Spectrum season ticket purchase. Now the participants will win their purchase. Season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes, and smart seasons. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024sweepsLA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18+. With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get the answer with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers can deposit $5 or more to get a no sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. And only one no sweat bet per new customer issued as one bonus bet based on the amount of initial losing bet. Expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. The weather from KFI mostly cloudy today with high temperatures mid-60s, around 70 for metro LA and OC, and in the valleys. Mid-upper 60s at the beaches, and low 70s at the AE. Climate tonight, low temps in the 50s, and we'll clouds and cloud to start off tomorrow. Then sunny. With high temperatures mid-60s for metro LA and OC, mid-60s at the coast, and lower mid-60s at the valleys, mid-60s at the IE. It's 59 in Bay Area, 59 in Highland Hills, 56 in Cedar Valley, and 60 in Paramount. Local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Sandy Mills. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free every sound and subject from KFI AM 640.
Here comes the screen. There's the flare. Nice job at Hidalgo. Setting that up for Westbrook. And then the skip over the top. Hayes in the deep corner. Now you see a little bit more acceleration, a little bit better body language out of NC State on the offensive end. Another foul. That's also responsible for second of his previous play. Now Westbrook has two. Baldwin to the free throw line.
KFI, AM 640,
Next Sunday, that's a week from today, ESPN has the exclusive live announcement of the 2018 NCAA Women's Championship field. Break down every team and matches in each region.
Here with you live on Saturday mornings from 6 to 8 Pacific Time, Sunday mornings 9 Pacific Time. Thanks for joining us on the program. You lovely, you are here on this lovely Southern California morning or Wellness podcast. I know this dreary midnight hour or whatever you are listening. I never know when to tell people, how to compliment their day because I don't know when you're listening. I'm glad you're live with us right now. Anyway, we're finishing up on this one segment of our series, Building the Dream. We're finishing up the fundamentals of design that enable you not to only design in your own head, but to captain efficiently your own design team. Make sure you're squeezing every bit of great design out of your design team as you move along. So we're finishing up today with some lesser considered design fundamentals, but fundamentals nonetheless. Sound, we talk a lot about sound design for a home. So important because you can't close your ears.
Look how
Now,
much
it's
better
such an
it's
important
moving
part of
the
the
ball. They're
environment
not
that we
playing
live
off the
in.
bounce
Such
as much
emotion.
this half. They're moving the ball off the pass.
We're going to
That's the way
transition
you beat the
into
zone.
textures and the stuff you can touch, and also the stuff you can smell. The texture and aroma. Finish up the show with that today. But right now, it is the top of the hour, which means it's time
away from the defense.
the phone.
Great steal by River Baldwin.
Let's talk to Rick.
1 point ball game.
Welcome home.
2 point ball game, Westbell with number 3. Rips it. Forgot his rebound. Hayes. She's got 8 points in this quarter. What a great job by Westmore and the Williams team to change the whole rhythm of the game. Their body language and everything else about the way they're accelerating through their offensive sets.
Right. So you're just wondering is with the second layer of soundproofing drywall, sound control drywall, will it help?
It's all Westbell right now.
Yes, it will. I'm not going to tell you that's going to shut it all down, but I'm telling you, the quiet rock is significant in its effect. It really is significant. That drywall is made up of 2 compressed pieces of 1/4-inch drywall with this elastic This vibrations within one side transferring through to the other side. That's essentially what sound is. You can stop the energy wave, you can stop the sound. So is it going to shut it down? No. Is it going to help significantly? I think so. If you're only an inch and a half away, and if you're really committed, Rick, you could go for 2 layers of literally 1 inch of sound control drywall. That's 2 layers. That's 4 layers of drywall separated by these 2 membranes. And again, it's going to help considerably. So yeah, it's good stuff. It's not a miracle cure. It's not a seen on TV miracle product, but I'm telling you, it's out there.
I'm Christian McCaffrey, and I make tacos. Just like not all internet providers are the same.
This stuff works, does what it claims to do.
That's going to leave a mark.
And so as a result, so you have 3 choices. 1, you can double up layers if you want to go really hard. Number 2, you just add the 1 layer and see how that works for you. Or 3, you can use 1 layer of the quiet rock and put it on sound isolation channels, which I don't believe if you get the right channel, they're pretty low profile. You'll still be at about an inch of thickening the wall. You won't be all the way out of that inch and a half where you meet up with the closet door. So if you can afford to thicken the wall 1 inch or so, inch and a half, you can actually hang the quiet rock off of some resilient channels, which isolate it even more and actually also give you a little bit of air
I know it can be hard to find time for a haircut. With the Great Clips app, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and head to the salon when it's time for your cut. A great haircut, less more time for what you love. That's Great Clips.
Will it eliminate all the noise that's coming from the neighbors next door? No. Why? Because you're probably sharing the same floor and the same floor levels. Because of that, the vibrations that are happening in their place are traveling through the floor into your place as well. That's the kind of, it's tricky stuff. Tricky stuff. It's like
Because when you give a girl a hard work,
and energy vibrations are like water. You need to build this boat all thick with 0.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Principal. Let's build a retirement and benefits plan that works for your team.
The same is true when it comes to
Teamwork,
There's got to be really
evident in this game. You saw that Marshall with a cut on her chin. She has been backed up back in.
Which, by the way,
What a championship game. Notre Dame
there
up
are
by 2.
sound
And
deadening
we
foam
expected to have the
spray
division would do a lot.
around
How
the
about this?
outside edge of the
Warriors
electrical outlet to kind of
scored
seal the dry
89% of the
air
points
from
for this the third game of the
doing that. And there are also,
including
in
on
new
35
construction,
of 37
there are sound
points
deadening
today.
pads, kind of like sticky mass-loaded vinyl that you can wrap around the back of the electrical outlet. Because guess what that is? A switch box or an outlet box. It's a hole in the hull of your boat. Sound comes through. It's all tricky, right?
4 of their 5 baskets here in the third quarter, so they have adjusted to the zone.
Got a good chance
They have done a much better job.
something
Neil Ivy staying in the zone in this possession. Let's see how long he stays in it. Well, I see State's got a rhythm going.
Welcome home.
Ball went inside. A lot of contact, no foul. Let's go over to H. Brent. You were talking about the big three for Notre Dame. Well, how about this? This is the highest scoring trio for the program in the last 25 seasons. Think about the amount of names, the amount of talent that has come through this program since then. And to think that a rookie, a freshman, is Defensive Player of the Year, as well as Rookie of the Year, leading the charge. It's going to be so much fun watching it going forward. Man, they are the second highest trio in the nation. The best is Iowa. We'll take one more.
They're all right on the other side of the news. Let's see.
We've got the SEC and Pac-12following up here on ESPN.
Completing a remarkable winning streak in this year's fourth season. That's 13 combinations going into the 96th Oscar presentation today. The TSU's American Junior destinations need to be prepared for some long lines in the airport. Ukrainian and allied officials have criticized Pope Francis for saying that Kyiv could have the courage to negotiate an end to the war with Russia. We'll take the one-on-one freeway coming up right after this.
James in the mid-range. First point of the second half. Got set overall.
En el Disney Resort, porque aquí es aún más grande, mejor. Son muchas sensaciones asombrosas a la vez. Eso es lo que se siente cuando estás en el Disney Resort y no hay mejor momento que ahora.
In the second half here, this is an example of how she can use her athleticism in her ability to change the game defensively. The trail official has the foul.
$5 or more can get a no sweat bet up to $1,000 back in the bonus bet. What's a no sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no sweat bet for new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on non-commercial use. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WIN-IT.
This week on How to Money, thieves are trying to steal your tax refund. Plus, if that is going to win, does that mean you should be investing in it? Talk about that and more.
How to Money with Joel Larsgaard. Today at noon on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
He's going the distance.
Nice damage over the head. NC State. Come out, take it. The first time, NC State looked like they were stuck in mud. Not here in the second. Sanaya Rivers on the block. And how about this? The pull-up over a smaller defender. Now she's cooking.
All right, I've got Olga on hold. Put it back on the line. You still with us, Olga?
Having a healthy desire to do
So, Olga called with a question about her toilet, and this is actually a reference. I don't remember if it was last week or a couple of weeks ago. I was fielding a couple of questions about toilet bowls and hard water. Somebody asked me, what about this line that forms in my toilet bowl? And now, how do I clean that? And why does it keep getting so messed up?
No problem.
And at the time, that caller was basically saying,
listen, iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage.
It feels like everything's starting to so here's the
always got your mind on the drink.
The water
That you.
that's that blood.
You.
That's why it's not just a stain. It's not just a substance. It's literally minerals in water that
That's how
end
you
up
this is
interacting
different.
there and line of the toilet bowl. And they're hard to clean if it's sat there for too long, or if you've got very, very hard water. Please get yourself a LifeSource whole house water, because LifeSource has a scale solver that reduces mineral content. It changes the stickiness of those minerals so that they don't cling to surfaces the same way, and resolves most of the scale issues that people are struggling with. Now, you may not be ready for it, or have a water softener. Water softener does the same thing. The water softener achieves non-scale by actually using salt ions as ways of making salt to pull those minerals out of the water, which is not my preference, because I actually like those minerals going into my body. They actually taste really good, in the flavor of water, but I don't want them sticking to my stuff. So anyway, if you don't have a scale solver system, then I had recommended this little product, and it seems like we get good results. And it's called Crazy Clean, and it's a little device that you sit in the tank of your toilet. And what it does through
Let's take a look at today's moves of the game presented by TurboTax.
interaction inside this device, it actually alters the structure of the water so that those minerals that are
Using her athleticism to impact the game in multiple ways. Steal, block, and then the pull-up J. Down she stuck in the stat sheet on the right side of the box score.
solution, but it seems to have worked really, really well. All right, so that's
Hits 28% of her shots in the fourth, including 2 of 10 in the second quarter. Different story here in the third. They're outscoring Notre Dame by 9.
I don't want to be misunderstood. The situation I was referring to was speaking to a couple weeks back was the fact that apparently somebody had so aggressively inside the bolt that these mineral deposits off, which is the wrong thing to do. They got so abrasive for so long that I believe they had literally got through the shiny porcelain glaze just with a little bit of acid, and that acid comes in the form of white household vinegar. That's all you really need to do. If you say, listen, I'm going to leave this toilet alone for a while, you're going to pour a good amount of white vinegar in the bowl, not the tank, in the bowl, okay, where the water's sitting. That white vinegar is going to go to work on dissolving those mineral deposits. Give it, depending on how severe the line is, deposits, give it 2 or 3 hours, and then come back with a stiff brush, not anything abrasive, just your stiff toilet brush, and you'll be shocked how much of it comes off. And if you don't get it all, add some more vinegar and let it sink in. But I guarantee you, right, there's nothing magical about hard water mineral deposits, even large ones. They will eventually be vinegar. The vinegar is not strong enough. The acid of vinegar, the acetic acid is not strong enough to actually do any damage to the porcelain of the toilet bowl whatsoever. So basically what you're doing is you're only attacking the minerals. You're going to eventually eat through it all. They're all going to come off. Don't scour the sandpaper or anything like that. Just give it time. They'll come off, and then you just return to cleaning your toilet bowl as you normally would. You don't have to avoid using brushes. Just go back to cleaning it the right way. And now with the crazy clean inside the tank, hopefully it's going to reduce the mineralization inside the bowl. Happy campers once again. Thanks, Olga, for your question. I hope that helps. White vinegar, baking soda, two of the most significant cleaning materials that you can use around your house for different purposes. Don't put them together because you get a volcano, you get a class science project volcano show, and they actually neutralize what each other does. It's a lot of action. Looks like really whoa, it's really working out. The reality is they're canceling each other out. So don't put them together. Some things you use baking soda, other things, in this case, when you want a mild acid to go to work on something, vinegar. That's it. All right. Let us go to another call.
Get 0.9%
Elizabeth. Elizabeth, welcome home.
Current eligible non-GM owners get $3,500 purchase allowance, plus no monthly payments for 90 days.
Everyone's hyped that Wendy's made the official hamburger of March Madness of fuck. What time it's over? Nonetheless.
Fresh, never frozen beef with these steaks single for a buck, only in the app.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I'll be honest with you, Elizabeth. I don't know what's all going behind the scenes. I can only assume one thing. It's from the same assumption that you're making, which is they're looking at they're looking at their profiles and they're like, we only made $85 million last year. That's not good enough. So we need to start canceling policies that might cause us risk of loss. So, yeah. Insurance, right?
Extended health insurance doesn't cover.
Insurance companies, it's a qualified bet. You gotta have one. You gotta have at least minimal homeowners insurance if you're carrying a mortgage because your mortgage company wants to and I'm not saying it's a bad thing to have. It's just I don't know what's really going on behind the scenes other than the fact that they're trying to tighten their belts, increase their profit margins at the expense of just really serving the consumer ultimately. So how do they do that? Then they start asking for improve this, improve that, send us all of these images of your homes so that we can scour them and find out if there's something that disqualifies you from coverage in here. It's all this kind of stuff. I don't know what the solution to that is. And I don't know what
NC State, 7 ACC tournament titles. They have 3 in a row, ending in 22. The legendary K-Gal had a bunch of them. As you take a look at them, over the years, they're trying to get the title back after check on it last year. Here's West Point with it.
Cook at halftime, you said that you wanted your team to go into attack mode. They're revolving right now with 10 upper 12 points in that third quarter. How else have they answered the challenge?
We're attacking the rim a little bit more. Definitely trying to get most touches or penetrate, get paint touches. So trying to, like I said, be attacking instead of just swinging the ball and get the zone the whole time. We want to reverse the ball, move the zone, but we want to attack those gaps and close out.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you. Nonetheless, you have to worry about the insurance companies except when it comes to the true disaster.
10 points alone for River Baldwin. Their net is 16.
That's why we're here trying to help
have
everybody
them
just keep
hosting
their
as well
home up,
in the first
keep
and
it
second round.
functioning,
They also
keep
had a
it
win
working
over
so you don't
UConn
have to
earlier this
rely
year,
on
and they beat Colorado
that would just be
56
one of
beat
those
UConn in the regular
ancillary
season.
unnecessary things
That
that
still
they
helps your
really
net.
have to have. I wish I
The
had
NC State would have scored 50 minutes, 8 in this
all
game.
right, do we have time
Here they
to
are,
throw
10 minutes away, locked up in this fight with
let's talk
Notre
to
Dame
Joey. Hey,
in the
Joey,
ACC
welcome home.
championship. And more Debbie Antonelli joining you from Greensboro. And Dago sits it inside the Westbelt, but she's got 3 NC State players still was able to get the shot up there. Great footwork by Westbelt. You go to who you trust at this point, man. If you trust Westbelt, Citron, or Dago to make plays. Certainly the big three. That's the 5th tie of this game. River started by Gransley. He's the only bench player we have seen for the Irish. Zoe. Winding down. Let's go. Comes away with it. Who's playing the 3 fouls. She's one play, not to give it up. What she saw Westbelt in transition. There's that speedy quickness of Sanaya Rivers. Actually, by Westbelt. Just let her go ahead and not risk getting a 4th foul. Outside. Dago, what goes into the 3?
Right.
Rebound by Brooks. Just challenging her by going under that screen. And then turnover by Brooks. Always looking for steal. Citron. Baldwin. Ball the way. Dago sits there, passes in the pocket though. Citron had a great goal. Wide open. Sonia, 6 rebounds now for Baldwin. Against the ball, guarded by Marshall. Westbelt comes over.
Really good question. And that's a big issue. You're not in control of the house, and somebody came in and did weird work. Now, there's nothing wrong with the cassette system. We use it all the time. And when they say low voltage, what they mean is that the cassette system is basically a low voltage set of remote switches that activate and control the high voltage areas, the high voltage switches and circuits, and do it remotely, which makes it really bizarre when you said about the bathroom, because a cassette switch can literally be placed anywhere on a wall. If it's a battery operated, especially, it can put anyone in control of that light if it's really in control of that lighting circuit. So somebody came in, did a lot of work, didn't take into account things like there are light fixtures that maybe don't interact with the low voltage system properly, and so they flash and they strobe out. Another thing that happens that has to be taken into account. And they didn't pull a permit, and they changed out a panel, and so they can make it very, very simple. It's a mess. Yes. And you don't have control of the house, but here is your point of leverage. If a permit was not pulled, you can call the trustee of the property and say, listen, everything done here was messed up and screwed up, and it needs to be fixed. I know you paid this guy. I'm sorry you did. I'm sorry you didn't check with me first to make sure that it was done right, but it wasn't done right, and it needs to be fixed. Now, you don't have technically control over whether they decide to do it, but just saying, you can simply say, listen, if you're not willing to get this done, I have no recourse but to call the city and point out who did this work, and you're in charge of it, and that it was done without permit, and the city get involved and say, get this stuff done right. They will get to it, and so you actually have a little bit of leverage because the permit wasn't pulled for panel exchange and so on. So you can use that leverage to basically tell the trustee, listen, I don't have to call the city and blow the whistle on this whole thing. Why don't you just get it all fixed? Okay? That's probably how I would handle it, because why is a servant's harmless as doves? And when somebody hasn't stepped up to their responsibility, it's time to call them to the table. You've got a little bit of leverage in that situation. Use it. Okay? That's the best I can tell you, Jerome. The rest of it is just a mess. All right, y'all. When we come back, we will get back to looking at design and texture and aroma in your Don't worry, you're home. Dean Sharp, the house whisperer, Sandy Wells. LAPD has warned people in the Wilshire area to be aware of high-tech thieves. Burglars are using Wi-Fi jamming equipment to disarm security cameras and alarm systems. Investigators put out an alert yesterday. They say the thieves typically enter through the second story of homes and target people's primary bedrooms. Burglars have been swiping jewelry, purses, money, and other valuables. Oftentimes, the group has a driver who's also acting as a lookout. Police say people should never post on social media that they're out of town. They also say people should not let their mail accumulate. Like trolling KFI News. Topanga Canyon Boulevard has been shut down between PCH and Grandview Drive. The country says the closure is for slide removal, and it's not clear how long it will take. Gas prices have dropped in LA County. The average price now $4.93 a gallon. That price is still nearly 20 cents higher than a month ago. In Orange County, the average price is at $4.88 a gallon. Republican senator who gave the party's response to President Biden's State of the Union address used a harrowing account of the government sexual abuse with case border policies. But the rapes did not happen in the U.S., nor did they happen during the Biden administration. Alabama Senator Katie Britt described how she met a woman at the U.S.-Mexico border who was raped thousands of times in a sex trafficking operation run by cartels starting when she was 12. Documents show the victim has previously spoken publicly about the abuse happening. It happened in Mexico, and it was from 2004 to 2008. President George W. Bush. Last week, will be made tonight at the 96th Academy Awards.
If Billie Eilish and her brother Phineas win for Best Original Song, they would be the youngest artist ever to win 2 Oscars before the age of 30. Christopher Nolan and Emma Thomas are the powerhouse couple behind Oppenheimer. If it wins Best Picture, they will be the second married couple to ever win the award after Richard and Lily Zanuck won for Driving Miss Daisy. Oppenheimer could also break the record for most wins since Slumdog Millionaire in 2008. It stars Cillian Murphy and Robert Downey Jr. won for Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor. That would be the first time since 1959's Ben-Hur that a film has won both Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor categories. Ellie Parker, KFI News.
Open up doors by proactively viewing your entire portfolio with an eye on taxes and risk. Doors were meant to be open. Ready to switch? Break up with life. Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water. Myself cleanse like a method without harsh rubbing, tested to remove waterproof bacteria better than the leading ones. 9 of 10 white users would recommend Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water by Garnier
Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back to the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indian only. One no-sweat bet for new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Ally. Whether you're 6'4", we're all better off with Ally.
Today, Black folks
The last time these teams won a championship, 2019 for Notre Dame.
There's something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV.
2 years ago for NC State, their string of clear. Going to run for NC State and Westmore. This game is the difference for NC State in the second half, shooting 50%. So he does such a good job of families. 5 times, 8 interviews. You said that all along. It's been a highly competitive game. Like in the regular season,
no matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice
Notre Dame handily in South Bend.
Get custom juice of new 100% fruit juice to help them
Ball played double quickly by Citron.
Juicy Juice is always you have
Citron hit hard on the court, so it's 4 on 5 right now.
available in family-sized bottles and these
Billy
boxes.
Wilson's whistle is Citron.
Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
KFI 24-hour newsroom of Sandy Wells. Nearly 3,000
Citron
teen
was
drivers
involved
die
in
in
the
car
double
crashes
team
each
by
year.
Savannah
Tire
Rivers,
Street
which
Survival
was
is
a jump
designed
that
to
come
save
off
lives.
timeout.
For one day, Anton Driving School gives
Makes
teens
the
experience in car
pass.
control, exercises, and emergency braking and escape recovery. Find the
This
class
is better
at
than that.
TireRack.com/survive.
Lately, our homes have experienced more of this. More dishes,
That hurts across the
more
flushes.
flushes, and more shower time concerts.
So the bullpen, Notre Dame doesn't with their small lineup.
Good things are close. The Stereo Plumbing Service professionals are equipped to handle anything. We're your neighborhood Incocom anytime, and we'll be there because we've been here all along. Mr. Reader Plumbing, a neighborly company. Visit MrReader.com today.
Termite problems? Search PacificCoastTermite.com or call 800 Pacific. The news.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We are tied up. The House Whisperer, thanks for joining us on the program. We are talking about the fundamentals of design, not to make you a designer, but to make you an effective captain of your design team so you can squeeze your design team, squeeze them like a sponge, and get every last drop of creativity and effectiveness out of the design of whatever it is that you're planning on doing, whether you're just reworking a room, building a brand new house from the ground up, or anything in between. Design matters most. It is the thing that sets the stage for everything that will happen. The craftsmanship of the home will not exceed the design. It will live up to it, but it will not exceed. Can't make up for good craftsmanship. Can't make up for bad design. Okay? So what do we want to do right before anybody picks up a hammer or a nail or a shovel or anything? We want to make sure that the plan with this new, whatever the case may be, new kitchen, new bathroom, new renovation, new room addition, new house. We want to make sure the plan is taking everything into account, that it's addressing all of the fundamentals, that all the boxes get checked, that all the questions get answered. And I don't want you relying on your designer to remember, honestly, because being quite honest with you, most don't. I'm sorry to say, most don't. Most are not working on a fundamental checklist. They breeze in, they've got their views, and they've got their way of doing things. Ultimately, you're in charge of this. You are the captain of your design team. And that's why I want to make sure that you have the agency.
In transition, wait for help. It's a dog.
Okay, so the last couple of items, and we're not going to go into great detail here because we don't need to, but the last couple of fundamental items to consider when it comes to these kinds of things. We talked about sight, movement, spaciousness, sound, all of these really major players and major hitters. But what's left after that? What's left are things like textures and aromas, right? We come into contact with our homes constantly. What is one of the most significant textures in your, if not arguably the most significant texture in your home? What's the answer? The floor. You are in constant contact with the floor. You're standing, you're sitting, you're walking around your room, you are making physical contact with your home via the floor. The texture of the floor, whether you're in your socks, whether you're in your bare feet, or whether you're in your shoes, it matters. It matters. The texture of the floor matters. When you touch a wall, the texture matters. What's on that wall, what you feel matters. We talked about time. I'm a huge fan. One of the things that has changed radically in the last maybe 10 or 15 years in the building industry, certainly in the design industry, is the introduction and the popularity, I should say, of dimensional tile. Tile that doesn't just look pretty when you see it from across the room, but actually has dimension to it that you hand on. Oh, you feel that those ridges or those bumps or those, whatever. We come into visible contact with our home in 1,000 different ways. Furniture, floors, walls, appliances, door handles, doorknobs, all of these things should be evaluated through and judged by texture, the experience of texture in your home. Does that make sense? I'm just going to leave it at that because
taught multiple programs about
Time
texture,
out
but what you
taken
need to know is that you have it as a checklist. So as you're examining your choices, it's not just about how does it look, but also how does it feel? How does it feel when you get up close and personal to this?
Talked about the big three for Notre Dame. It's the big two in the second half. Only Matthew Westfeld and Hannah Hidalgo have scored for Notre Dame in this half. They are up 2.
Dean has always been against.
There is the reset as we take a look at today's Star Stories, brought to you by Home Depot.
One of the reasons is very
Matthew Westfeld only had 2 points at the half. Griff Baldwin,
I mean, the worst stuff
same.
look
Look what they've done in the second half. But again, just 2 Notre Dame players have scored in this second half. Short bench because of the injury yesterday to Kylie Watson. So what do you think is going to happen here, Coach Antonelli? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, Coach Ward, here's what's going to happen. NC State is probably going to stay in their man. Okay? And Notre Dame, maybe some soft pressure. But NC State has fouls to give. They have 1 team foul. They have 3 timeouts. Notre Dame has 2 team fouls. They have 1 timeout. So I might see some soft open pressure, but you got to keep Hidalgo in front. You can't let her get open in the open court. And you got to get a stop and rebound. I would definitely keep Madison Hayes on with Maddie Westfeld. That's been the matchup because she is better suited to guard her with size and strength. But I also would not let Hidalgo get a shot off here. So look for Citron outside the 3. That's the 2-second difference between the 2 clocks. There's a foul. As I mentioned, they have lots of fouls to give. Notre Dame has not lost since falling to NC State on the 15th of February. 7 straight wins. Here they are in a gem of a title game. James has 4 fouls now. Inbound, Westfeld, go for the steal, try to get trapped, and commit a foul if you can't get it, but make a play on the ball. Rivers picked up a foul just for first.
Well, scent comes into play with
So
things like
3 team fouls, still 1 more to give.
fresh flowers.
Gotta be careful they don't slip to the bucket on you. I'm looking for somebody. Able to get it as Rivers fell to the
People walk into a space and you're, oh man, what is that guy smelling? It's lovely. And then the way that you decide your garden is well, not just the flowers are the prettiest, but also the flowers and plants that give off scent. And getting those near windows and open doors that are going to be open in the house so that there's an opportunity for that stuff to move through. Our yard is full of roses and Carolina wisteria, which this time of year very shortly is going to be busting out in this amazing scent.
And it's going to put Citron on the line. What do you think of that? She's the best free throw shooter in the league. I don't understand the foul anyway.
Basically fill your nose with really, really beautiful and good things. What is the power of scent? No sense, 0 cents other than scent.
Citron, not the person you want. She leads the entire league in free throw percentage. She gets 1 out of 2, so it's still a 1 possession game. And NC State has the basketball. Certainly, they have
selection
capable
started over
three-point
at Rothschild
shooters.
and George was stabbing a gauge to which the nose to get relatively porous. Elias might break the second City potholes. USA Today says New York City.
They started in the beginning of the game with a little bit of
U.S. military has told forces in
I think
help
they
out
stay at the
security at the U.S.
Notre
Embassy
Dame
in
has
Haiti.
2 fouls to get. They did, so they might give them. If you're going to
Anyone
give
around
the
the embassy
foul,
is watching and told by games.
okay,
We'll check
you
the
want to make
55
sure
to
it's
make
on the
right
dribble
after
down,
this.
not on the dribble up. Okay, because if you get into the rhythm of their shot,
Get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official
Like
sports
coaches
betting partner of the
have a different
NBA.
philosophy here about who wins the foul. But if you choose to give a foul here, you're going to give it on the dribble down. The second foul would be the one that you would consider if you wanted to put NC State to the line, not to allow the three-point shot. But if you do that, you're not doing that until the inside. I said 7 or 8 seconds. NC State doesn't need a 3-point.
And use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Bet DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours.
There's the foul, pardon me, on Rivers got it in.
New customer issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial use and bet bonus bets expire once. 68 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness about HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences. No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only served by fruit, no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer.
Just a couple of big free throws here down the stretch. Citron and Aldago.
Slacked up. I got plastic door. I wanted to punch the plastic door and rip it up. I want to grab off the shelf and get out as quickly as possible. John and Phillips. There were so many things at this school. They got to be live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeart Radio app.
Free throw. A little while ago was the first point scored in the second half. Up was Madongo and Westone for Notre Dame. And here they are on the court. SEC championship follows up with LSU and South Carolina. We're going to finish on the half here of the ACC. What a great atmosphere. What an incredible day. What a competitive tournament we're going to all week. But right now, NC State still has a chance. I mean, you got to get a direct pass to the block, score quickly, and then fast. They're Notre Dame has 1 timeout left. They can advance the ball and one foul to get. Let's see the Warriors. Westmore decides to play it.
Dean Sharp, the house whisperer.
If you go for the three right here, you got to get an offensive rebound and take it back out to the three-point line.
Just about noon. We just got a couple 3 minutes left here on the program. We come to the end of another 3 hours together and the end of another weekend together.
Sends up the three, well short, box out by Citron and Murray.
Interesting and informative, helpful for you in college food topics. We have accomplished a milestone in our series that we started here at the beginning of the year. Building your dream home step-by-step guide. We have taken it so far. We're not done.
To take out NC State,
We're not done yet, but we've come quite a ways. We've come all the way from just beginning writing a profile of your property all the way through finding your design team, making yourself the captain of your own design team, putting all those factors together, and now moving through the fundamentals of design science. Sound, spacious, light, both artificial and natural, and now sound,
this is a well put together basketball team that's going to have a deep run in March. And I'll say the same thing about NC State. They got a chance as well. Both of them playing great basketball right now. And Patty Westphal giving Kylan Watson a big hug. Who dissolved into tears coming with the knee injury yesterday. We hope the best for her. She gets an MRI tomorrow. When she gets home, what a gutty performance. For the Irish, they got down here in the fourth quarter. This crowd, what do you say? 80% everybody. Everybody here tonight, they've been awesome. Yeah, probably 90% Sam. I mean, what a game. What a finish. What a competitive second half between two really good basketball teams. Congratulations to Niele Ivey on her first ACC tournament championship. She won the regular season last year. What a great basketball team she has put together and fulfilling the legacy of Coach Buffett. It was a 12-2 run to end the game for Notre Dame. State evaded its last 9 shots. And it is a great day for the Irish. The Ivy, she's won this tournament as an assistant coach. Now she gets number 1 as the head coach. What a job for her resilient Irish team.
Also be taking the
they have really rocketed it up, right? It's a bracket that's winning these last 8 games, 4 straight games against ranked teams, and they beat them all.
Even find out to make sure.
This freshman, Anna Hidalgo, something special. Angel is. Let's go over to Angel. She's got the So she won as a player. She won as an assistant coach. As a head coach now, being able to take home the ACC tournament title. What does that feel like? There's nothing about it. There's nothing about it. All glory goes to him. I'm lost for words. I got dreamt of. And the fact that it's manifested, I'm so proud of this group. I'm so appreciative of the support.
We find out that it doesn't. Now is the time to make changes, not after the play.
You told me before the game that in that loss, the last loss of the regular season against NC State, that this team has grown the grit, the synergy, and beyond. What has this felt like being shorthanded? I mean, it just shows the resilience of our team. There's so much grit, so much pride, so much passion. For me, I'm so grateful. They're going to make sure they coach them. They played a lot of hard, and everybody stepped up. So proud of Matt stepping up. Can't get stepping up. Just phenomenal. Just phenomenal. It's really not really proud. Those words from your coach. He said, she's my coach of the year. From the first time you walked on campus to this point. What does it mean? Yeah, anything in me. I love Coach Ivy. She's the best coach to me. She's the best coach.
As interesting, informative,
What is the title when you're thinking about what is the ball in your hands down the stretch? What was going through your mind, the mindset of that moment?
Yeah, well, this was all three was breaking. We just had our big comes at the ball screen and going, so it just shot it, and I'm going to that.
Everyone talks about your big three.
All right, Joe.
That was unbelievable in that second half 14 points for her. When you can see her get going, what type of energy were you trying to drive off of?
Yeah, well, we need everybody on the team to go. And from any time like that, we just keep figuring out what I did. It's nobody really protect the number. And Donnie too. When Donnie's in our room, we just keep running watch.
ACC Rookie of the Year, ACC Defensive Player of the Year, and now an ACC Tournament title. Not a bad resume.
You need to hear about everything that's going on everywhere on the planet all the time.
Hannah Hidalgo, what a freshman year she has. And now she got an ACC championship. The maturity is right. That's the key word for this young player, because at the beginning of the year, she did a lot of stuff to isolate herself on the court, meaning she had the ball in her hand, she's looking to score. As the season went on, she figured out, she matured, her intellect got better. Her skill set was always there, but the understanding of the Notre Dame system and the Notre Dame culture is part of the reason why she's had so much success in this system. And another terrific game for Sonia Citron, some big rebounds in the second half, especially here she is with
Sonia, that's what we love to see, the smile on your face, what's going throughout the game. When you understand what went into the season and getting to this point, what stands out the most?
I think just the grit that our team has. I mean, we have fought all season. We have battled injuries. No matter what, we just stay together and just look at the
When you're thinking about Neil Ivy getting her first ACC tournament title, how does that make you feel, knowing that you're a part of that?
Amazing. I mean, Coach Ivy deserves the world. She worked so hard, so I'm just happy that we were able to get it better.
And when you're looking at the big three, everyone talks about the big three. You establish yourself in the first half as well. As a collective, what does it feel like understanding everything that you guys have laid out on the floor to have these moments?
Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing. I think, again, it speaks to our team because the love we have for each other, and we were just playing for each other out there, so it feels great.
And it looks fun. Congratulations, champ.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. And with this win, I think it's safe to say, Debbie, that we're going to see Notre Dame hosting in the first and second round. Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. And NC State as well. And, you know, the game swung when Matty Westbeld hit those triples. Those were the two backbreakers, I think, for the Wolfpack. And then the couple of turnovers late and poor execution by NC State at the end. But it was a well-played game, especially the adjustments Westmore made at halftime. And then the adjustments that Neil Ivy made in the middle third of the floor with their ball screen offense. Notre Dame only has 6 players play today. They had 7 available. Only 5 players scored. All but 6 of their 55-point game for the big three. Dago, Citron, and Westbell. It's impressive. This league has been great all year. You know, we've covered it all season long. 9 teams should get in. 9 teams have great guard play. And when you have great guard play, you have a chance to advance. I can't wait to watch what's next for Hannah Hidalgo and where her game will go next. Especially next year when Olivia Miles gets back. Watch out for that one. And if you want to see the trophy presentation, that is coming up on the ACC Network. The Nothing But Net crew also will take you through the rest of the afternoon. I think Muffin's going to be in a good mood sitting over there on that set. So, the SEC Network, or the SEC Network, the SEC Championship game is coming up after us with LSU and South Carolina. Debbie Antonelli, Angel Gray, it's such a great time this week. It's a fantastic crew, and I'm glad we got a great championship game after a great ACC season. Our crew deserved it as much as we did. Congratulations to the Fighting Irish. So Notre Dame wins the ACC Championship. Week presented by Principal. South Carolina was 1.1 seconds away from getting on the bus back to Columbia. Instead, they boarded a bus back to the arena to play on Championship Sunday. The Gamecocks, the #1 team in the nation. They're 31-0 on the season, but they have to face the defending national champions in Angel Reese. A boot on her ankle, but if you watch Angel, you know she's going to get it all for her team. Camila Cardoso, the biggest shot of her life, she's regrouped and ready to go.
$30 million in renter assistance. Michael Lung's invited.
2 teens from Los Osos High School ranging from Columbia have been killed in a car crash. People have been leaving candles, flowers, and balloons and bloody messages at the site of the crash where 17-year-old Elias and 14-year-old Sarah Cruz were killed on Friday. Siblings were in a car when Elias lost control and crashed into a pole and then a tree near the intersection. A 13-year-old in the car was taken to a nearby hospital and is okay. Elias was a baseball player and Sarah was on the softball and volleyball team at the high school. Disney has deferred hints at a huge theme park attraction that could be part of a $1.9 billion Disneyland expansion in Anaheim.
The Avatar theme
This is the SEC Women's Basketball Tournament Championship. You are watching the SEC on ESPN. A sold-out arena here in Greenville, South Carolina. To watch the top 2 teams in the SEC go head-to-head for the second time. It was a 6-point win for South Carolina the first time back in January. But none of that matters right now. Saturday was a lot of fun. South Carolina with a buzzer beater to Tennessee. LSU took care of Ole Miss, and these two will be here for a title. Let's go. We are ready to crown a champion in Greenville. Corey Lau, alongside the Hall of Famer Carolyn Whitethroat, is also. So many emotions yesterday for LSU watching their teammate, not just your Cola, started off the court and then coming back and winning that game. For South Carolina, a buzzer beater when it looked like they had lost. As a head coach, how do you regroup in one night to play for a title? Well, the successful coaches do what these 2 women did, and Don Staley and Kim Mulkey. They have to stay steady. They got to stay calm. They got to collect the emotion of the team and show that they can still sit in the moment and go after a win. And that's what these two women did. That's why they're in the finals today. I'll start with South Carolina, the number 1 seed. They are undefeated thanks to that buzzer beater yesterday. This is a team that has been dominant and well tested all season. Well, Doug Staley, what she has done since coming into South Carolina is she has set the standard and she has brought in talent that has the ability to meet the standard. It is a consistency on the winning side of the basketball. It is the unselfishness of their team and how they play and the defense that they play. That is what has made South Carolina and Doug Staley so successful. Nobody has been able to take down South Carolina. They are 6-0 against great teams this year, and they have won 7 of the last 9 SEC tournament titles. This is the title number 8 today. WKC and LSU team who has battled injury. What is the injury status for the Tigers today? Apparently they have LSU Tigers to reach this SEC championship. Last year, Polo was released from the hospital at 1:30 this morning after suffering a concussion last night in the fourth quarter. What about today? Walking around, she's been able to get something to eat, and she's back at the team hotel. The game with a manager. Michaela Williams, how long she may go, we don't know just yet. But of course, we all know about the SEC Player of the Year. Angel Reese will continue to dig deep Baltimore up and play through that pain after rolling her ankle. Injury for Angel Reese, the SEC Player of the Year. That happened on Friday in the quarterfinals against Auburn. This was in the fourth quarter. Watch her right ankle. She tweaks it there. She went off of the court and did not return to the game. We saw her on the bike. She didn't go through the shoot-around yesterday, but she did play in that game and had her 22nd double-double of the season. She said afterwards, after the game last night, her ankle was the size of a tennis ball, but you know the Mighty Barbie is going to go out there and give it her all. Well, because she told us she trusts not Baltimore, but Baltimore. I got a direct message on social media that said, you're just built different when you come from Baltimore. And Angel, you come from Baltimore, and Angel Reese definitely is. She had toughness, her focus, keeping away from protecting that ankle to protecting last year's more. She pulled the team together. She was the emotional leader and demonstrated the dominant center that she is for LSU and got the Tigers to the title game.
Bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. Crown is yours. Sportsbook 21 only. One no sweat bet for new customer issue is $1 based on amount of initial risk. Odds match by 1 with 60 hours of insurance. Deposit wagering eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/bonus. Only promo code 1-800-9-WIN.
Top on weather from KFI. Mostly cloudy skies the rest of the afternoon. Highs are going to be in the mid-60s to around 70 across the region. Lows tonight dropping to the 40s and 50s. Of the same weather Monday and Tuesday. Sunny skies though in the afternoon. Mid-60s to around 70 in the beaches.
Everybody wanted in the nation and LSU and South Carolina.
The valleys and Inland Empire. The high deserts will stay in
Release
the
down
high
low
50s
to
to
an
around
Eastern
60.
Laurel and the high low working early.
Laguna Gale 60. Down to 59.
Carolina is starting 5. And we're going to get off to a good start like we did yesterday. Don Staley has been challenging Grady Johnson. Grady Johnson has gotten some aggressive offensive moves. Loses it, and this will be ASU ball. I told you last year, though, how it was impressive yesterday. In the starting lineup, out of Illinois, started here in the championship game. I've already seen leadership from Kingsbury, helping the freshman, Janae Kent, giving her instructions. That's how you can keep a freshman calm, by continuing to communicate with her and build confidence. Kent, number 20 in the purple jersey, driving in on last year. Pull, and that's a travel.
Some of the most important money things you need to know from this week. Timeless and timely.
Don Staley, I mean, what an incredible moment for the program yesterday. The emotion, the being down with 1.1 seconds left. She told us everybody has been focused today. They went through a film session this morning. They're ready to play for a title. It's hard to come down off of a big moment like yesterday. We have a huge And it wasn't just anybody hitting the three, but Camila Cardozo was 6'7" center, knocking that shot down. Everybody was so excited to see her experience success. Her first career three, now 1 for 2 in her career behind the arc. Cardozo running the floor and a pass from her best friend, Raven Johnson.
They are proliferating, and it's harder than ever to be a savvy shopper online because reviews, if they are
Pull it, tips it in the hands of Bree Hall.
well, they're really helpful. They can help direct us in the right path when we're trying to consider whether or not we buy something. But if they're biased, if they're paying for it, then those reviews, all of a sudden, they don't pull out the value. So I'll talk about how to navigate the current climate. Is renting forever a bad thing? And then a new credit card that could come into existence shortly. Plus, I'm going to take your phone calls. Give me a call. The number is 1-800-520-1534. If you have a personal financing money question, 1-800-520-1534. Let's start off by talking about it's, there's all these funny things around there, especially on Twitter or now.
There it is. Hold that ball through. You may question whether or not she's got a face-up game, but she does. You watch the physicality of Angel Reese and Camila Cardozo, and Angel Reese is already having some verbiage, a little communication between the big girls down low.
Resurgence and interest in price.
Might be a little spicy in the paint today,
of course.
Oh, yeah.
My
Steal my knee tomorrow.
The Harmony podcast, Zeke Farrell wrote a book called Number Go Up.
Once you step into the bucket.
Basically the demise of
LSU felt like that game slipped away in Baton Rouge, and they want to establish that they are being aggressive. They were physical with Cardozo in the first half, and then affected her hugely. Scramble on the floor for the loose ball. It's going to be LSU basketball.
This is a great company who's changing the game in the artificial intelligence space. But it also seems like in some ways the stuff disentangled from reality. And maybe, just maybe, the same thing is true with Bitcoin. It's one of those Bitcoin maximalists who thinks that Bitcoin is going to change the world. Centralized finance is the only way to move forward because fiat currency is irrelevant. And when the price goes up, Bitcoin is essentially
on the move.
it's been kind of
There's Michaela Williams in the game. Toughness is what LSU feeds off of. Aggressive plays. A little spicy action between players. That makes LSU turn it up to another level. The 7-0 run for the Tigers. Tahina Powell. Bang. The number 1 3-point shooter in the nation.
It's attracting more interest.
We are in for a good one this afternoon. Not even 5 minutes into this game. Love it.
Into cryptocurrency, but mostly specifically Bitcoin. So Fidelity says Bitcoin is not part of the
Angel Reese.
Vanguard disagrees, which is fine. Those are two of my favorite brokerage firms, both
the assist from Michaela Williams to Haley Van Lith for 3.
Best choice for you.
Hey, but hang on, Tahina Powell is ready to answer at the other end, get the 3 of her own.
Who's right? Who's right here? Who should we trust? To me, it feels like mom and dad are fighting because I love
Morrow looking around
so
for
much.
Watkins, but Watkins got beat of it.
Doesn't even just say that you should know it. They say
Raven up ahead to Powell.
for investors.
Cardozo behind the defense miss.
That's how strongly they feel.
Angel Reese with Powell. Van Lith transition 3.
I think most investors are just fine with zero Bitcoin exposure.
The offensive rebound ability.
It's probably best to
The best at it in the country, Angel Reese on the glass. Over 5 offensive rebounds per game for Angel.
Maybe, just maybe, you should own a little bit. But guess what? Keep it small. Just like Fidelity advises you, 1 to 3%. That's all you need. And you have to be comfortable. And you have to be so comfortable if it went to 0. That's a possibility. Do I think it's likely?
Lonnie Johnson.
It's a possibility that with Bitcoin.
Taking her over with an easy tomorrow. And the no look. She went with the no look.
Bitcoin's the future.
Okay, Florida.
One, now people weren't emailing me when Bitcoin was crashing. And then two, now it's not only Bitcoin, there are these other random crypto coins again that are surging. And I guarantee you, there are a lot of people in this space
South Carolina.
who are going to get smacked around with the price drops. They're going to lose money.
They see LSU.
There's some people who will
take advantage of slowing the game down.
It's still such a speculative place.
It's already a battle in the paint with these two.
So, I'm okay.
We expect nothing less.
Just know the risks.
When we come back, I'll look back at the biggest shot of the season, Camilo Cardoso. Let's end it up for free.
Retirement accounts inside of your taxable brokerage account. Just make sure you're doing the normal right stuff with the vast majority of the corporation. And I don't care if you want to invest in Bitcoin. I don't care if you want to invest in farmland or
What up, Money Printer OS? How are you?
I don't think you need any allocation.
Money Printer OS, how are you? Money Printer OS, I'm talking to you. Yo, dog. Money Printer OS, what up, baby? Yo, dude, chill. Let's go. Send it to $0. $0. Straight to $0. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Garnier Micellar cleansing water. Micellar cleanse like a magnet without harsh rubbing. Tested to remove water for transparent better than the reading light. 9 out of 10 white users would recommend Garnier Micellar cleansing water by Garnier naturally.
Carousel Caterpillar.
They increased by 41% last year. It's not surprising, right? Given the returns we saw in the market.
The strength to go against the grain.
Before you know it, she'll have worked her way up to
Because when you give a girl a power tool, she becomes
even more powerful one. They're saying, why would you invest in this?
Being an athlete,
limited account through your workplace or through an IRA.
having a healthy desire to do as much as you can with your life.
And it's not that they're wrong in ways to invest, it's just their 401ks are still the most critical path for the average American to achieve
Gatorade has lower sugar, electrolyte bags, hydration options to keep you rehydrated and get
to retire in style, you just do a regular contribution to your check over the decades, right?
ESPN Tournament Challenge is back. The best part, anyone can play.
Definitely 13 years. Especially
For one of these weird
contribution, how much you
could be a bona fide backup.
regularly every 6 months or if you do that, you can increase your contribution by 1% every 6 months.
No matter
In 10 years, you're going to be
like,
surprised.
where, how,
You're bound to
anyone can
reach
bracket.
your
Download to play the #1 bracket game.
41% more 401k millionaires. It's
We've
beautiful
always
and
been
it
away
just
from your
shows
family.
that anybody
We wanted to make this day
can do
precious.
this. You don't need to be
Bring it, her mom and her
crossed
sister.
every day. And Bitcoin investment works out with those two for you to get more. By the way, question of the day: does the Bitcoin run up? Does it pique your interest in what you're doing in regards to cryptocurrency investing?
South Carolina will have to inbound again. They don't have a timeout.
Cardoso
for 3.
Were made during the deep
What a week it's been for Camilo Cardoso. It's time for today's News to Know, brought to you by USPS Round and Bandage. Camilo Cardoso is from Brazil. He left home at the age of 15 to come to the States to play basketball. Until Saturday, when South Carolina brought her family up from Brazil, they had not seen her play in the States since she left home. And now, what a week they've had. Her mom and her sister were in the stands yesterday. They are here today. They saw her hit that game-winning shot. What a trip this must be for them. Oh, my God.
We're going to take a look at what's happening on the 10 freeway.
Just going through the emotion of Camilla seeing her mom and her sister, and then to be able to perform the way she has since they come here, has had that just what memory. Now, Elizabeth Wiley at the top of the key. she's arrived.
Star Wars
You
Rise
better
of the
believe it.
Resistance. It's
Full
every
Wiley
amazing
comes in the
movie
game.
ever.
She is ready to make something happen. Visit with Dawn Staley. She gets it going, and she has something great. Feeds off the crowd. She wants to fight.
Rise in the NBA. The time
Putting
is
on a better
now to get
performance.
in on the action with
Racing
DraftKings
numbers,
Sportsbook,
several
an
South
official
Carolina
sports betting
players
partner of the
rotating
NBA.
in
New
through
customers
this
who
game.
deposit $5 or
That
more
could be a
can
huge
get a no
advantage
sweat
for
bet
that
up to
depth wise. South Carolina
$1,000
has
back
a
in your
ton of
bonus
depth.
bet. It's a no
LSU,
sweat bet.
not
It's
at all.
just like
Yeah,
getting an
Josh Davis
offensive
played
board.
9
Miss your
players,
first shot and you get another
and
chance to
each player
score. That's right.
really
Get a
can get to
bonus bet
double
back in
digit
the amount of
dinners.
your
So
original
if
bet if your
South
first
Carolina
bet
can make
doesn't
this
hit.
fast pace,
Download
we
the
can see
DraftKings
how that
Sportsbook
could
app now and
affect
use
LSU.
promo code IHEART.
South
New
Carolina gets
customers can get
33
a no
points a
sweat
game
bet
off
up to
their bench. LSU
$1,000
only
if
has
your
4
first bet
total bench
loses.
points
Only
in
at
2 games
DraftKings
here in the
Sportsbook
SEC
with
tournament.
promo code IHEART. The crown is
First foul
yours.
against
Must
Asher
be 21
Watkins.
or older. Indiana only. One no sweat bet for new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on
And
amount of
there's a
initial
foul
losing bet.
on
Bonus bets expire
Eagles.
168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
Is that
Problem
far.
1-800-9 with it.
Hey, it's Jimmy.
For South
Today,
Carolina,
Black folks
every
out
time
there
she
are
comes
still
in the game,
disappointed.
like the momentum
But
of
there
the
is something we
game.
can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you get healthy with HIV. And get to a steady integrity, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured.
Full Riley having trouble hanging on to it. 10 seconds on the shot clock for South Carolina.
Learn more
And
at
it's no ball. Possession arrow stays with the Gamecocks. With Wante Johnson able to tie it up.
Basic information about
Not really
basic
a jump ball, but a stare down.
almost
Yeah.
everyone that's gamers want
The
to
LSU
access
is
it because
trying to establish that they may be few in numbers, but they're not backing down from anybody.
so think about back to Equifax in 2017.
Specifically,
Most
after the
Americans
first South
saw a lot
Carolina
of their
game,
personal information
she talked
go
about
out there
what
to
it
the
meant,
ether
how much she
because
wanted
Equifax
this
is
player. As
curious.
an offensive foul on Ashley Watkins for second.
Myriad circumstances where companies have
See,
had
that intensity
data
is
breaches
exactly
and their
what
information
was
has been
in the
compromised.
huddle.
Because of that,
Head coach
your
Tim Mulkey
information
came
is
over
kind
and
of
said,
sort of
listen, I don't want to have
at
to
least
play the game.
somewhat, right?
Michaela Williams,
And so
more minutes, and I don't
because
have to.
of that,
Everybody
your
else, you have to
responsibility
step up.
to take the
From then
basic
on,
information
Clark
that's
stood
out there
up,
about
said,
you,
I
file
got
their
you.
taxes
Haley
as if
said,
they were
Liz
you.
looked at her,
They're
said,
not
I
doing
got you.
properly.
Angel Reese was talking, and
They're
Lisa Morrow was talking.
getting their
That whole
W-2s
surviving.
and
The
figuring out
culture that
exactly
has
how
been
much you owe
established
and,
at
oh,
LSU,
wait,
they
this person
play
knows
for
more than me.
each
And
other.
no. They're putting in some fake information in an effort to make the refund sky high.
And her
So
sister's
that they
standing up,
can
loving
walk
it.
away with a bunch of money and leave you in the lurch.
Kayla Williams back game for LSU. She's at the
The
top of your
IRS
screen,
has
number
almost
12 in
300,000
purple.
people have filed a complaint that their taxes have been filed by a crook. So that's like skyrocketing now.
Okay, she's got to shoot.
This is a
Reese didn't realize the
scam
shot
that is
clock was
just
winding down.
rationing up.
And a stop for the Gamecocks.
I guess the scammers are saying, wait, this is easy pickings. This is really that hard to file my
With
taxes.
a team with a game that means so much to both players, it's physical. Sometimes it can get you distracted. You got to stay focused in the moment on every possession.
You've got to notify the IRS about the fraudulent return
Johnson,
and
for
then
South Carolina.
let's say you were thinking, I think the average tax refund is in the
Coming
neighborhood
to
of
her on this tournament
$3,000.
too.
You're banking on that, right? To jumpstart your savings, to pay off some pesky debt, whatever it was. And now you have to wait months and months and months and months, and you got to go through all of these hoops in order to prove that you are you.
That's what Michaela Williams.
It's just not fun.
It's been more physical than that in the paint.
It started off
Got a tie
as
on the perimeter inside this battle.
test this system. It's a PIN code system. So you can go to irs.gov and
Johnson
get
has had a
protection.
phenomenal SEC tournament.
Then identity protection PIN allows you
All right, let's see him come to the.
dual
Okay, look at her spread the
authentication
floor.
for your retirement account or your bank. Right?
Bounce for
And so
Camilla.
when you want to log in there, well, it's not enough just to know your password. You also have to have the device where you get the email or the text message so you can input the 6 or 7 digit code or whatever it is.
Michaela Williams for two.
In a much bigger way. Well, these PIN
Her
codes are
first
just
points in the SEC
so
tournament.
instead of being able to
Oh,
find
my
the
laser
text message,
ball.
the
You
basic
gotta
information
watch where she
everybody
is.
can find, you
Highlight.
now have to have this PIN code that the IRS is
Columbia's
once
finest.
you submit your
The local
information
kid
to
who's staying
the
on the
PIN
play
code,
for the Gamecocks.
it's more involved. You have to
Become
have
a
the
trend.
government ID.
Keep the home
So,
talent at home.
this is a significant step of protection
Let's put the offensive
It is
board.
vastly
Shot
more
clock did not
difficult
reset.
to file taxes as if they were you, and to get your refund sent out their way.
Instead of having
So
Camila
my advice to you is
Cardoso
to
have
not
to battle
find
just
out that someone
posting
stole your
up,
refund
move her
after the
around.
fact.
South Carolina
Because there's
brings her up in the ball screen, action, and then lets her slip to the basket. That makes it 7. Tougher to
Simple
guard.
way to move forward to protect yourself. Please do take advantage. You can set that up at irs.gov. The IRS is not accepting tax
It's a
returns,
championship game.
whether it's digital or physical.
So Camila will take
Or
a
someone
seat.
filing as if they were
LSU
from
is
the
going to
gamers.
advantage of
If
that.
the
Eagle
PIN
Reach, she's at the
number
table
is
right now, but
not
Alita
submitted
Del Rosario is
So
in.
it's really important to know about this. This is an important way to protect yourself. Do not. And I don't talk about tax refunds for a second because, like I said, the average tax refund is something like $3,000. And this is the perfect opportunity. Most of us don't. Obviously, the average American doesn't have a massive budget. Right? So number 2, that is a great way to call a forced method of savings, a great way to jumpstart, kickstart some of your tax refund is that
Kicked away by Pow Pow.
$3,000. Did you have no toys?
Racing against the Gale Williams in the lay-in.
Or if you've got credit card debt, this person has
LSU can take the last shot of the quarter.
you can take half of it with the paying off your credit card debt. Or most people don't have a basic emergency fund. The number I say is if you $167, because that's what economists have found is the baseline level that will help you cover almost every emergency.
Monte Johnson
It's
turned
the
it over.
hardest time. But when you need a new set of tires randomly because you ran into one of those potholes.
And since it's the line, fouled by Harry Van Wick.
That number is what's going to help you, in most cases, get through almost anything without having to take on others once a day. $2,467. So use this tax refund
Such a vital part of the reserve production for Carolina. The last 6 games, she's averaged 9 points a game, and she has brought it to 3 consecutive losses. They had her guarding Tia Jackson yesterday.
Just make sure it's not preventing
The
you
Texans are
from
going
at least hitting
so
those basic
ability
financial milestones.
have that touch.
If you kind of want to know more
That great
the
the player I can talk about. Rebuild. I said, couldn't fill those shoes. Rebuild South Carolina. Defensive stopper. No player.
Is that 2,467
on the clock.
emergency fund. And then once you sign the 401k match at work if you have it, and then once you pay off high interest debt,
Stolen by
those are
Fagan for
the
3.
3 most important things. If you
No
don't have
Fagan
those
in the
3 things
buzzer
taken
on
care
that
of,
one.
you don't want to use the tax refund for anything else except for the 3 things. So, look into
South
what you use
Carolina
and how
is
the
the
funds
quarter
are
on a
and
10-2-1.
just use
When we
that
come
tax
back,
refund. It's a
we'll be
perfect
joined by LSU
opportunity.
head coach Kim Mulkey.
Like a blessing from above for you to be able to get going. Okay, let's talk about Bitcoin in a second. I want to talk about investing in general for just a second because
No
we
one
are
can
in
reach
the
the pinnacle
silly
of
season of
success on their own.
politics. And I do think that people
So I surround myself with
what's going on
expertise
out there,
that
we've had to
matters
develop our brains tremendously. It feels like on every level. We become so hard to
You're trying
and
again. We're craving
you
something
check
we're
out
missing.
completely, right? Because everyone else is so hard. I think that's where 60% of Americans find themselves. So maybe
barrier.
the 20% of decide to use the 60% of life. But don't even care anymore when it's getting ridiculous.
The time in which
The one thing I want to stress though is I think people, especially the people who are
I'm looking at it go.
they actually have more tendency to let what's happening.
He's talking about the expenses. Health insurance doesn't cover.
But with that less, you can get money to help close that gap. That's what, huh?
But investing in furniture
Get help with expenses. Health insurance doesn't cover.
I think it's like one of the realities of kind of checks and balances in our system is
When
that
is a
political progress
basketball
happens slowly.
more than a basketball?
So even if
When
somebody
it
that
opens the
you
door
massively
to
dislike
4 years of higher
gets elected
education,
to the highest office in the land,
opens your
I
eyes
think we
to
assume
new
that the
places
president
and
has more
experiences.
power.
Grants access to world-class trainers, academic
So if the
tutors,
person
and mental
don't
health
like gets elected,
professionals, and
well,
equips you with
guess what?
skills
They
that
don't
are
have as much power
unstoppable
to take
in any
and also
arena.
checks and balances just
For college
ensure that things
athletes,
move
a
slowly.
basketball
So
just needs
even if the person gets elected and you don't
Kelly
like them,
needs new floors.
you have
And
zero
with
faith
that,
that
so
they're
she
able
went
to
to
do
the
the job.
experts at LL Flooring, and it
That
was as
doesn't mean that
easy
you
as one,
impact how you invest. And I think we've let
four.
we've
Next
let
one, Kelly.
politics get the best of us.
LL
It's even
Flooring, every
impacting how
step
people
covered.
choose. to allocate the dollars. And history shows us that it's of little to no consequence from a return standpoint, whether it be or all it's so no matter what you do, it's elected here. It will be an old dude.
I'm Libby Dunn, All-American gymnast and VOA athlete. When you travel and train as much as I do, you find happiness where you are.
Yes, there was a significant
On the mat or on the sand, movement and comfort are essential. That's why I live in Performance Shelters by VOA. Made from pre-knit fabric that's made of 89% recycled materials. Effortlessly soft and made to move as much as I do. My happiness starts here, in the softest joggers on the planet.
It's not. It should not impact. We still have the most.
HB's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Principal. Let's build a retirement and benefits plan that works for your team. Moments ago, Kim Mulkey caught up with Brooks.
Coach told me this game is very physical for modern work team out there. Come on, I don't think it's been physical this.
Vice President Harris is on the
What do you want me
campaign
to do?
trail in Las Vegas.
How do y'all feel your team is defending Camila Cardozo right now?
Latina voters during her speech yesterday, she focused on what the Biden-Harris administration has achieved in its first term, like lowering healthcare costs, funding infrastructure improvements, and fighting for personal freedoms, specifically abortion.
That's how good teams beat you. They take advantage of opportunities. We come out, we take the lead, and then we have turnovers. At the end of the quarter, you go up 3-point lead. That's the thing. And then back.
The vice president also focused on immigration and called out former President Trump
Sign up
for
for
helping
today's
to
expert.
fully
Brought
bipartisan
to you
immigration
by
bill in Congress
Principal.
that would have
This
some
was
reforms.
last year.
The latest diversity
Goes down. She is taking off stretcher for LSU. Kim Mulkey attached speech in the challenging her team to respond and able to beat Oaks to make it championship. But what? After this bucket right here, Quante Johnson says that's for Cola. That's how much last year Cola did for this team. The motivation for the Jers today. Last year, Cola, a concussion. She was discharged from the care earlier this morning. She was checked this game at the hotel with the manager.
Diversity is getting better in Hollywood. She says the industry is still trying to find its groove following the pandemic. Steve correctly, and the House is set to vote on a bill today on the social media app TikTok. Then maybe stop if the trainees owners sell it.
It's going to pass, and there's bipartisan support for it. But President Trump used to be for it. He was against it. Now we've got an executive order around it.
Podcast host and tech journalist Harris Swisher says that the bill's supporters say Chinese government access to user data will threaten national security. TikTok users are pushing back with the app, sending messages to contact
But when you look at the point, those are even. That's going to be a battle. Now, who's going to defend and take away the perimeter shot? South Carolina has already. LSU. Pulling kicks from the free throw line. Meanwhile, LSU straight turnovers to a still run for South Carolina.
Commerce on the 5, southbound the 17. They crashed with 2 offense blocks out and go from
That's how you even things up. You're giving up points in the corner. You have to bring some points in your own. A player that is early last year at South Carolina, they questioned that decision, but instead of college, she went to work in the offseason and became a starter. You see it, 2 of the toughest players inside battling between Anita Morrow and Chloe
Customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to
These two are going to battle.
back in the bonus bet.
Anita Morrow's got this in her back
It's
to
just
knock
like
down
getting
the
an offensive
three.
board.
But
Miss
Chloe
your
Kish
first
is
shot
not
and you
afraid
get
to
another
mix
chance
it
to
up
score.
inside.
That's
The
right. Get a
savviness,
bonus
the
bet back in
ability
the
to
amount of
finish.
your
Put
original
points
bet
on the
if your
board
first
for the
bet
game.
doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use
1.6
promo
points
code
per game
IHEART.
here for
New
Kish.
customers
She's
can
up
get
to
a no-sweat
9.3
bet
and
up to
playing a lot more
$1,000
minutes.
if your first bet loses.
Raymond Johnson
DraftKings
keeps the window.
Sportsbook with promo code
And here's
IHEART.
Van Lith with a 2 spots. We got games within games going on for these two teams.
Based on amount of initial losing bet, bonus bets expire 168
Here's
hours
the
after
first
issuance.
bet.
Deposit wagering and
Okay.
eligibility restrictions apply.
Kim
Visit
Mulkey has been
sportsbook at
asking,
DraftKings.com/promos.
do
Gambling
something.
problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. And maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV. There are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you heal with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message is sponsored by Gilead Sciences. No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day.
That's going to be a foul
Juicy Juice is
taken in South Carolina.
no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Try Juicy Juice at your favorite grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Everyone's live conversations, trusted
You gotta have a
influencers,
clock in your
and
head when you're taking the ball out of bounds. Understand,
Go
oh, that's an offensive foul.
to iHeartResults.com for more. This is a radio ad for the patient. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema, is not well controlled with topical prescriptions. But since this is radio, you can't see
Tomorrow stepping up and taking the charge. He already has a black eye from Friday's quarterfinal game.
or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps you and your skin,
I don't think that.
but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
The House Whisperer meets the Horse Gambler.
Dean Sharp joins Tim Conley Jr. every Thursday evening at 6:20
on KFI. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is How to Money. I am your host, Joel Larsgaard. And if you have a money question, if you want to pick my brain about personal finance, please do give me a call. The number is 1-800-520-1534. 1-800-520-1534. Or if you want to answer kind of the question of the day, I was talking about Bitcoin at the top of the show. Does the Bitcoin run up pique your interest? Like, are you all of a sudden thinking, maybe I'm missing out on something? The FOMO starting to set in. I would love to hear your thoughts on Bitcoin, where it fits into your portfolio, if it does at all. Again, the number 1-800-520-1534. I was talking about online reviews and subscriptions here. Two different things real quick. Online reviews, first off, there was this Wired article, and it basically said, the headline was, online reviews are bought and paid for. Get used to it. And feels like something my dad would say. Just get used to it, right? But online reviews, I talk about kind of scam attempts and fraud occasionally on the show, ways to kind of insulate ourselves from falling for some of these scams. Talked recently about the financial reporter for the New Yorker and the New York Times, and how she fell hook, line, and sinker for a scam, ends up handing over $50,000 in a shoebox. I mean, just the craziest thing. It's unbelievable. You have to read the article that she wrote about it. There's so many red flags that pop up. It's amazing that she's still in a falling for it, especially given the financial acumen that she has. But then there are all sorts of smaller little deceptions that happen along the way, right? That happen in our daily lives. That might cause us not to lose $50,000 in insurance, handing it over into a network that's me talking about money. That's probably not going to happen. But you might buy something that's in for your item because you're trying to. And at this point, I think from the restaurateurs suing patrons over bad
Well, the original call, an offensive foul on Chloe Kitts. They confirmed that at the monitor. They did not see anything to upgrade this to an intentional or disqualifying foul. So still a foul on Kitts.
But that little move right there at the end could have been intentional. The officials didn't see it. You're going to have to keep your emotions in check, Chloe Kitts.
SEC Tournament Championship game, the rematch, a lot of people were hoping we might get, if we do, South Carolina and LSU, the first meeting decided by 6 points in favor of the Gamecocks back in January. LSU had a 4-point lead in the fourth quarter.
I'm keeping track of what LSU's field goal percentage is when Michaela Williams is on the floor. They are 6 of 12 when Williams plays.
Williams, her first SEC tournament game, she has been out with 15. No last year Poa for LSU today. She's out with a concussion. 5 seconds. Van Lick trying to drive, and it's hard to do that on 6'7" Camila Cardoso. Raven Johnson stepping into it. So comfortable.
Don Staley wanted Raven Johnson to be more aggressive offensively. She has established herself attacking the basket, now knocking down the long ball.
But still, I think that those 2, 3, and 4 will be kind of
8-3 from Anissa Morrow short.
And so I think the reviews can be helpful.
What up, PB? How you doing, man?
One thing is to
I would find Raven Johnson again.
PB, what's new?
For Chrome. And so when you go to see
PB's been bad, shit, How are you? That's okay, baby. You're welcome.
2-minute scoring drought for LSU.
I think they got to get 8 threes back down on the block.
So check that out.
Through the fingertips of Cardoso.
We good old USA. The United States.
By herself in the corner, that's off.
Hi, dog. Do you know what Harry Potter about Masonic Pen Emu is?
Let Angel Reese cook down low on the block.
Oh, tight. Very well. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Do you know what YouTube is? YouTube, it's like videos. YouTube. Yes. I've been live on YouTube for 3 years, all day, all night. Correct. I do it for world peace. I don't want war anymore.
That's the second on Angel Reese.
What up, man?
Don Staley wants that to be reviewed. Angel Reese and Camila Cardoso going at it inside.
Hey, we'll take a look at this.
Oh, I think Angel Reese may be called for the swinging of the elbow.
That's okay. I stream my life every day, every night on YouTube.
So it was a foul on Angel Reese. They can look to see if this is an intentional foul or a disqualifying foul.
Take care.
Or keep it as just a common foul.
Thank you.
That one did not look like a basketball play.
Good night, my friend.
What Del Rosario got called with against Auburn.
They're looking for intentional fouls defined as unnecessary hard and or excessive, unnecessary excessive swinging
not a direct play on the ball. Obviously, this is away from the ball.
I don't mind paying for it a couple months. So I can watch that show. But we're oversubscribed to things. Most of us don't know. We underestimate how much we're paying each and every month for those subscriptions. For instance,
I don't feel like either of us trying to gain possession or gain positioning on Cardoso because it wasn't even with her lower body first. That's normally when you try to get your lower body and then you clear out with your arms. That arm came first, and it was high.
classic company name. I appreciate it. You're right. There's so many freeways. Like, if you are okay, I like to listen to whole albums. That's just kind of my bias. But you're right that there's apps out there, specifically if you're already subscribed to Prime. There's Prime Music. As long as you're okay with shuffling.
So this week we might have a decision. The officials will confer. Only two officials can be in the monitor at one time.
So there are some subscriptions I'm still happy to pay for. But there are others that I'm going to ruthlessly eliminate from my life. And I just think we should probably do a subscription. Look into maybe some of those subscriptions that are costing us more than we thought. And that's why because it makes potential. If you're in college, it's great. And using it to get the student rates on some of these services, which are often a third of the price of normal rates. So don't make up because you start to see the actual paperwork. It's on music, that's what we find out. The Amazon Music rate at the higher level, which is a significant savings. So that might be enough to do.
Foul has been upgraded to an intentional foul. Anybody on South Carolina can use some free throws.
So an intentional foul on Angel Reese. South Carolina will let Sakina Powell shoot the free throw. She's their leading free throw shooter. And remember, they'll get possession of the ball as well.
Three people have been killed along the Texas-Mexico border in a helicopter crash on Friday. The helicopter was carrying 3 National Guard members and a Border Patrol agent. And a woman's feet had to be amputated.
Project Johnson, he hit the three.
Boyfriend at a subway station this weekend.
Keep an eye
Boyfriend allegedly
on
sheltered
these
onto the
two
tracks.
going at it right there.
Police say that the woman is in stable condition. We're going to take a break and then take a
Camilla
peek
kind of got a push off on Angel Reese right there. And I think when she went down on the other end, Angel Reese was trying to retaliate. That's a Johnson is fouled by Maria Del Rosario.
$1,000 back in the bonus bet. What's a no sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet is
Champion rolling on today with the Pac-12 title game. You'll see in Stanford. You get to see Cameron Brink. You get to see Juju Watkins. Can't wait for that one. 5 Eastern today here at ESPN. It's a new fast-paced game. They get up and down. And what LSU has got to do, they are playing inspired by last year forward. But they've got to keep their emotions in check.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks not community.
Mr. Cole went down with an injury with a concussion yesterday in the semifinals.
There's no cure for HIV.
South Carolina ball.
Yeah, take as prescribed. And get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests.
Angel Reese on the bench right now for LSU with those 2 personal fouls.
Learn more and treat HIV.
So Angel Rosario, the freshman, working in the paint, along with Anissa Barrow defensively here for the Tigers. I'd go right in the They're trying to go fake in, and Del Rosario took it away. But right away, Cardoso was looking to pass. She's got to be a threat to score first before she's ready to share.
Your hot fructose corn syrup and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes.
Blase Johnson hits, and she's fouled by Cardoso.
And juicyjuice.com.
The defense on the ball screen involving Camilla Cardoso. She came out with the reach to contest the shot of Blase Johnson. The focus and concentration for Pick Forward to finish. That's huge. Oh, it's a 2, not a 3. That was a good play. There you go. He was predicting the future. One missing, no field goals for South Carolina in the last 3 minutes.
Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe.
Wide open on the outside. Cardoso got her the ball.
Tell your doctor about new or worse
Ooh, what a rebound.
pain, vision changes, or blurred vision.
Out of the air. Woo! She got away with swinging a little bit of an elbow. She's got to be careful.
See for yourself. Ask your racing specialist about Guinness. Visit
So Cardoso checks out with 2 fouls. Sakima Walker will replace her. Angel Reese for LSU is out on the bench with 2 fouls. The difference is South Carolina's got a lot of depth in the post. LSU does not.
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals
Del
in
Rosario
every
is
single
going to be
day
vital
about how
for
specific
LSU with Angel Reese
so
in
only
that foul
we're
trouble.
marketing at a very broad scale.
Del Rosario, a freshman out of the Dominican Republic.
That's really
That's the ways it like to go against Angel Reese and practice every day.
the same message to the consumer.
She said Angel's good, but I'm also good. I love the outfit to the big girl.
To be very specific and very personalized in a tremendous way.
iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and
Caleb Williams in the game for LSU. Got a score on the other side.
iHeartMedia is your access.
Rajay Short. This is South Carolina basketball. Look at the scoring drop that we have right now for the Gamecocks. 4 minutes and 8 seconds without a field goal. Tonight, Bacon. She go to work. She showed us previous 2 games in this tournament. She can hit that elbow jumper from the free throw line area. To the 20 and right, and that rattles out. The drought continues. A lot of elbows flying around tonight. They look for 2.
She first started on Richard Pryor's shortly after 1977 variety show, working consistently in film, television, and in stereo ever since.
South Carolina's missed its last 6 until the layup from Wiley.
Longtime comedian and movie star Rodney Dangerfield finally gets some respect, winning the 9th annual American Comedy Award. He appeared in some 20 films during his career, including Easy Money, Caddyshack,
I would go to Del Rosario. I would let her check Walker. And they do. Del Rosario will shoot free throws again. Now let me just go Wiley. Kicks it in. The free throw outside the area and explodes past Haley Van left to the finish. There was Cardoso. Love it.
Technology.
Wiley and Cowboy tied the lead for the Gamecocks with 7 points apiece.
Do you allow yourself to fall in love, or do you do intentional dating and intentional love? Do you walk right into love because it's the right thing for you? Let's talk about why falling in love is unstyle.
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tonight at 7 on KFI. Anytime on the radio.
The SEC men's basketball tournament early round games will be over on the SEC Network and the ESPN app. They'll have both first round games Wednesday, the second round games on Thursday, and of course the quarterfinals take place on Friday from Mexico.
I am your host, Joe Lonzo. By the way, sign up for the How to Money newsletter.
Short on both.
Newsletter comes in June months every Tuesday morning.
Back to the free throw line from LSU. Thanks to Anissa Morrow. I mean this is a compliment, but she is a beast inside. Anissa Morrow.
So do
Carrying the veil with Angel Reese being on the bench. But this is how she can bring. Look at that black eye, that shiner. She ain't trying to waste contact. I remember watching her at the ball. I mean, this is a player that was the alpha on her team. She was the go-to in her 2 seasons. And an All-American.
Right? And sometimes undersized as well. I like to say a lot of matchups she goes up against, but that never enters her mind. She's got to be one of the strongest, undersized post players that is in the game. I mean, have you seen another player in the class that kind of compares to her style?
You had Nicole Willingham that played at Auburn that was undersized and physical, like Anissa Morrow. Anissa Morrow, an All-American at the ball. She came to LSU, wanted to play on a bigger stage, and there's not one much bigger than playing in the SEC and playing alongside Angel Reese. But the Columbia called her unselfish to do that.
let's go through a couple things. contributed 15%
Travel on Haley Van Lent.
to retirement funds. Amazing.
Well, we weren't happy about that one. That was a missed opportunity.
10% should be the starting point. I think 15%
LSU is plus 5 with a rebound. Has 11 in the rebound category. And that's with Angel Reese on the bench.
And Roth, did they just institute the Rothschild okay for the first time this year?
They're looking to go high-low.
Okay. So that's interesting because when you look at the numbers, employers are adding Rothschild okay options to retirement funds in growth. So I think something like 9 and 10 employers offering it now. Just a few years ago, it was a fraction of that. So I'm glad to see that, which is, it's so nice because you can now contribute. You can pay the tax now. And you can
For Wiley.
tax-free and save tax-free over time. So should you transfer money in your traditional
That's what I was looking for. For Wiley can make it happen. 10 points from Atlanta for Wiley. LSU looking for the last shot of the half. I think the ball will be tomorrow. Let her go to work. On the block, Fallon and Fagan. Okay, let's pulls off. Knocks down.
You probably wouldn't want to make that transfer if you're in the 35% tax bracket. Because that's a big hit. That's a big tax hit. And the goal at some point in retirement
Just a 4-point game at the half. The top two teams in the SEC meeting for the second time. But everything and more we thought it would be. Anissa tomorrow is over with Crook.
Anissa, this team just continues to step up when someone goes down. How has this first half opened up for you?
I'm looking to do whatever I can for my team, and I'm doing that tonight. Taking targets for Polo, so I'm just trying to be everywhere that I possibly can be.
Angel Reese with 2 fouls here in the first half, and the South Carolina team not going away. What do you see as the key in the third quarter?
Execute on offense and defend it.
Do you have the cash aside, by the way?
11 points for Anissa, 3 rebounds. South Carolina on top, 36-32 at the half. We'll get you to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Courtney, a high level of shot making. My laser for Wiley was terrific, and the SEC championship, everything we thought it would be. Big 10 title game from Minneapolis. The great Caitlin Clark trying to make it 3 in a row. Alexis Markowski was brilliant. Bailey Green, what a tale of 2 halves though for Caitlin. 4 points in the first half, the lowest first half in 2 years, but it was much different in the second half. And Kate Martin's an X factor here. She's key to them making it deep in the NCAA tournament. She made big threes, and she made a bunch of them today. For Caitlin, the deep threes were not falling, so she took it to the cup in the second half, 7-12 on 2-point shots. Logan Nisley made 2 threes in overtime, but Clark was the story. 34 points, 12 assists, 7 rebounds, and Charlie 3 steals, including the one to steal the game. The defense from Caitlin Clark, that's not usually what we're used to talking about. She also had another great day passing the basketball. She had almost 30 assists in the last 2 games in the Big Ten tournament, but it was those big buckets that she made down the stretch, both in the lane and from through zone range that got that championship, the 3rd straight. Indeed, it is a 3-peat for the Hawkeyes. Clark 4 in the first half, as Charlie said, didn't make a single 3. In the second half, she explodes for 30. 5 of 8 from 3-point range in overtime as well. With Charlie Crane, Kevin Connors here with you in studio. Let's start with the Hawkeyes, Charlie. The significance of this championship win is what for them in the NCAA tournament. Well, this was really big because if they had not won this championship, USC delivered in the Pac-12, and Texas eventually delivered in the Big 12. And with the championship being there being on Tuesday, Iowa would have fallen off the 1 line. But this solidifies the 1 seed for them. It allows them to play a little bit closer to home in the Albany regional rather than going to Portland. But more than anything, being a number 1 seed sets up matchups maybe that could be possibly better. And
putting Caitlin Clark in a position where more people are going to be able to watch her because Albany has a better time slot than Portland.
Yeah, and in all likelihood, not on the same side of the bracket as South Carolina. Quickly in Greenville, Charlie, what you say here?
Both South Carolina and LSU are in good shape right where they are, regardless of the outcome of this game. South Carolina sealed the deal on the #1 overall seed a while ago. LSU has moved to that 2 seed, and they're going to stay there because of the performance they've had up to this point in the SEC tournament. And certainly the way they played in the first half, sticking with South Carolina, just kind of nailed that down.
Coach Theory and Kim Mulkey might say the significance of this second half is winning an SEC championship, and a great one is on the way. Earlier today, the ACC championship, NC State eyeing its 4th title in the last 5 years. Hidalgo, one of the most dominant seasons in all of women's history. The energy she plays with, especially on defense, and she's a great finisher as well. And you said Hidalgo and Manny Westfield owned that 4th quarter. They scored all of Notre Dame's points except one in the entire second half. Notre Dame usually has a big 3, but something to sit on got quiet in the second half. Hidalgo and Westfield, so they run just picked it up. 22 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals for Hidalgo, and the Fighting Irish win the ACC championship 55-51. Big East tournament championship on the line. UConn and Marquette. The Huskies playing without Aaliyah Edwards. That's going to be a big story now as we enter the NCAA tournament. Obviously, UConn needs Edwards to be in the lineup if they're going to get any kind of damage of significance at all in the NCAA tournament. This semi-final matchup going on right now. The Huskies in front by 11 after that shot goes down. It's a 13-point lead. Paige Becker's leading the way. She's got 18 and 9. Later today on ESPN, you'll see Juju Watkins and USC face Stanford for the Pac-12 championship. Juju on pace to set the single-season freshman scoring record. Stanford eyeing its 6th Pac-12 title. And if anybody is able to stay up late on Friday night and watch the slugfest of USC and UCLA was, they would have been marveled at how intense this game was. But you know what it was? Juju Watkins, 2 critical passes and assists that helped the Trojans get that win. And of course, Chicago will rely heavily on Cameron Drake. 18 double-doubles this season, Charlie. She's got 50 for her career. And she almost had a triple-double in their semifinal game against Oregon State with 9 assists. She was brilliant in the second half of that game. Stanford came back from the 2nd straight time in the Pac-12 tournament. What a year it's been in the Pac-12. That championship matchup coming your way later today. Here on Charlie's top 16 seed, as we discussed some cementing of resumes for both Iowa and Notre Dame. But we still do have that Stanford USC matchup here, Charlie, and some gigantic ramifications there in the Pac-12. That's right, the USC wins that game. They jump over Texas to take that last #1 seed. And Texas, even if they win the Big 12 tournament, I don't think that's enough. Because USC would have won the Pac-12 tournament, the most difficult conference in the country this year, and the most difficult grind in any conference tournament that anybody would have had to go through to do that. And they would have beaten another #1 team in Stanford. There's nothing Texas can do in the Big 12 tournament to jump over all of that USC would have built. They have store power on display the Pac-12 championship. And the first ticket punch to the field of 68 went down in the SoCon championship. USCG in Chattanooga. The Mocs conducted on 6 of 12 from 3-point land. Makaya Asadanya set USCG in this one with a 3 of her own. But probably the story was Jada Wynn. She went to 32. She's the 2nd leading scorer in the SoCon. One of the conference's best players with full display today. Chattanooga led this conference all season long and really earned the bid for the NCAA tournament by capturing the tournament title today. 69-60 win. Anissa Morrow. Physical first half. LSU within 4 of #1. Let's bring it in for all the black together. There we come from, right? We'll share some.
Don't forget to like and share.
It takes what you make. Who has access. That's why we're always on the lookout. And the next something new. Next something amazing. Next something never imagined.
Now is the time. Discover the black owned pride, creating a new world of choice at Walmart.
Bottles are a serious thing. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department has arrested a man in Hesperia on child porn charges. Deputies allege that Denal Sertiva was in possession of child sex-based material when they started their investigation last month. The department has now released Seeker's photo and say there still may be additional victims.
Get 0.9% APR on the series in March. Plus, current eligible non-GMO rates at 35 plus no more convenience.
You gotta vote for President Biden if you believe that women have a right to control their own bodies. You gotta vote for President Biden.
Sanders said the contrast between Biden and Trump is day and night. He said the election of Trump would be a disaster for the country. Sanders said voters need to come together to re-elect Biden. And millions of Muslims around the world are getting ready to begin Ramadan. ABC's Tom Sufi Burrage says that security has been increased across Israel since no ceasefire agreement has been reached.
The beginning of the holy Muslim month of Ramadan is just hours away. Heightened Israeli security expected here in Jerusalem and around the Al-Aqsa Mosque, shaking charge of streets, emphasizing Ramadan's
Ready to switch? Break up the spikes. Guaranteed micellar cleansing water. Micelle turns like a magnet without harsh rubbing. Tested to remove waterproof mascara better than the reading lights. 9 out of 10 white users would recommend Guaranteed micellar cleansing water by Guardian naturally.
Less than 36 hours after President Biden announced his emergency military plan to build a temporary floating pier off the coast of Gaza. And one of the most competitive and entertaining categories of the Academy Awards this year is going to be Best Original Song. Ryan Gosling had much anticipated performance of the hit song, but he would claim the prize if it won. Songwriters Mark Ronson and Andrew
Right now, you get a free footlong in Subway. Just buy any footlong in the app and you get one free. Just scan the QR code. Enter the promo code FLPOGO. It only works on the other side of the screen, buddy. You still got a only now the Subway app.
Kelly eats meat course, so she writes the floor of experts at oil forest that use it as 1, 2, 3, 4. Step 1, find material that works for you. Hot to big house. Step 2, browse your style and your budget. Logwood, naturally. Step 3, the right floor at the right price. Step 4, chemical. Enjoy. Yellow Forest, every step covered. Save up to 25% today at the Spring Black Friday sale by Rothschild. At Walmart, where it's like because your basic needs should be your best. One purchase equals 1 time. Visit Walmart.com and get 20% off your first order. With Charlie Crane, Kevin Connors, the Big 12 tournament resumes on ESPN tomorrow afternoon. What is the into the semifinals? The Texas is playing for a 1 seed. If USC gives them the room to stay there by using the Pac-12 file. Oklahoma is right off the sprint in the top 16, but number 16. They need to at least get to the final, I think, to hold on to that spot. So far, it's chalk in Kansas City and the Big 12. So many dynamite freshman and women's college basketball this season. My laser full Wiley is stealing the show so far in the ring. The second half is next.
It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code BUYHARD. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code BUYHARD. The crowd is yours.
Trade in any iPhone and any edition. You get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on this phone.
You know, Costa,
Time that it's good. We need championships when you can look at birds.
so I'm looking at a goat. A little bill? 1,200 spots?
He's talking about the expenses. Health insurance doesn't cover.
But with that, you can get money to help pay that gap.
Get health expenses, health insurance doesn't cover.
Being an athlete is having a healthy desire to do as much as you can with your body, for as long as you can. Gatorade has lower sugar, electrolyte-backed hydration options to keep you rehydrated and replenished. Gatorade, for every athlete, forever.
This is How to Money.
Doors
With Joel Larson.
lead us to places we've never been. Your dedicated Fidelity advisor can never open. They can help you create a retirement income designed to balance growth and guaranteed income, and provide access to specialists who help with estate planning to look out for future generations. So you're not just growing, you're sharing. Because doors are meant to be open.
To judge what how valuable people
One is
are.
lane 4, more
Where they
than lane
where
4.
they are of
One is a clear blue canvas for dreams of gold. A pipeline to college, the forging ground for Olympians, and a catalyst for making waves on the biggest stage of all. For future Olympians, college athletics just need more.
money is a tool. And oftentimes, it's the numbers that say going up. Decipher as being the most valuable thing. It's not that simple. The goal of money is to allow you to live life the way you want and to allow you to make more options. That is what the show is all about. So, what I want to get to on the show is taking your phone calls if you have personal finance questions. Please give me a call. It's 1-800-510-1534. Even if you're like, how to make money out of less in this marketplace. That's not existential. I'm talking about 510-1534. Dumb money things to see when you make money. Oh, that's not. But what I do, just on this article, and more states allow legal wagering on the Oscars tonight.
You're watching ESPN Champ Week presented by Principal. This is the SEC Women's Basketball Tournament Championship game. Welcome back to the SEC on ESPN. The #1 team in the nation, the defending national champions, clashing here in Greenville. Tony Lyle, Carolyn Peck, and Brooke Weisbrod with you. It's been physical. We're not surprised by it, but the battle in the paint, specifically between some of our stars, Camila Cardoso, Angel Reese, it's fun to watch. You've got the SEC Player of the Year going against the SEC Defensive Player of the Year, and it has been all that in the first half. These two have been delivering it blow for blow, giving it, taking it, and dishing it back. It'll be interesting to watch how these two go at it in this second half because they want to be cutting down the net. Down to today's Star Stories brought to you by Walmart. 4.7 rebounds for Angel Reese, 4.2 rebounds for Camila Cardoso. They both picked up 2 fouls in that first half. South Carolina with a 4-point lead.
One of my best buddies, his dad, we talked to him about, we have all these conversations with him about.
And there's going to be a jump ball possession arrow takes to the other end of the floor. In that halftime, when you're regrouping here, strategy-wise, looking at both of these teams, let's start with South Carolina. What's been working? For South Carolina, the biggest thing that's been working is that they were able to organize and distribute the basketball. They had 10 assists in that first half. So everybody's gotten involved in it. And not just the 5 starters, but the reserves have come in and made an impact as well. Yeah, they have 14 points coming off the bench today. Again, a team that averages 33 points from their reserves a game.
And this has changed dramatically in the past few years, where it's
5 seconds.
a bunch of states around the country.
Raven Johnson elevating, but she's short. For LSU, when have they been at their best? What's it look like? Well, when they moved the basketball, they only had 5 assists in that first half. And when they were able to get the ball inside and attack the paint, and Lisa Barrow has had a field day.
But next year, Crystal Finance and Movements,
Oh, Kelly for breathing!
Personal Finance Education is worth 6 figures. It's worth $100,000. One semester's worth of class.
That's the first time Janae Kent. Attack mode for South Carolina. Bree Hall, not settling for jumpers, but keeping the pressure on LSU's defense.
Talk about here on the show, right? Even though the credit bureaus suck, the credit score is massively important to almost everything that touches your
Michaela Williams will check in for the first time here in the third quarter. This is the first game that she has played in this tournament. They were holding her out with foot pain as a precautionary thing. But she has had to play today, no last year more available, suffered a concussion yesterday. The field goal percentage is better when Michaela Williams is on the floor. LSU was 7 of 17, 41% in the first half with Williams on the floor. We knew rebounding was going to be important. South Carolina is being out-rebounded right now by 9. They've only been out-rebounded 1 time this season, and that was against North Carolina. The biggest difference is on the offensive side. LSU has 9 offensive rebounds. South Carolina just 2. That's the third foul on Camila Cardoso.
It touches our lives.
Not even 2 minutes into the third quarter, she will take a seat.
The fact that nobody's willing to talk about how that game's playing effectively.
I think the foul on Cardoso is called from the push in the back.
Stories.
It's not just the top, where the hand is, but what is the body contact underneath?
Because
Angel Reed misses the first. That's her first free throw attempt in the state. She's second in the nation in free throw attempts per game. And a lot of times, Angel Reed is getting fouled after she gets the offensive rebound. She is relentless down low, and then so quick with that second jump going back up. It's falling for it. Working on Morrow. Well, she was going to miss the height of Camila Cardoso, 6'7", rebounding wise. Fawcett Johnson, the turnaround. Kicks up ahead to Raven.
Which sounds like it could be me.
Uh-oh. Pow!
How she's doing it. She's using fake money essentially to help teach kids about the realities of how money works. So she's sticking money into their hands.
And LSU calls timeout.
Every other Friday, just believe it, right? To get their work done. These kids can make that.
When you lose your 6'7" center inside, you may have to rely on that outside shot. And Reliable is the best 3-point shooter in the country.
It's sort of a practical, tangible way that these kids can experience, wow, this is kind of how money works in the real world. So, we're saying mad props to Miss Lattimore for what she's doing in the state of North Carolina. We need inventive, creative teachers, because that makes all the difference. That helps connect dots of personal finance in a real way.
Before you know it, she'll have worked her way up to banners and jigsaws. Because when you give a girl powerful, she becomes an even more powerful woman.
Ready to switch? Break up with white. Marinate micellar cleansing water. Myself cleanse like a magnet without harsh rubbing. Tested to remove waterproof mascara better than the leading white. 9 out of 10 white users would recommend. Garnier micellar cleansing water by Garnier naturally. Thank you, Asian State Farm.
Hey,
I'm hearing Nate Bob.
This is
material.
Let's go get
We're going to take a look at the State Farm exam. Neighbor.
Still no.
Neighbor.
You give it this chopper.
Make it good neighbor. State Farm is there.
One cell celery. That's the time.
On Star Wars: Rise of the Resistance. It's every amazing feeling ever. All If you want this, you gotta go sweat bet. It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use
Not all Christian McCaffreys are the same. Some are all-pro running backs. I'm Christian McCaffrey, and I make tacos. Just like not all internet providers are the same. Some are slow, right, or unreliable. That's really the market. Real deal speed, reliability, and power with expensive. Hey, you okay? I'm gonna pass out with that for it. Get the real deal. Get Xfinity.
Tahina Powell, the transfer from Oregon, 10-0 time to the lead for the South Carolina Gamecocks team. She had a decision to make when she entered the transfer portal. Thought she might go to TCU and follow one of her old coaches. So then the phone rang, and guess who it was? Dawn Staley. And when Dawn Staley calls, you answer that call. We have an opportunity to play for.
Roland, how are you?
And looking here at point guard, here's a great coach, Tahina Powell, jumped to the team. It's the biggest thing that
Roland,
South Carolina.
how are you?
South Carolina was missing from last year. That was that three-point consistent threat. Not only did they get a three-point shooter, but they got the best three-point shooter in the land. And they got a leader, too. She has brought a family mentality right from the jump, from a team that she didn't know. There's Tahina Powell's family. That's her brother, Israel, sitting in the stands. He moved with her to Columbia, South Carolina. And her family been super supportive. She has brought that mentality, that love for her family, to the love for her teammates now. She's loved it so much that she's decided to come back even next season. So we're not done watching Tahina Powell. Second foul whistle against Nia Fagan.
And the rest is just
and that's Kayla Williams, second foul. Reason Hall is another three-point shooter that is now in the starting lineup this season for South Carolina. So LSU knows on ball screens, you got to go over screens, no under on the South Carolina Gamecocks. Pick and roll is tipped up in the air by Anissa Morrow. She seconds on the shot clock with Reagan Johnson taking the ball out. Powell is an option, and then you got the post inside. Oh, Powell switch. Well, Reagan Johnson's already hit threes too. You got options when you're South Carolina. Powell to Fagan. Just kind of tipped it in the basket.
Well, sometimes these are personal questions.
Largest lead for the Gamecocks today.
This is where money and what you want out of your life overlaps. I love it because you said via a reverse mortgage, because typically what happens with a reverse mortgage is when you live in a home.
Angel Reese attacking. Remember, Camila Cardoso out with 3 fouls.
In a product called reverse mortgage, in order to fund your lifestyle, you're essentially giving ownership back over to the bank in exchange for a monthly.
Ball out, kicks offensive board.
So you get your reverse mortgage.
How good is South Carolina with managing the clock? Underneath, out of bounds. Powell hits the ball back immediately and then makes an extra little dump with time on the clock. Fagan knows she can't come down with it. Just a little tap, putting it back in. That's huge. Got the Powell family up on their feet. Kayla Williams just whistled for her third foul. This kicks at the free throw line.
And taking 250 grand out of my playing box that I have invested. Didn't consume my desire here, but
The lack of depth from LSU really lessens the options for Kim Mulvey to put on full court pressure to get themselves back in the game. Been able to play 7 players today. They're trying to limit Michaela Williams' minutes, and that's Jim Milan available with a concussion. South Carolina 9 for 9 from the free throw line. That's huge. an improvement for South Carolina because that's been probably the Achilles heel at times. Maurice did not quit on the play. Megan wanted to jump ball.
I know a lot of people have this knee-jerk,
South Carolina's ability to shoot the ball from the perimeter does not allow LSU to get any kind of rest running a zone.
Anytime in recent history. And so look at the numbers and say, maybe I should let that money keep growing. And maybe what I do is I take
first half of 5 seconds. Really tough shot. Raymond Johnson got it back.
My investments intact, avoiding a massive tax bill.
And Anissa Morrow commits the foul.
Again, these are personal things. Just make sure you know the implications and you might want to talk to
her first. LSU once again in the rebounding category. That was just 9. South Carolina has been intentional about getting to the glass.
Yo. I'll be there in a second.
That's where I thought this game was going to be a huge battle. South Carolina, the best defensive rebounding team in the country. LSU, the best offensive rebounding team.
Thanks so much for joining me on How to Money. How can I help?
LSU with the big lineup. Angel Reese is playing the 3. Rosario! You see that by the bench? They want her to be a Mack truck, not a Kia. That is direct quote from Ken Mulkey. With the 3 bigs in the game, you got Morrow, all 3 of them involved in this possession. And yeah, Aaliyah Del Rosario came through like a Mack truck. I saw them do that a few games ago, and I had to ask what was happening. That was a Mack truck move. That's kind of the sign you give when you pass a Mack truck. You want them to blow the horn. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. So how are they just to your house?
The benefit that LSU has with Anissa Morrow, ability to play anywhere on the floor. She can defend the 3 outside. Angel Reese can too. That was a good switch. Tibia Pow. And Reese with the offensive board. That gives her double-figure rebounds. She's got 7 points, 10 rebounds. Already 22 double-doubles on the season for Reese. And then Morrow is fouled. That's the 3rd on Sanaya Fagan.
You always got your mind on the green. Not you. Your business bank account with QuickBooks Money now earns 5% APY. That's how you business differently. Intuit QuickBooks.
You know, Coach K, the timing looks good on you.
Who needs championships when you can look at birds?
Coach, I'm looking at a goat. Hospital bill for $1,200? Did you say gap?
He's talking about the expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
But with that left, you can get money to help close that gap. That's what, huh? Wow.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at .com.
I bought 3 of the same jacket to get the 4th free.
I subscribe to get a deal on these memory supplements. That's what I
Recognizing a bad deal is a part of it. Yes, Evo. Would you like to share your breakthrough? I got AT&T's best deal on the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus. I got just my plan. Yes. We don't make you sign up for the top tier plan to get our best deals.
I still have the time. I should try to get
Yeah,
it.
no.
Keep the news galaxy on us. Any of our best plans, guaranteed.
There's one thing that never changes. Georgia. The anticipation. Georgia. The whole day.
Kelly needs new flooring, so she went to the flooring experts at LL Flooring, and it was as easy as 1, 2, 3, floor. Step 1, find the material that works for you.
Had to be healthy.
Step 2, browse your style and your budget. Lawnwood, naturally. Step 3, pick the right floor at the right price. Step 4, any floor. Enjoy. LL Flooring, every step covered. Save up to 25% today at the Spring Black Friday sale at LL Flooring.
Off the heels of International Women's Day, and you know what they say, everyone watches women's sports, and yesterday delivered a win for all fans. Head coach Don Staley drew up the unbelievable, delivering a game winner with just over a second left against Tennessee. Camila Cardozo, her first career three, a step-back game winner, an instant all-time classic. Not only that, her mom and sister were in the stands to see it. Angel Reese, you know her talent, but her leadership shined bright. And the emotions of the team, she managed it while her teammate last year was down. And Kim Mulkey delivered the message her team needed to take the Tigers the distance. Ladies, our game is growing.
Yesterday was absolutely incredible. All the emotions, how all these women battled through adversity to get to this day, championship Sunday. It was easy. Female toughness.
You're downsizing a little bit. You're
tomorrow at the free throw line. You're in our SEC tournament championship game.
There's a few things you can do.
6-point ball game. South Carolina looking for its 8th SEC tournament title. LSU has not won this tournament since 2003. Malaysia for Wiley. How did that happen? Her first points in the second half.
You're spending to more reflective out. Look and see where you're spending money. How can you tweak that?
Trying to get herself a steal, but she's going to be whistled for the foul instead. The reverse, the quickness of Malaysia for Wiley. From the top, cuts off the screen. Then little snake action with Angel Reese stepped out and then still gets around Del Rosario. Paul Wiley just is instant something every time she comes to the game.
Too many people with the big banks are the worst. I really dislike them. So moving to a better league, specifically, I mean, the ones I'm talking about all the time, Discover, CIT.
With LSU in the bonus, they continue to attack. They can get themselves really narrow this lead for South Carolina by getting to the free throw line. Remember, they don't have Camila Cardozo on the floor right now talking about South Carolina, so that 6'7" presence not there. Not that South Carolina doesn't have great post stat, but LSU has gone with the big lineup. Lisa Morrow and Angel Reese interchangeable to play inside and out. But Wiley crushed the three! 15 points for Malaysia. And Del Rosario with the response. Tom Staley was telling the story last night. Malaysia for Wiley. She said she was undisciplined on Friday. She challenged Malaysia to go back. She really picked up. I watched the film. Came to coach said, I'm ready to go. I know what I did wrong. She was ready yesterday with 15 points. She's ready today with 15. Count it!
This is going to make sure
talk about making a correction. Not just with her handles, but her shots on point as well.
It's more to get to check bag fees. Okay, nice. Not crazy. All the major airlines at the same time. This is cool money. I'm Joe Rothschild. Let's go to KFI 24
Got to hit the quickness of Clyde Johnson on the Guinness Pow. And Watkins going to the basket. Malaysia Pool Wiley comes off for the handoff. Haley Van Lith went for it to the middle. That freed up for Wiley for three. And then on the other side, they lost her. Couldn't find her. And she found the basket. She said, they cannot guard me. These are sessions. It's just a little ball. We have to talk today about Malaysia. I love how she's distracted. She's the smartest. She has to be creative. She's an abstract artist. But they're okay with it. And God's family embraces that creativity of Kawhi. She lets her be her. And what God does is help her to use that in a way that she can be most effective.
Countless creators across the country.
Washington Instruction, the first campus rolling on today with the Pac-12 title game between USC and Stanford. It'll be right here on ESPN and the app. Stanford looking for its 6th Pac-12 tournament title.
Listen, I think we're on pretend like this is a
Watkins, working today. Fourth most points by a D1 freshman all time. Uh-oh, Cole Wiley. Watch out for a highlight. And hit the too small again. 20 points for Malaysia. Rashida minus 21. Reese has got to get the basketball. He's a 2 run.
Freeman did delivery on backwards in minutes.
Van Lith with the high arch.
It's on brand.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook. And
now, Clyde Johnson has the responsibility to keep up with Phil Wiley.
There's more to get a no sweat bet.
Watching a bonus bet this year.
What's a no sweat bet? It's just like getting it on the score. It's your first shot, and
it's going to be a chance to score.
That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet.
Malaysia Pool Wiley switches it from the left to the right. Coming at Haley Van Lith. What a show. She deserves a little break today. 10 points in the third quarter. 4 for 4.
Must be 21 or older. Indiana
Got Indiana Powell coming back next year. Malaysia Pool Wiley will just be a sophomore. The talent that Don Staley has brought into Columbia, South Carolina has been phenomenal.
This report is sponsored by Discount Plus. Discount Plus. Foxamon Moxidectin and chewable tablets is the
They're the only undefeated team, men or women, in the country, South Carolina.
Ask your veterinarian about Next Heart Plus cheese today. Some people just know that Next Heart is right face to face with all states and based on everyone else. So if you drive safely, you can save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
This is Jake Rebel. You've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI AM 640 is your chance to visit.
How about blocked by Flage? Working in transition. Points. Now 9 points for Flage. It's point game. That's where you gotta go. No foul call. This will be out of bounds off of South Carolina. Eagle Breach has been a little bit quiet. This is that's a foul. So now it's saying they locked her arm. Yeah, Eagle, I agree with you.
Sweet sound bonuses. I want to get
I'm looking at our stat monitor.
last day.
South Carolina has played 10 players, 8 of them double-figure minutes. OSU has just gone 17, but you don't have a lot of depth.
But a 9-0 run for the Tigers has been within 4. Will they have enough gas in this fourth quarter? The Tigers.
Allows you to bring someone on whatever trips you're booking for free. So if you are the person of leisure, you can travel fairly frequently. You can get served now out of the Southwest card and the free container pass. It's actually quite hard.
Save that one. LSU can go quick, go 2 for 1.
It's a rare treat to be able to get it when you actually sign up for the credit card and meet that minimum spending threshold. So just word otherwise, that is a cool perk right now. And you can find all sorts of credit cards wherever you're sure that Amex Blue Cash Preferred. One of my favorites is spending on groceries.
Eagles into the basket, waiting for the offensive rebound. She won't get a look. Flash with the steal.
Okay, let's talk about speaking of travel.
Morrow takes it away.
United just raised the fees that they charge for checkbacks.
And East Morrow and Angel Reese battling for the same rebound.
It's about time to follow suit. And I think maybe they got it back on the ways just to make it look like this is
Raven
essentially
with the flex. She went a little bit too soon.
$35 for the
But
first
she
time.
hustled back and swiped the ball out of Van Vliet's hands. It is going to be LSU basketball, 2.4 on the
If
clock.
you show up to the airport with your bag that needs to be checked and you didn't pay for it online, you will pay extra. So the check bag fees, the price of those keeps going up and up and up. The price of Bitcoin this way. And what it feels like is the big airlines, they just
10 minutes will decide who our SEC champion is. We talked to Don Staley on the other side.
Things that cost more money to produce. Shrinkflation doesn't bother me. I don't care about shrinkflation because typically what it means
Here's the
is the
thing.
package size goes
No
down.
one can reach the pinnacle of success on their own.
So I don't actually think that.
So I surround myself with expertise where it matters most.
The check bags doesn't cost these airlines anything. And if you've been on a flight lately, you realize that the overhead
That's
bin
what the
space is quite
benefit is
great.
for.
In
I
fact,
get the
lots of times
box
they
throughout
take
the season.
a slew of bags because
It's
they
not a
can
lot
sacrifice
more.
us all to take carry-ons because the price of the carry-on or because the price of the check bag is
Another
not
part
so
of your body is not a sign of failure.
So they're taking this advantage of having low budget airlines,
Movement leaves marks.
but they're
You
not
have
using
to
those
construct
figures. And so the best tip I have
Degree Ultra Clear.
is to
Non-stop
pack light
protection against
and
white
check
marks.
bags. And that'll also prevent loss of money, which is a big problem, which stinks. Like if you travel and you lose a suitcase, not fun. Carry
Hold on.
what you take on a trip.
It's only noise. And Anthony Edwards live up to the hype. It's only rivalry.
Southwest.
A little hard work.
Because your first two bags,
Only a kick.
it's free. Southwest doesn't charge you for
It's only a jump.
because it's just a silly way for these airlines to make billions of dollars. One more option, by the way, if you're a royalty airline or if you frequently fly one of these major airlines that's doing this, is to get their credit card, their airline specific credit card. So if you do fly American or Delta on the way, I hear you talking about, only bringing
Get 0.9% APR on the clear condition. Plus, current eligible non-GM owners get $3,500 purchase allowance, plus no monthly payments for 90 days.
It's a credit card that allows you to have.
Let's bring it in for all the black families.
And not just for
Because
you, but for
together,
everyone else
our
who's in your partner.
every time we
So
buy,
that's kind of cool.
like, or share something,
Don't forget to like and share.
it changes what it's made.
The other thing,
Well, that's why we're always on the lookout for the next something new, next something amazing, next something never imagined. Now is the time to sell the black-owned products, creating a new world of choices at Walmart.
Ready to switch? Break up with white. Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water. My cells cleanse like a magnet without harsh rubbing. Tested to remove waterproof bacteria better than the leading white. 9 out of 10 white users would recommend Garnier Micellar Cleansing Water by Garnier Naturally.
Think about how it makes to drag a suitcase behind you like this.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Principal. Let's build a retirement and benefits plan that works for your team. Moments ago, Brooke caught up with South Carolina head coach Don Staley.
Coach Staley, 10 minutes away from your 8th SEC championship in 10 years. How do you get it done?
It's going down that Spidler execute on both sides of the basketball. It's not going to come down to us executing plays. It's going to come down to just grit, the loose balls, the rebounding, all the game within the game. That's what it's going to come down to.
LSU went big, and my Laser Wiley matched them. What an incredible quarter for her. How are you seeing her shots opening up?
She's reading. She's a big time playmaker, and she likes to light it up on the biggest stage. Thank you, Coach. And now for today's moves of the game, presented by TurboTax. My Laser for Wiley, she got some moves, lighting it up on the biggest stage. She has done it from the inside and out. She had 10 points in the third set. She had 10 points in the third quarter. Efficiency, a spark plug. Now, ladies, Cole Wiley, putting on a show. And she's not just shooting the three ball, she's getting the shots outside. So look at her shot chart, 8 for 10 from the field. When you look at my ladies with Cole Wiley, you try to think about, okay, what do you stop? You first, you got to try to slow her down. Forget about that. Ooh, Watkins got that ball. She got up. Another part also back in the game. She's got 3 fouls in South Carolina. She's 6-point ball game here in the third quarter. We will decide an SEC tournament champion. A foul before that on Angel Reese. Her third.
So, some people.
These freshmen, they're not afraid of the big stage. Even Hidalgo had 22 points today in the ACC championship game. Laser for Wiley's got 20. We haven't seen Gigi Watkins yet, but the bar has been set high today already. Too many second chances. Cardoso. Don told Brooke, this fourth quarter, this ball game is going to be decided not on execution, but on grit, especially on the glass and rebounding.
But he covered the basics, and it was free. And so I have an article about mental tools on the website, but let's talk through them. Are you willing to spend money?
Bank for Angel Reese, 9 points, 13 rebounds now. And I think that LSU has got to try to play through Angel Reese. She is a player that you can get on her back and she can carry you through. Almost lost it. Now got it back. 8 seconds. Positioning by Cardoso inside. Continuing to work. If they don't see you the first time, don't give up on it. Raymond Johnson always has an eye on Camila Cardoso. But they've been playing together a long time, all the way back in high school, AAU travel ball. They are best friends. There's nothing Raymond loves more than throwing the ball inside to Camila.
Effective behavior management tools. It's kind of weird to say, but some of these budgeting apps have gotten so good at helping nudge you in the right direction. My favorite one is YNAB. You need a budget. And YNAB says that the average
2-point guards on the floor at the same time is a great treat for South Carolina to have.
Because
as a game out on Raymond Johnson. Watkins, Don Staley said Ashlyn Watkins has found her superpower. As a freshman last year, it was rebound and defense. This season, you can add offense to that. Johnson a pretty finish, and Kid Wilkie calls timeout. 7:29 to play here in the SEC Championship in Greenville.
No, okay.
If I was
These championships, when you can look at her.
I'm looking at it. Go. I don't know.
1,200 bucks. Yeah, just like that.
Talking about the expenses, health insurance doesn't cover.
But with that, you get money to help close that gap. That's what, huh? Wow.
Can't help with expensive health insurance doesn't cover.
Being an athlete means having a healthy desire to do as much as you can with your body. Or as long as you can. Gatorade has lower sugar, electrolyte backed hydration options, keep you rehydrated and replenished. Gatorade for every athlete, forever.
San Bernardino County Fire Department is reminding its residents that today is daylight saving time. The department says it's important to change your batteries and smoke alarm sign a national study that says 25% of smoke alarm failures during fires is because of dead batteries. And a man who was barricaded inside an apartment in Silmar for more than 6 hours has been critically shot by police on Saturday night. But allegedly killed out armed with a large kitchen knife. Police originally responded to the scene around 2 in the afternoon to a call that made it violent and May with mental illness. We're going to take a look at what's happening on the 10 freeway next.
All eyes on the NBA. The time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers deposit $5 or more and get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Was on 21 hold in Indiana only. One no-sweat bet for new customers.
Which one are you doing,
Fees expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
7.5 minutes to decide who is the SEC tournament champion. Angel Reese, the SEC Player of the Year at LSU. They were up in the fourth quarter in the last meeting at South Carolina. They're going to have to fight their way back this time.
They're going to have to pull a South Carolina. Yeah, South Carolina had to come from behind. There were big plays in the fourth quarter because Angel Reese fouled out with 4 minutes left to go. She's available to play now. So can LSU go to work in the last 7.5 minutes?
Angel Reese 3 fouls. Meanwhile, South Carolina has hit its last 3 shots.
Cardoso has been in the lane a long time.
Davina Powell just takes it in.
Kim Mulkey giving the signal for 3 seconds. I agree. Cardoso was able to allow to camp out inside.
This is a radio for the patient. Prescription medicine for people 6 months now.
Over the top. 9 points for Gary Van List.
But since this is radio, you can't say the effects.
Cardoso and Angel Reese continue to battle.
Morale helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body.
Cardoso's got to watch the lane.
You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how the person can
Got her own rebound in the second. Won't fall either.
individual results may vary. Serious allergic
You're
reactions
actually
can
tomorrow.
get help right away from the freezing,
It's a race. Let her go to work.
lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes,
15 seconds.
joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See
7.
Aspiration specialist
And
at
lift for 2.
Dixon.com or call 1-844-DIXON.
You initially called it to Tim Mulkey went for 3.
For 50 years, we've been the trusted experts in transmission repair. Check out Windows multiple financing options so you can fix it fast and pay it off.
Oh, I think I see some space between her toes and that line.
That looked like a 3 to me.
Just search Final Experience and listen now for free on radio. Free never sounded so good.
When the computer age started and jobs were taken away, how often
That looks like a 3. Yeah, right there you see space, the lighter floor showing up between. So that's a 3 for Haley Van Lent. She's got her second one today.
LSU has 3 players that have played 34 minutes. This is their third game. Do they have enough left in the tank for this last 6 minutes?
South Carolina only has one player that's played 30 or more minutes. That's Jimmy Powell. They've got 10 deep. 29 bench points for South Carolina compared to 8 for LSU.
The emails, encouraging emails that you guys are joining how many Facebook group. It is just.
Monte Johnson got it away from Raven.
Speaking of which, the number is 1-800-520-1534. I'll talk about ADUs in just a second. I want to get to Shauna's phone call. Shauna's a teacher has questions about retirement. Shauna.
Into the hands of Full Wiley. She already has 20. Let's step out of bounds. She tried not to.
You see Don Staley telling, he's a Full Wiley. All right, slow down just a little bit. Because Full Wiley has gotten Van Lith twice. This time, Van Lith got the stop.
South Carolina calls timeout. We step away for 30 seconds.
And I have money and how do you go to that?
Okay, I'll shoot. I don't see anything. No, I said that because of, I'm sorry, shoot.
Where's the hoop?
They don't have one.
They're gonna want the jingle for this. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Don't worry. State Farm makes it easy to call claim on the app for a new car or even that old Pacer.
Someone call for an old Pacer?
We're not there, but we're fine.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Everything off and save, but I do need to switch my money.
She got it. LSU is taking the lead back. Ready to go fourth down. Here comes Johnson.
When you don't have your All-American on the floor, it takes you out of your rhythm.
In the corner hole. Gamecocks remain undefeated.
That was a good basketball game. The crowd was outstanding. You don't have Angel Reese leaving about his film.
That first meeting back on January 25th.
Did not disappoint. South Carolina won by 6. Van Lith coast to coast missed it.
And South Carolina that trailed in that game and had to pull off the comeback.
Well, let me just say this.
LSU returning the favor.
I don't think you need to be because you've done.
Michaela Williams with the baseball pass up ahead to Angel Reese. A 7-0 run for the Tigers. Down 3.
That's in the past. And you have made so much progress in spite of that. So you should be proud of yourself. In fact, I thought about asking you to host the show for you. If I'm
closest since it was 33-30.
Because you have just crushed it so hard. I'm so proud of you for all the progress you've been able to make.
Johnson.
Kudos to you first. And you should. I think sometimes people fail.
Defense is getting turned up right now for LSU.
There's so much good that can come.
But how about this pass? The length of the floor. Michaela Williams. Softball was her first love. That was a start. Getting to Angel Wilson, Angel Reese. And then Twaje Johnson playing with a little extra motivation. This team, these LSU Tigers, they are playing for last year POA. And they are leaving it all on the line.
Outside of kind of the state benefits they receive.
Last year POA was taken off on a stretcher yesterday in LSU's semifinal game.
Because of
released from the hospital this morning with a concussion. She is watching from the hotel.
So I love the
and her team down by 8 points.
I would look and see maybe look at your trophy last year and see what your adjusted.
The semifinals set the table. They were the appetizer. This is the main course and dessert.
And then make a decision about whether or not you want to do a traditional or a Roth IRA. I lean towards Roth IRA for most folks.
Raven Johnson pull up, big shot into 901.
Right. I figure I just turned 50 this weekend, and I think I can stop that spring.
Angel Reese for 3. She's only 1 for 8 on the season.
South Carolina had numbers with Morrow at the other end.
South Carolina started the fourth quarter 4 for 6, but since then, 1 for 6.
They're playing these last 3 minutes without Papa on the floor.
We should probably put in for investment and for teaching kids economics. I
Just wonder how long Don Slater will hold Tahina Powell.
To figure out how to teach, and also for the subjects, it should be at home, and as teachers,
Free ball to catch and shoot. Offensive board for Watkins.
and the students, so they become good citizens and have good social skills. So if we keep giving child with respect, the other things that the students need to have to learn, it's just
Free ball just took it. And told Flajay Johnson to bat it on the way down the floor. Show and tell. On double teams. Cardoso kicks it away, so it will be LSU basketball.
In so many ways, it's a shame, and you're right.
Free ball. Coming off the screen from Cardoso, went right over Michaela Williams to get the finish. And she had a little bit of words for Flajay Johnson. There's been a lot
Obviously, crucial.
of talking between players.
That's going to change.
Cardoso has something in her eye, but she looks to be okay now.
But I would say,
I think her contact came out. She put it back in.
To prioritize investing inside Roth Island. So, and the cool thing is, if you're fifth year older, which you are, that you're allowed to contribute $8,000 for 2024, and you're actually still able to contribute. Make sure you have money.
Now, South Carolina's got to play to win, but they have got to be intentional in executing offensively. Tahina Powell is waiting to check in at the table.
Into a Roth 2023, $8,000 into it for this year, and keep doing that.
Hall gives herself some space. She was so important at the end of the first meeting with LSU.
To shore up.
6-0 run Gamecocks. For Wiley, and that could be an intentional foul.
You're also having another next up who says that in combo with your kind of debt-free lifestyle.
Oh, we don't know what this is.
Means you have even more options when you're time. And you know what? You might be investing for 6 or 7 years and then say, you know,
quickly things escalate on both sides, both coaching staffs.
Maybe I'm not to the full 10 years.
Coming out to try to pull their players away.
Progress I can be able to live. You're just open up more opportunities for yourself, more flexibility if you do want to retire earlier than you currently think you want to retire. I love the Roth IRA. I would invest inside like a target date fund. For 10 years from so let's say 2024, 2035, maybe 2035 target date fund with Vanguard, Fidelity, Schwab, any one of those is just fine. But stock money regularly. Either do it in a festival, $7,500 a month, or start doing it on a dollar cost
Cardoso being looked at.
basis. Either
Blood on her lip. Let's see what just happened again.
just fine. But
Flajay Johnson holds on to Malaysia for Wiley.
something like $80,000 worth of contribution.
And then Flajay
It could be worth
pushes Watkins. That's when Cardoso comes up and pushes Flajay down.
which is a lot of extra money.
Somebody jumped over the scorer's table from the stands.
It leads to that kind of money when you reach retirement age. But it really can. It really can. It's amazing. We talked about 401k millionaires at the beginning of the show and how those are actually not going to go well. Well, think about it. Even though the Roth has a much smaller cap on what you're able to contribute to it, it's still possible over the course of 30 plus years to become a Roth IRA millionaire, which I think is the coolest thing. And the great thing when you retire with Roth money is that you already paid the tax on it, you'll never be taxed on it again.
So the officials are at the monitor looking at this again.
Along with those Roth IRAs.
There's also police escorting a fan out who leapt over the scorer's table onto the court.
So, thank you so much for the service you do, the way you teach our kids and care for our kids. I will say, the teachers,
there's the fan.
Kids, I'm forever grateful because there's a lot of trying to teach them at the house. Can you imagine homeschooling? I've talked about that at times. It sounds like I love my child.
It looked like to me, Ashton Watkins, as she was going off the court, said something to Flajay. Flajay made contact with Ashton Watkins, and then Cardoso saw Atkins, and then she came in and shut Flajay. Brooke, what are you saying?
Hey guys, I'm actually over here with Flajay Johnson's mom, and that is her son who jumped over the scorer's table. He was taken away in handcuffs right now, and her mom is asking to find out
The reporter now and she's having a conversation with Claude right now. Asking her to come in. So you're just tuning in. Things have escalated here in Greenville. The officials are at the monitor, taking a look at this once again.
Two teens from Los Osos High School in Rancho Cucamonga have been killed in a car crash. People have been leaving candles, flowers, and balloons and loving messages at the site of the crash where 17-year-old Elias and 14-year-old Sarah Cruz were killed on Friday. Siblings were in a car when Elias lost control and crashed into a pole, and then a tree near the intersection of Wilson and Hammond Avenues. A third teen in the car was taken to a nearby hospital and is okay. Elias was a baseball player, and Sarah was on the softball and volleyball teams at the high school.
Both coaching staff, we saw them come out. The first thing you try to do is get your players back, try to break it up. They are allowed to do that. The coaches are allowed to leave the bench area in order to help bring up a fight or anything that breaks out. You got to leave that to the coaches to get the separation. Fans do not belong on the floor.
Oftentimes, the group has a driver who's also acting as a lookout. They say people should never post on social media that they're out of town. They also say people should not let their mail accumulate. Blake Troy at KFI News.
Offshore recovery assets that were put in place to handle an oil sheen off the coast of Huntington Beach are being demobilized following a flyover today. Officials,
so the officials have to monitor again, taking a look at the. You see them making notes. There is a lot to look at here, and I've got to figure out how they're going to assess, how they're going to give out the penalties. As a head coach, what are you doing in the huddles right now after something like this happens? Number one, you're talking to your team about get your emotions in check. If you are South Carolina, you're talking to your team, look, we are in the lead right now, and we don't want to lose the lead by giving up with technical fouls or giving them freebies at the free throw line. If you're Kip Mulkey, you're telling your team, I understand that you are wanting to play hard and you're playing for your player that's not here in last year, Poa. And in order to do that, we have to take care of business on the floor. In playing the game, you're making a run, stay in the moment.
The TSA is expecting a 6% increase in air travel compared to the same time last year. So we could see some pretty crowded airports from now through early April.
ABC's Rita Roy says many flights are already sold out. President Biden has signed a $460 billion.
Take a look at this again. It starts right here. Flajay Johnson holds on to my laser full while he commits the foul. And then there's a scuffle between Ashlyn Watkins and Flajay. Camila Cardoso comes in and shoves Flajay to the ground. That's what a fan who Brooke Weisbrod has just told us was Flajay Johnson's brother leaps out of the stands onto the court.
Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says the White House has to get the message out on what it has accomplished in the last 3 years.
Keep in mind, if you're a player on the bench, whereas the coaches can help break up the fight, players on the bench cannot. If they were to leave the bench area, they would be ejected. The goal is to keep them over there, keep them safe and away, and keep anything from escalating.
So, yeah, I think he's got it backwards. We should be all
You see all the coaches trying to hold their players back.
But don't say or do anything that would empower our enemy.
Most of the players that were involved were already on the floor.
The approach to the U.S.-Mexico border is terrible. He says if voters want to get the world back in order, they should support Trump in November. Right now, taking a look at KFI traffic, there's a stall. It's on the 5 freeway in Lake Forest.
It's a stall, but they back up already on 5 southbound Lake Forest. It's going to be installed here. It looks like things are divided.
So they're looking at Camila Cardoso right now, too, but we saw something happen to her lip on the play before this all happened. We kind of saw all of this boiling up. There was a lot of it. Just talked about players were jawing at each other back and forth. I mean, these are two of the top teams in the SEC. They're battling for that top spot. Look, after everything that we just saw, with player ejections. I'm sure there's some coming because of what we saw shoving, we saw pushing. We still have 2 minutes and 8 seconds left in this ball game.
And it's a 7-point game.
Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno y una de siglo, una galería terracota y una alfombra abstracta. Oh, se ve lindo.
They broke it up as quickly as they could. The coaches tried to get in there to have separation. Just watching the LSU bench.
The staff did the best that they could to try to hold players back.
And then on the South Carolina side, they look on the left side of your screen at the South Carolina bench.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free members. It's a game 6
Players cannot leave the bench area. Coaches can in order to help break up a fight.
You see the officials have a pen and paper there to keep track of everything and what they see happening from both benches.
So I should not be putting this out on the air, but even better, go ahead. But my vacations are strategic. I go either before spring break or just after spring break because it's cheaper.
That's genius. Are you kidding? That's you should run that up with Lars now.
Here's the start of this.
Oh, it's good. I like that. Very good. Well, good job on that thing. So you get to
I think Camila Cardoso should be ejected.
She came up and shoved an opponent to the floor.
But you also had Flavia Johnson that did the push off as well before that.
The officials have been at the monitor. We've seen them with the pen and paper. Now they're conferring with each other, all three.
The ejections would be more costly to LSU because they have a limited bench as it is.
Yes.
On an airplane, it's 2.5. So no, straight there from LAX.
Oh, okay, that's great. It's a slow-moving plane. It takes 2.5.
LSU has stayed huddled up this entire time over on their side of the floor.
Split the bus fare.
You know, another thing is don't go from now until like after Easter is the busiest.
And no question, this is not what we want to see at the end of the championship game. We want to see good basketball. We want to see competitive women, but we don't want to see it escalate.
Absolutely. Sportsmanship, discipline is what you expect at this time of the season.
Andrew, this is exactly what you were saying. You got there before things got too Catholic.
Yeah, so I do this every year wherever I'm flying because
We should be getting some information now
just before or just
from Kulani Spurlock Welsh.
You're a genius. Has, I haven't been, so forgive me. My naivete is showing now, but what if I heard is it pretty anglicized or does it still have a lot of flavor of Mexico? Has it become all touristy or is it still?
So there's a mixture, but you get a very like having a Mexican village, really like living the culture type of vibe there. But there are definitely a plethora of expats all over the place.
All right, so I'm looking.
If you're just joining us, things have escalated here at the SEC tournament, pushing and shoving. They've been at the monitor for several minutes now reviewing this. We're waiting on the official word from our officiating crew. And rightfully so, it has taken some time because there was a lot to look at. About an 11-minute delay at this point.
And you want to make sure that you get it right.
Yes. The fan also came out of the stands. He was escorted away by police officers.
A few others made an attempt, but a terrific job by the security crew to keep the fans in the stands.
Well, that Hard Rock you're talking about, I believe specifically it's the El Hard Rock Hotel.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So it is still. It's okay. I was there a month ago. I was there like a month and a half ago. Anyways, I was walking through the mall there, and then I was like, oh, El Mall? Yeah. I was like,
You just hate to see this in a championship game, in any game.
Where am I? Why am I back? There's a Pizza Hut on the corner. I'm like, wow. So in Puerto Vallarta, the only corporate America that I came across, the only thing was Starbucks. Everything else was authentically Mexico.
Okay. Did you?
Yeah, the other thing the officials have to determine is how many free throws cancel each other out.
Okay, we have an intentional foul on LSU number 4, which stopped the play. We have a DQ fighting penalty on number 10 for South Carolina. We have players from both benches coming onto the court but not participating. All those players will be ejected. So we will finish the game with 5-on-5. Play will resume with an intentional foul to anybody on South Carolina shooting the ball. Then we will go to the DQ. For LSU, anybody shooting those 2 free throws, and the ball will be put in play at the division line for LSU.
I need to travel some more. My wife says,
wow.
I keep hearing from you guys and some other friends that talk about.
So an intentional foul on Flaje Johnson of LSU. South Carolina will get anyone to shoot those 2 free throws. A fighting penalty against Camila Cardoso of South Carolina. So LSU will get to have any player shoot 2 free throws. And both benches leaving the bench, they will be ejected.
I mean, if that's a stereotype, it's all a stereotype, isn't it? I don't know. Well, certain areas, like, you just don't know, you don't go there, because especially wearing the wrong colors and all that.
And Camila Cardoso obviously will be ejected as well. Well, it looks like Vanessa Johnson, Chloe Kitts came onto the court. They didn't get involved. But it doesn't matter. You can't leave the bench area at all. Exactly. Velez left the bench for South Carolina. For LSU. So they can't. Let's throw up love to the chorus. It's just going to be 5 players on 5 players. Everyone else is ejected. Wow. So now they're explaining this to both head coaches.
This year, and then I hear from Raul, it's like, oh, I'm going to go into we can go to the mall. Wakara. I want to go.
So, fun fact, I think, because I was out late pretty much every night doing what I do, I think
that's rolling.
It doesn't matter. What matters is, I kid you not, I must have counted only 3 or 4 homeless people sleeping like on a wall in the middle of the night during my stay there. So I didn't really see.
Okay, so here is who we have remaining for our teams. For LSU, remaining Flaje Johnson, Angel Reese, Kaylee Van Liff, Michaela Williams, and Anissa Morrow. Everyone else ejected. For South Carolina, remaining in this game, Ashlyn Watkins, Sanaya Fagan, Mylasia Full-Wiley, Bree Hall, and Raven Johnson. Everyone else ejected.
So that means no Tahina Paopao, no Camila Cardoso for South Carolina.
If you are like so many of us, you woke up this morning and your clock.
I don't think there was a question that Camilla was going to be ejected. After looking up and shot the LSU player to the floor.
Listen, we voted on this 6 years ago. And still, we're doing the dance.
Sanaya Fagan never left the bench area for South Carolina. That is why she is allowed to sub in for the Gamecocks.
Even politicians say that they intend to put an end to the practice and that they do nothing about it. I have a proposal. No, this time around, it's finally going to happen. If you and I unite, you're going to love my genius idea. It is next day, 5 a.m., 640 Will Live, everywhere. Rocker, Radio Live, better hear about this live. If you have my proposition.
Two people have been arrested this weekend on suspicion of alcohol to the loader in Temecula. Riverside County Sheriff's Department says that that arrest was
There's Sanaya Fagan. She will never leave the bench area.
ejected.
With all eyes
South
on the
Carolina will have
NBA,
Ashley
the time
Watkins,
is now to
Mylene
get on the action
Wiley,
with DraftKings
Sanaya
Sportsbook,
Fagan,
an
Bree
official
Ball, and
sports
Raven
betting partner
Johnson
of
to
the
finish this
NBA.
game.
New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in the bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offense and more. It's your first shot, and you get
Now
another chance to
for LSU, they basically have their 5 starters.
original bet with your first bet.
And then for South Carolina, all of these players have started at some point in time, and they've had experience all season.
Loses only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no sweat bet for new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
Many economists believe 2024 will produce a recession from mild to severe. But if you have good credit and own a home with significant equity,
Okay, so South Carolina, so we're now learning too. Tahina Powell for South Carolina will get to stay because she was at the table about to check in. Also important, every player that was just ejected will not be able to play in the first round of the NCAA tournament. That means that South Carolina will have one sub in the first round, and LSU will start the first round with 5 players. That means that last year Poa is available to play when the NCAA tournament starts.
or visit theloanexchange.com today.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve. My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
This is Steve Graham, and empowerment our live studio audience with the
Even the 2 free throws for the fighting penalty against Canelo Cardoso. The first one we saw for South Carolina were the intentional foul by Flajay Johnson. All right. 2 minutes to decide a champion. These are the lineups you're going to see for the rest of the game. We have figured things out. South Carolina up by 5. Now, what South Carolina wants to do is use as much of the clock as possible. Bring all off the mark. The LSU's got to go quick. They lift up ahead to awaiting Michaela Williams. She blows by the defense. And a jump ball. Let's check back in the studio with Kevin Thomas.
Yeah, Courtney, we want to let you know the Pac-12 Championship is underway right now on ESPN News. USC and Stanford with 20-12 Trojans lead late in the first quarter. You'll see that game after we go final in Greenville.
It was,
14 now, South Carolina up by 5. LSU defensively, just disciplined. They want to try to get a stop. On a missed shot, they got a rebound like their life depends on it. Have a knocked away by Anissa Morrow. LSU has 2 timeouts. South Carolina with 3. Well, 2 fouls to give. LSU, both teams have 2 fouls to give.
It's supposed to because he filled it. The new poll from CBS says that nearly 80% of
It's a foul on Neil Van Lent. Her second. something. Only the players involved in the fight will not be able to play in the first round of the NCAA tournament. The rest will be able to play. So that would mean Camila Cardoso for South Carolina not able to. Anybody that came off the bench will not have additional penalties.
Fair standard time, the ballot proposal is saying, we can just go to Guinness standard time.
I apologize, we clarified that now.
But it's still better than this days. The reason I don't care
Again, anyone that came off the bench will be able to play. It's just if you were disqualified for a fighting penalty.
is naturally the standard time. Both of them get way off because noon is supposed to be midday and midnight is supposed to be midnight. In both cases, because
So that would only mean Camila Cardoso for South Carolina that cannot play in the first round of the NCAA tournament.
So we do this time dance so that we can.
Well, LSU has 2 timeouts. Kick off the football team to use the timeout to advance the ball.
Second, this has to be playing Spurs with a lot of people because for an awful lot of people, it's like they were getting up now tonight. So it had been
Now Kim Mulkey wants to draw up for plays. She's got 3-point shooting options with having Michaela Williams available. Van Lip even spreading the floor and having Anissa Morrow. So that's an option to spread the floor and they can go for a quick 2, getting the ball to Angel Reese, attacking and potentially getting to the free throw line. The thing that South Carolina has got to do is they have got to keep a hand in everybody's face, not giving up any easy look, and you'd rather give up a 2 than a 3. Make sure, if anything, you're forcing the 2-point shot, and on the attempt, they got to rebound, they got to box out, and they got to rebound. Michaela Williams inbound for LSU. 35.7 on the clock, straight to Angel Reese. They get Van Lip open. Now they got a foul right away.
just don't understand time zones. They do not get it. I have numerous producers who are trying to line up interviews, and I swear
that was a terrific play, especially with having Haley Van Lip. She's going over off the flare screen. She got the look for the 3, just not able to knock it down.
How many hours are we at? Well, it would never be hours, it would only be hour.
South Carolina, with their timeout, their most important thing they've got to do is get the ball in and understand that once it's in, they've got to protect the basketball because LSU is going to look to try to foul. They're going to go for the steal first, and then they're going to foul right away. The inbound position will be where Bree Hall called for the timeout. Now, Raven Johnson, she shoots 62% from the free throw line, so you may want to look to, she's taking the ball out. Ashley Watkins, 56%. They're looking to foul someone, maybe Watkinson. Absolutely, they need to foul her right away, but they choose not to. Raven will come get it. LSU is not going to foul.
The other advantage, if you stay with saving time permanent, you don't have to have Congress to make that happen. Just stick with daylight saving time permanently. Congress has to allow it.
at the free throw line has been South Carolina's leading scorer today, 22 points, a new career high for her. Make it 23. LSU still has one timeout. Chris Mulkey wants it to advance the ball.
National Guard soldiers who used have been killed in a helicopter crash in the U.S. Mexico. ABC's Jacqueline Lee says a third soldier was hurt in the crash on Friday.
So now a 9-point lead. Kim Mulkey does take that timeout to advance. The Garnet and Black faithful, the fans, as they call them, that have made their way to Greenville. You can hear the loud cheer. Where does LSU go out of this timeout? I think that they can have a misdirection with Haley Van Lith going away, and you have Michaela Williams coming to the basketball. Like, they got to look for that three-point shot. You have three-point options. You also have a three-point option out of Anissa Morrow, and you have Angel Reese inside for possible offensive rebound and kick back out for the three.
I've been looking forward to this specific day for Rob.
So here's how we got in this situation. Back in the fourth quarter, earlier in this quarter, this is how it started. It took 20 minutes to go through the footage, to look at all this. Everyone, the 5 players, LSU were ejected, 6 players remained for South Carolina. Middle Cardoso, the only one ejected for fighting, so she will not be able to play in their first round NCAA tournament game. Everybody else that was ejected will be able to return.
And the Oscar goes to. If Billie Eilish and her brother Phineas win for Best Original Song,
they could be the youngest artist ever to win 2 Oscars with an age of 30. They've got 4 players that are a threat from the three-point line.
The powerhouse couple behind Oppenheimer, if it wins Best Picture,
They go to
they
Reed.
be the second ever couple.
And that's a jump ball. Possession now standing for Tigers. 11.3 on the clock.
Could also break the record for most wins since Slumdog Millionaire in 2008. The stars Lee Murphy and October James for Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor. It would be the first time since
South Carolina's got to cover the three-point line.
Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor categories.
Reach up and in. LSU does not have any timeouts, so they've got a foul. And they don't. 8 is pretty good, and South Carolina has been fantastic at the SEC tournament. 8th SEC tournament title in the last 10 seasons. And it was a balanced attack. Starting the game in the first half, South Carolina used all 10. There was a valiant effort by LSU, winning to the short roster. They battled, but still not enough to go take the title away from South Carolina. Yesterday, it was a buzzer beater by Camilo Cardoso for South Carolina to survive with 1.1 seconds on the clock. Today, they hoist the trophy in a game with some in-game drama. They get it done 79-72 over LSU, their second win over the Tigers this season. This class by Don Staley having a conversation with Blase Johnson at the end of the game.
The crown is yours.
Don Staley is with Brooke.
Coach Staley, congratulations, your 8th SEC championship in 10 years. How did you get it done today? I mean, the players. It's all about the players being able to make plays on both sides of the basketball. You know, I just want to apologize to the basketball community. You know, when you're playing a championship games like this, and our league things get heated, no bad intentions. They just try to, their emotions got so far ahead of them that sometimes these things happen. So I want to apologize for us playing a part in that. That's not who we are. That's not what we're about. I'm happy for the players that were able to finish the game and get us another championship. Coach, how will you address this with your team? I mean, we're gonna talk about it. We always talked about it. Never leave the bench. You know, never get too high with the highs or low with the lows. It's hard when you're playing. I was playing this game a long time, and I can't tell you I was the same at all times. Okay, your emotions get the best of you. It's unfortunate that the players that got ejected can't be a part of the celebration. You look for
great starters to the WNBA draft last year. You regrouped and found a way to get to this game and win it. What was that journey like for you this year?
I mean, it's cool. It's cool. When you're dealing with young lives, that's what they want. They aspire to become WNBA players. And the fact that we had a lottery pick who came off the bench for us, you know, that's an example of if you're talented, you're gonna make it to the league. You're gonna find a way to make it to the league. You just have to be patient. I'm super proud of all of them for that's their process. They don't play as much as they want to play. They can go start on other teams, but they choose to stay here. They come here, win championship, do it the right way, and hopefully have some longevity and playing pro basketball.
John, thank you. Don Staley, South Carolina, their 8th SEC tournament title. They've all come within the last 10 seasons. They do it by defeating LSU. Champ Week rolls on. We take you to the Pac-12 right now.
We welcome those of you who watched the marathon between LSU and South Carolina. Aaron Green, Hall of Famer Rebecca Romo, and Holly Rose in Las Vegas. Second quarter of the final Pac-12 championship game. USC and Stanford USC built up a 10-point lead in the first quarter, and they've done it here so far without watching the amazing freshman for USC scoring a point, but Rebecca Romo is a difference maker in other ways.
Stanford's defense has taken over mid-range shots. Stanford's defense has been geared towards limiting future Watkins. They've been able to do it.
They've gotten it right over Watkins. Now Watkins through traffic with the left. No, but there's the follow-up by Ron Marshall. Great start for those in the supporting cast around Juju Watkins. That included Mackenzie Forbes, who scored 10 points in the first quarter. Stanford has been effective from outside the three-point line. Shot themselves back in the game on camera, bring up the inside trying to tie it up. Been a physical game, Rebecca, not a lot of whistles so far.
Yeah, it's really physical game for both teams, and neither has gone to the free throw line.
Foul was called on the pass. Lopolo.
This week's LA loss.
For those of the viewers who are just joining us, how do you expect this game to unfold, and how has it unfolded so far in your eyes?
Well, we certainly expected an adjustment from Stanford defensively. The first time they played USC, Juju Watkins had 51 points. Stanford played pretty much straight up man-to-man, just in drop coverage. They completely changed what they're doing. They're clogging the paint. And there's been others who have met USC in this game so far. Stanford had shot really well to the perimeter, which we would expect, and they started to look inside, in particular the last few possessions as well.
Ken Williams on the floor is Watkins goes to the bench as we approach the 5-minute medium timeout. Forbes goes down in trouble. Sticks with it, and Williams off the limit to 2. Scored 4 points against UCLA in that double overtime thriller here on Friday night. 4 points in the quarterfinal. So it's Mario on the bench again for USC.
And action by the school is being taken.
The Beverly Hills Unified School District has taken action against the 8th grade students who disseminated AI-generated photos of 8th grade girls whose head was superimposed on the nude body just over a week ago. In a letter to parents...
Not like that. Oh, maybe that's why my audio was working. Hold on. That's good sound, isn't it? You were hearing that, right? Isn't that fantastic? I'm telling you what, man, I'm having a day. I'm having a day. All right, so here's the gist of this. I guess we're gonna go audio free for a little bit. Here's the gist. It's been wonderful in my home studio here. I have no idea why. Not smart enough to figure that out. I talk for a living. I don't IT for a living. So 5 Beverly Hills 8th graders expelled them for the scandal that I just described. 5. They're gone. They're out of school. Imagine you go to Beverly Hills High, or Beverly Hills Middle School, and now you don't. Yeah, you used to have that cachet of being able to say, oh, in Beverly Hills. And now you're toast. you're out of there. But what really is going to stick with these kids, and the reason that they're crapping their underoos right now, is because the cops haven't discussed what they're going to do. And we have to believe that there's probably some sort of investigation going on, right? Now, the names of the students not released, the agreements are confidential, and of course they are minors, so punishment probably not going to be public. One thing I know, though, about these junior high schools is that it doesn't really matter if the names are made public. The kids around there know who's who. Like, they know what's going on. That is not up for debate. The kids know who was involved. They know who the victims are, and they have a pretty good idea of who done it. So, you and I don't know, the kids know, and the parents know, and the families know, and everyone that's in their circle knows. And so if you are one of the kids that did this, or one of the kids that's a victim of this, you feel like the whole world knows what's up. I mean, you're 14 years old. Imagine you're a 14-year-old girl and this goes on. You feel like your life has just come to an end. That's it. There's nothing left. Everyone thinks they know what I look like naked, and no one is ever going to like me, and I'm never going to have any friends, and it's the most catastrophic thing in the whole world, and frankly, they didn't ask me. They're victims in the way that is the most harmful to someone in that age range. And then you've got the perpetrators who thought they were being funny at the time, right? They don't have the brain power to understand the victimhood that they're putting on someone else. They don't understand it. They think they're goofy. They think they're funny. They just don't understand how it could actually impact someone else. They're not thinking that way. Their brains aren't developed. And now they're embarrassed because they got caught. And now they're thinking about how it does affect someone else. But now in their world, everyone around them knows, and they're shamed right now. They have undying shame. So they say the agreements, such agreements typically specify how long a student is expelled and what the terms are for their return to the district. Now, I don't know about you, but it was always my understanding, and it's probably a little different with each school district, but it was always my understanding that expulsion means you're out, at least until the end of the year. Are you guys similar in that regard? Like, expulsion means you're gone.
Yeah, so working prior in a school district or two, yeah, once you're kicked out, that's it. You can go to another school district, you just can't go back to that school district.
Now, is that permanent, or is that for, like, the end of the school year? I suppose that could depend, right?
No, I do believe it is permanently, like, you're gone, you're done.
You're toast. Okay.
Yeah. I knew kids growing up that got expelled. I never knew of any of them that came back the next school year.
Okay, interesting. So the reason I say that the story that the LA Times had is they said that the agreements usually specify how long a student is expelled and what the terms are for their return to the district. So it sounds like they could perhaps petition to come back. But the idea that they would have, that there would be some time limit, like, oh, you're no longer, to me, that's a suspension. Yeah. And I had a lot of those growing up. Like, you aren't going to get embarrassingly so. You're suspended means, okay, well, we don't want you back in the school, you're a troublemaker, you're being punished. Expelled means you're toast. You're out of here. You're going to go to, in a rural area for me, listen, I got suspended enough times I was worried about being expelled. And that meant you went to, like the school for bad kids.
I got expelled, but it was from summer school. But then they let me go back to the same school.
So, okay, wait a minute. So you did something that got you in trouble. I don't want to know now. We'll save that for another show.
I'll tell you. It's I threw some garbanzo beans with the little sparkler things. I brought them from Mexico, of all things. And I threw them on the ground. I wasn't throwing them at anybody, but I brought fireworks to school and they expelled me.
Oh, for explosives or something?
You're lucky that wasn't an arson charge. I know, nowadays, yeah, it would have been... How old were you? Like, 13, 14. Easily an arson charge.
Really? See, Andrew, I'm lucky. I was on a field trip for... no, I wasn't playing sports. It was debate. Or I guess it was forensics. It wasn't debate. And we lit a sock on fire in a bathtub.
You too?
Yeah, it should have been arson. Yeah, and then the bathtub, like the lining of the bathtub melted, and we got busted for that. So I got like 8 days suspension for it. And they were like, we should expel you for this. So you're right, I should have had arson.
Yeah. forget it.
Oh, no. Can you imagine if we had Mr. Carabella? He would have been like booting both of us out there and running us right on down here.
And then I would
Blood shots and fingerprints.
have sent out a press release.
Oh, what up, Jim? Many parents may be concerned about the recent events they've heard happening at the school. The KFI school for the dumb kids. Oh, man. Yeah. So, to me, suspension means you're going to spend some time. Expulsion means you're out of there. So, what we don't know with these kids that we're doing this AI stuff is we don't know if there's going to be any arrest or any charges made. And part of that is because, is this child porn? It's such a weird, again, this is the 2024 twist on it. If you have images of someone that looks like a child that doesn't actually exist, he's that child.
Yeah, of course.
Will not be called in here.
Got a little bit of arm on that one. You did say my right wrist. 3.4 blocks per game, number one in Division I. He is a difference maker on both ends of the court, and the defensive player in the year in the Pac-12 for a third consecutive year.
One of the things I want to keep my eye on the last couple of minutes of this half is Juju Watkins and her frustration level, because it is hard when you are a scorer who is used to scoring and sometimes having your way in terms of the shots that you get. But to have, you know, a day like today, she's 0 for 5, so much of the defensive attention is on her, and she's a freshman. So is this going to be something that frustrates her, or is she going to be able to continue to kind of absorb it and find her open team?
She had a nasty ankle turn on Friday. Walked through it that entire game, leading USC to a victory over UCLA. Stayed also ankle for the most part yesterday, so you wonder if that has been how she seems fine. She has looked fine and moving in this game.
I think it's more Stanford ankles and arms and the rest of them that are having an impact. But yeah, fair point.
Ford was hot early, not this time. Lying in for the rebound. USC's been very active and strong on the glass. And they get a second chance out of it.
And it's fair to say that it is harder to box out with the way Stanford's kind of holding off some of their big players, and USC is taking advantage. That's their 10th offensive board. Stanford has none.
USC is a +9 in rebounding margin as well. 2 minutes to go in the first half. Forbes now with a team high 12. Watkins attack is great. Who comes up with it? They take the 2.
2 offensive boards for Stanford on that possession, their first 2 of the game.
Watkins behind the back, tries to split defenders and was knocked down in the paint. 2 free throws coming for Juju Watkins as she looks for her first point of the game.
I mean, it's remarkable. USC with 34 points and a 3-point lead, and Juju Watkins here might score her first points of the half.
There's someone who has scored 801 points, the 4th freshman ever to reach the 100 mark. Closing out Cheryl Miller's single-season scoring record. 2 free throws for Juju, and there's her first point. Holly.
Well, the reason they're leading in this game is Mackenzie Forbes, and she's the most remarkable story you've ever heard. She went to Cal when Lindsay Gottlieb was her coach there, and Lindsay left to go to the NBA. She decided she would transfer to Harvard, and she missed the transfer deadline, so she went a year to a junior college, taking 6 classes a semester. She got into transfer a less than 1% transfer rate at Harvard, where she played 2 years with a terrific player, got her sociology degree, and now she's playing at USC. It's one of the most resilient and smart, incredible women I've ever met in college basketball.
Thank you, Holly. Here comes Juju across that court. Juju again, draws a crowd, but Dia, an open look for 3. Down with the rebound.
Certainly, Holly, Mackenzie Forbes has been the driving force offensively for USC here in the first half.
Gratifying entry, Forbes averaging 14 points a game. She's got 12 already for USC, and Dia is fouled by Dimitri. We mentioned that Forbes is one of the three nerds, and they use that term affectionately at USC because they were three grad transfers out of the Ivy League. Caleb Medea from Penn, Mackenzie Forbes from Harvard, and Caitlin Davis from Columbia. Graduate students are not eligible to play in the Ivy League. They would have loved to stay at Penn, at Princeton, at Columbia, at Harvard. All these players who have to go find other homes where their eligibility expires in the Ivy League. And Lindsey Gottlieb, who went round in the Ivy League, happy to scoop these three players up.
New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000.
Talk to you about how their maturity was so important surrounding a player like Juju, who is going to have the high efficiency use that Juju has, and their understanding of what their role is, even though it is much different. Yeah, back in November, December, she called them Juju and the Nerds. I think now it's transitioned to Juju and the Ivies.
Okay. So, I feel like that's just a little classier, maybe. I don't think the nerds minded.
As my father,
Lindsay was a nerd at Brown.
As my father-in-law once said, thank God for the nerds. So I don't think there's anything negative about that.
The nerds are getting some revenge here in the Ivy League because they've been outstanding. And Holly's come before. Sports just happened. Sports happened. Many kids had to go through this. Sports didn't play for 2 years because there was no Ivy League basketball in that post-COVID year, we'll call it 2021.
But it's just nice that it's still founded.
You have to leave school if you want to be eligible. There's been a lot for love of basketball, that's for sure.
They're thrilled to have a scholarship.
So